If you are looking to learn React and understand the basic fundamentals of what is React, what is Redux, and how to implement stores in React, how to implement data, CRUD operations, and all the basic fundamentals, you are on the right course. My name is Prugin and welcome to .NET Mastery. In this course, we will be understanding React by building about 10 projects. This will be a lengthy course, but here you will understand all the fundamentals with React. So before you forget, make sure to subscribe to the channel for more videos, and if you find the content useful, do not forget to like the video and leave a comment. Hi guys, and welcome to React.js Bootcamp. My name is Prugin, and in this introductory video, I want to answer two questions. First, what is this course about? This course will be all about React. So as a student, I would expect you to have no knowledge about React. We will be starting from ground zero and build about 9 projects to learn the basic fundamentals of React, Redux, routing in React, and much more. Next question is why this course? Coming from a .NET background, when I had to learn React or any front-end framework, it was pretty scary. Because of that, my goal for this course is to teach you about React fundamentals and then dive into advanced concept, and by the end of this course, not only you will know React, but most importantly, you will be proud of the application that you will build. And to think of that, before you started the course, you had no idea about what React was, and by the end of the course, you will be confident and proud to show the project that you build using React. That is how confident I am in this course. Let me walk you through on all the projects that we will be building throughout the course. First project will be Taskopedia. In that project, we will basically display some details here, and we will build some components using React. Main focus for Taskopedia is to understand what is JSX, how can we write programming using the JSX syntax in React, what are props, what are components, what is a class-based component, and what are functional component. Once we understand the basics of React there, then we will be building an application called Countopedia. It is a game where you will win with +10 and lose at -10 point. If you attack, it will randomly increase the score, and if you defend, it will decrease your score. You can select the random play here, and if the total goes below -10 points, then you lose the game. You can reset and start all over again. With the help of Countopedia, we will see what is a state in React, how we can store and update state, and how we can handle events in React. Once we complete the second application, we will move on and we will build Contactopedia, where we will have few contacts, and those contacts are either favorites or general contact. You can toggle them by clicking the star here, and you can add a new contact. I will enter some detail, hit the create button, and we have validation. If we press create without anything, we have validation to enter a name. You can see the new contact is added right here. We can edit that. It gets populated. We can update that, and you can see the email is updated. We can even delete that, and perfect. All of them is working. Now if we refresh here, the original data will come back again because we are storing everything in the local state. We can also add a random contact, and you can see it creates a random contact. So that will give you a good exposure on Axios calls, performing CRUD operations, and validations in React. After that, we will build a small application called Lifecyclopedia, where we will see some of the basic lifecycle that comes with a class-based component and how we can accomplish same things using a functional component. We can add a random student, remove all, and both the functionalities will be same. But the main focus will be to introduce you to the lifecycle or hooks in functional component and how they can be used in the exact way like we have lifecycle methods in class component. After that, we will build Watchopedia. Now in the first few videos, we will be going through class-based component. But traditionally in real world, when you will be working, your focus or rather the new technology will lean towards functional component. So we will see how we can handle state in functional component by building this fun application of Watchopedia, where you can add a random movie, and when we refresh, the application will be reset. After you get familiar with that, we will move on to routing in React, where we will be building multiple pages, and we will see how we can navigate, go back to the previous page, and use some of the components that comes with the library of React Router. That is what we will be using to implement routing in React. Once we master that, we will take a look at Redux and how it is helpful. We have a basic counter here. We can add a specific incrementer and then add or remove that. And we have a destination list where when we select a destination, it displays some of the details. We can reset app and that will reset counter as well as destination list. That will give you a thorough foundation with Redux, and once we have a good foundation there, we will be building Travelopedia. This Travelopedia basically has a local JSON server that is running. We can enter city and country, add that, and it gets added. Now this time when you refresh, you can see it stays there because we are using a local database in JSON server to store everything right here. We can edit those, update, and we can delete. When we work with Redux Toolkit, we will see what is a query, what is mutation, how we can have multiple queries, and how everything comes together when you have to fetch data using the Redux Toolkit. Now all of these introductory projects will give you a very solid foundation. In this course, we will be learning all the fundamentals of React. But whatever we learn in this fundamental course, I also apply that in a real-world project, first by building an API and then consuming that API in a React application where we will have authentication, we have the shopping cart, we can place order, and there we will be using payment gateway. So that will be the real-world implementation of everything that we will learn in this course. And that course will be available on Udemy, where you can follow along everything. So if you want, you can always go to .NET Mastery and check out the full course. You can always check out the links here. I have hosted all of them on Azure, and you can play around with everything on the URL. That being said, let me switch back to the project and focus on learning the fundamentals in this course. In this short video, I am going to give you a brief overview of what is React and why you should learn React. What you should always remember is React is a front-end JavaScript framework, and with that you will be able to create interactive user interface. Next thing that you should remember is React is declarative. What I mean by that is declarative is something that you write it and it will take care of all the things that has to work in background to make that happen. Like if you were working with only JavaScript and you had to add something on the UI, you will have to get that element, you have to append some things on there using JavaScript syntax, and you might set the inner text. But when you work with React, you just tell that in a simple words, of course using the React syntax, that hey, on this component I want to render this thing, make it happen. You do not have to go into the details of writing an append statement, adding inner text, and all of those complexity. So declarative in simple words, you can think that you will tell React in a small or simple manner that, hey, this is what you have to do, and React will take care of the complexity on how all of that should be handled in managing or creating an interactive user interface. So end result of that is you have to write less code and you will not have to go into that detail to accomplish small tasks. Next point that we have is React is composable. A composable architecture basically means that when you have the full structure, it is made up of small pieces. So basically React has components. Like if you are designing a page, all the code in that page can be broken down into multiple components, and the advantage of that is we can reuse the components on different pages. Like if you have a button where you have given a specific style, or you might have a table. On the website, you might be displaying hundreds of tables. You can design one table as a component and then reuse that same design in all the places. And then in future, if you have to update something about that table, you only update that in one component, and throughout the website, that table update will be reflected. Composability is a great feature in any programming language, and because of that, you will avoid writing same code over and over again. One thing that is always important in programming language is the speed. React is fast, and by fast, it is super fast. When you have to react or interact to some of the actions and render things on the UI, you need to be fast. Because if you click a button and it takes 10 seconds to update the UI, then user might not like that. But React handles the DOM manipulation in a very efficient way. Then something that is important about programming language is who is behind that programming language. Because even if a programming language is exciting and fast, if it is not supported by someone solid, then chances are in future it might go away or something along those lines. React is developed and maintained by Meta, which is Facebook, and a handful of individual contributors. And on top of that, tech giants like Facebook, Instagram, Netflix, Uber, and many of other big giants are using React.js. So that will give you a solid proof that React is going to stay here, and it is one of the best front-end JavaScript framework. Now, if you are coming from any of the backend programming languages, you might have encountered a pattern MVC. React basically will replace the view of your application. So React will be responsible for maintaining or managing the user interface, and that will be the view itself. With that, React has many other advantages, like it will make JavaScript writing much easier. It is lighter than many other frameworks. It will increase the scalability and efficiency. And most importantly, if you see a job market right now, React is one of the top front-end framework in any full-stack development. With all of the advantages that we have discussed, I hope you are as excited as I am to learn React in this course. Throughout the project, we will be building quite a few things. And for that, you might link the Git repo, or you might need project resources that are needed for the course. To get them all, you can go to .NETmastery.com, and if you go to the Courses tab here, we have the React 18 Bootcamp. Navigate to the details there, and when you click on GitHub code, you will have all the GitHub code for every project that we will be building. So let's say you are working on Contactopedia here. I have all the commits based on the lecture name. So if something does not work on this particular lecture, you can go try to copy the change here, paste it in your code, and see if that works. Reason is when you are working with React, it is very likely possible that you have a spelling mistake. Because if you have a round bracket instead of a curly bracket or something, or if you are missing the return statement, things might not work. So always try to compare the Git code based on whatever project you are working on I have all of the commits as well as all the code available in the Git repo. Also make sure to download the course content. You will need that for all the snippets that we will cover in the upcoming videos. If I open that, you can see I have the images that are needed and I have the snippets for the individual section. You will require them when we will be using the HTML templates that I provide inside snippets. In this video, let me walk you through all the tools or the softwares that we will require for this course. When we have to work with React, we will need an editor, and I will be using the Visual Studio Code for the editor in this course. That will be used for all the React application which we will build. For the backend of React application, we will have a Node.js server that will be running the React code. So you will have to install Visual Studio Code and Node.js for the React applications. Now in the course, we also have .NET API that will be consumed in the React application. To build that API, we can use Visual Studio Code, but I like to keep them separate. That way when we are switching screens, you can easily know which editor is using API and which one is using React application. For .NET API, I will be using Visual Studio 2022 and we need the database. So for database, we will use SQL Server Management Studio. You will have to install local SQL Server and then SQL Server Management Studio. Finally, we will be hosting images and everything on Azure. Because of that, you will also require an Azure subscription. Now, subscription is completely optional because the image that I will be hosting, you can use the same URL as well. But when we perform CRUD operations, if you have the Azure subscription, you will be able to modify that image. And the subscription feature that we will be using will be super cheap. So don't panic about that. Also, if you don't have a subscription and if you sign up for the first time, you will get $200 of free credit, and that will be way more than what we will need. In the next lecture, I will have links of all of the tools. That way you can download them and install before we move forward. Let me walk you through on all the extension that you should install with Visual Studio Code. Basically, if I open Visual Studio, right here, if you hover, we have extension. Extensions will help you to write React code and also with validation. So let me go back and walk you through the list of extensions that I have installed here. The first one is Live Server. When we will start to learn React, we will do that in a simple JavaScript and HTML format, and because of that we will be using Live Server. So make sure to install this extension. Once you install that, and if you go to Visual Studio Code, you will see there is a button to go live. That is the button that we will use when we run our React application for the very first time. So make sure to install that extension. And next one is brackets. As the name suggests here, bracket pair colorization will help you to identify which is the starting and closing bracket. When you are working with multiple of them, it can get tricky to know which one is closed. The next one is material icon theme. Now I personally like that for the icons that we will see for files and folder structure, but if you are happy with the default one, you can stick with that as well. Next extension is pretty helpful, and its name is Prettier. It is basically a code formatter. So if you write an if-else condition or nested divs in one line, when you save, it will automatically format that, and that way you will not have to worry about indentation or any of those mess. Prettier will take care of that for you. The last extension here is the ES7 React Redux React Native Snippet. Snippets are great because when you want to get a component up and running, You do not want to write the same boilerplate again and again. Snippets are provided in here that you will be able to use and create a functional component with the help of few letters. So make sure you install these 5 extensions in your Visual Studio Code before you proceed with the course. I have already installed them. If I go back in extension, ignore the Azure extension. I will show you that later in the course, but right here you can see I have all of those extensions. If you want any extension, you can just search here like prettier, and rather than uninstall, you will have an install tab. So right here you can see there is an install. That's how you will be able to install all the extension. Now once you install all the extension, make sure to restart Visual Studio. That way everything is clean when we proceed from the next video. Before we get into the nits and grits of React, let me get your hands dirty and jump right in and type some code using React. The main focus here is not to get things right, but to show you that React is not a scary thing. It is pretty easy to get started. So let me open a new folder here. I will navigate to the location where I want. It is an empty folder. Let me open that in Visual Studio Code. Now right here you see we don't have any files in that folder. I will add a new file here and let me call that index.html. I will also add one more file. I will call that index.js for the JavaScript file. In index.html, I have an HTML tag. In there I have a head tag where I just have script reference to index.js file, that is an empty file, and inside body I have the h1 tag. Perfect. Let me save this and I will open that folder and open up index.html. We can just open that directly in the HTML browser. Perfect. Let me zoom in a little bit, and right now we just have a basic HTML, nothing in our index.js file. In order to get started with React, we will go to react.js.org, and right there if we go to documentation, we have try React. If I go to add React to our website here and scroll down, we have the script tags that are needed. These are the libraries that contains all of the React code. So we need to add reference to them. Let me copy these 2 tags here and I will paste that in index.html right before index.js file. Right here we have added React and React DOM. Now adding these 2 libraries, we can write some React code, but we will be pretty limited on what we can accomplish. There is something else that is also needed, which is called as Babel. If in the same documentation we scroll down, we have optional try React with JSX, and that is the route that we want. Now what is JSX and all the complexity? Do not worry. Scroll down and let's copy the CDN for babel.js, and we will paste that right here as well. Perfect. So we have added the 3 libraries that are needed to work with React. If I save that and go back and refresh, the page still loads. So everything with that is working as expected. We have the basic libraries that are needed to work with React. Let's write our very first code in the next video. We want to see React in action. When we are using Babel here, rather than using text.javascript, we have to change that to text/Babel. That way it will be able to interpret the JavaScript file and read JSX from there. Now what is JSX? That is a mystery right now, but we will uncover that very shortly. So let me write some React code inside index.js. Since we have included the library for React DOM, with that there is a variable that gets included by default, which is React DOM. And on there we have a method with the name of render. There we can render any HTML tags that we want. Now, even though this is a JavaScript function, it will be able to render HTML inside there. So let's give that a try. In a paragraph tag here, let me say, hello world from React. We wrote a weird HTML inside JavaScript, but where do we actually render this? If I go to index.html, let me add a div here. So I will add a div, give that an ID of root, and then in index.html, we can say document.getElementById. So in the render method, the next parameter that we need to give is where this HTML should be rendered. So that should be rendered inside document.getElementById, and we want to get the ID of root. So we are telling React that, hey, I want to render this HTML in a document whose ID is root. We already have that here, so it will find this div and it will add the paragraph tag in there. If I go back to the browser where it is being run, and if I refresh here, this will not work. In order to run that, we have installed the live server. If I click there, it will open a new window and perfect. We see our hello world from React right there. So you can see how easy it was. Inside our index, we have React DOM.render, where first we have to define what we want to render, and then we define where do we render that. Pause the video and analyze on what we just did. Once you are done with that, I want you guys to implement the following text. Inside the render DOM method, I want you to add a main div, and inside that div, I want you to add h1 and paragraph tag. The h1 should display React course, and in the p tag, we will learn React in this course. So good luck with that short assignment, and I hope you will be able to complete the very first assignment with learning React. Alright, I hope you were able to complete that. We only have to write React DOM and make sure it is the exact case like I'm writing here. On there we will have the render method, and we want to add a div tag. Inside that div tag, we will be adding an h1 and a paragraph tag. Inside h1, we want React course, and in paragraph, we will learn React in this course. Perfect, that looks good. Prettier will automatically format what we added here, and this looks much better. But if we go back to the port that we have running, and if we examine, we just have hello world. That hello world is coming from index.html, but we have not rendered what we want. That is because in render we have defined what we want to render, but where do we want to render that? Document.getElementById, and we have a div with the name of root. That is where we want to render. If I go back here, automatically we have that content, React course, and we will learn React in this course. So perfect. With that, you have completed your first assignment. We have seen how React DOM.render is working. But with React 18, the recommended approach for rendering something with React has been updated. So let me walk you through on what is the recommended approach. Still, we are dealing with two things. First, what we want to render, and where we want to render. What we will do is we can have a constant. In there we want to store where the element has to be rendered. And that can be retrieved using React DOM. In there is a new method which is createRoot. That defines what is the root element where we want to render something. We know that is inside document.getElementById root. I will copy and paste it right here. So we have answered where we have to render the content. Now we need to define what content we want to render. that we can define on the constant that we have, which is root, and on there we have a method called as render. Inside there we can use the same HTML that we were using before. Let me copy and paste that. Perfect. Let me comment this out, and our application is already running. Let me go back. Perfect. We have the same content and everything is working as expected. So that is the new syntax. If you want, you can combine both of them in a single statement, like we have React DOM.create root, and on there we have the dot render method. We save that and we go back. Application still looks the same. So both of the ways are perfectly fine. I like to keep things separate in multiple lines, so that will be the approach that I will be using. But with that, this is the syntax that you should remember. First, we need to create the root element where we have to render, and on there we have the render method on what we want to actually render in the UI. With that brief overview, let me continue from the next video. I want to focus on one of the key aspects when you are working with React is JSX. Whenever you are working with React, JSX will be the syntax that you will be writing. If I go back to Visual Studio, whatever we have written inside the render here is not HTML. This is actually JSX. Now the main question is, why do we need JSX? Well, you can write React code without JSX, but that code will be very ugly. What Babel will do is it will take this HTML-like looking syntax, which is basically JSX, and it will convert that to something that JavaScript will understand. In order to show you that, we will go to babeljs.io and we will go to try it out. Let me go back to our application and let me copy the div with h1 and paragraph tag and paste it right here. Perfect. We have the equivalent here. Let me copy all. I will not copy the semicolon at the end. Everything other than that, let me copy, and I will paste it where we have the div. So basically I am replacing that, and let me save that. Once you do that, let me close the port here and go live again. And great, you can see we have the same output. Now what we have here, if I change some value here and go back, you can see it is updating that. This is actually the React code. You can see it is saying react.createElement, create a div. Null here basically means that our div does not have any class or any properties, and that holds correct. After that, we are saying that inside that div, what are the elements that we want to create? Well, we want an h1 element, again no class or any properties there, and we want to display React course 1. Then parallel to h1, we want to create another react.createElement, a paragraph tag, and we want to display some value there. So this is the actual React code that JSX will be converted to by Babel. Now think about this. If you had to write code in this programming language, I'm not sure about you, but I would definitely give up on that. Because rather than writing a simple div and adding h1 element in there, if we had to write something like this, I do not think I will ever enroll or learn that programming language. Because of that, all React developers are using JSX because it makes sense. You already know HTML, you can write basic HTML syntax and then let Babel or the compiler worry about converting this to a React language that the browser will understand. I hope you can see why JSX is really important, and all of the React application uses the JSX syntax to write all the programming. JSX, there are certain rules and regulations. Like here, you cannot write a class and assign any class that you want. Rather, in JSX, we have to replace class with class name because class is a reserved keyword when we are working with JSX here. Along with that, there are many other validations, like whenever you render or return something, there can only be one parent element. If you try to add another div here, it will not work. All of those validations and everything we will cover in depth as we progress with the course, but in this video my main focus was to tell you that code that we are writing is JSX is not what gets passed to the browser. Babel converts that to the compatible code in React, and then that code will be transferred and executed in the browser. So JSX is basically a syntactical sugar on top of the React code, which will basically allow us to write something similar to HTML right inside JavaScript. We want to create an application to work on React code, but how do we even get started? I have opened the Visual Studio Code here, and we will press Ctrl and $sign here to open the terminal window. If you do not know that shortcut, you can go to View here, and we have the terminal. You can click that, and here we have the shortcut. Once you have that open, you can see we are in users bhrug path. But I want to create that in a different path here, so I can copy the path that I have here, write the command cd to change directory, and right click to paste that path, press enter. We have a space here, so that will not work. I can come back here, and I will press tab, navigate to that path, and press enter. Perfect. Once we are in that directory, we have to run a command, and that command is to use create React app. If I go back to the browser here, you can see the command is npx create -react -app and then the app name. Let me go back and paste that. App name, I will call that Tascopedia, and let me press enter. In our application, there will be many things that will already be configured for us to get started. We will not go through all of the files together because it can be overwhelming. But we will start to get our hands dirty from the next video. Alright, so now our project has been created. But where are the files that got created? If I open the folder, you will notice that there is a folder with the project name Tascopedia, and there are multiple files in there. But in order to open that in Visual Studio, we will go to File, Open Folder. I will go inside the Tascopedia folder, where you will have 3 folders. We will click Select Folder. We have a pop-up here. We will trust that and make sure that when you opened it, you opened the folder and not open file. With that, it will display all the files and folder right here. Now for a new project, these are too many files to explore. So what I will do first is let me run the project to show what comes right out of the box. We will open the terminal again, and we will run the command npm with a space and start. That will run the application automatically and open up in a browser. And perfect. You can see it opens an application on localhost 3000 port, and we have the React application that was created. It is a very basic application, but with that you can see how to run the project that was created. If you want to stop this, you need to press Ctrl+C, and then you have to press Y and enter. If you have to run it again, you just need the same command npm start. With that quick demo, let me continue from the next video. Now right now in our application we have many files, but most of the files we don't even need them when we are getting started. So let me clean up the files that are not needed. I will select all the files here other than index.js, and I will delete that. And in here I will delete everything other than index.html. I want the React logo. So let me actually move that logo inside the src folder here. That way we can use that in the application. But basically you can see we removed everything from the public folder and the src folder. We only kept index.html, index.js, and let me rename that to react.png. If we open the terminal using the shortcut, or you can go to terminal, new terminal, let me do npm start here. Our application will not work because of course we need to make some changes. And great, you can see we have all the errors right here. So let me fix them one at a time. The first error you can see is in index.js. If I open that, we removed index.css, so we will just delete that file. We also removed the report web vitals. We will remove that and app as well. We will also remove the report web vital function here, and we don't have the app anymore. We will remove that. Perfect. Now we have only few lines of code in index.js. What this line of code is doing, do not worry about that. We will go into extensive depth to understand what is going on in the upcoming videos. One thing that I want to show is there is something called as React.strict mode that you can see right here. Strict mode is a React developer tool which is used to identify potential issues in a web application. It does not render anything that is visible on the UI. It is something that will give you warning and error messages when you are working with React. If you want, you can always remove the strict mode that is not needed, but I just wanted to give you that rough idea. Even if you remove that, the application will work exactly the same. Right now, we have cleaned up index.js. Let me go back and save this actually. It is compiling and perfect, that was successful. If I go back to the React app here, we do not have any code here and that is okay. If I go to index.html, we can clean this up. We don't have the fav icon anymore, neither the logo here, manifest.json. Let me remove the comments here. And perfect, that looks much cleaner. If you think about that, right now we only have index.js and index.html. With that basic setup, let me continue from the next video. In our application, we do not have any code that is working. We see something called as React.strict mode inside the render method. But if we remember from the previous example, we are defining here where we want to render. In index.html, we have that div with the ID of root, but we need to define on what we need to render. So to do that or keep things super simple, we will just say hello world here. Let me save that. And if we go back, perfect, that is being rendered. So the previous example that we had where we were rendering things is automatically working. We did not have to add any CDN inside HTML or any Babel. Everything is configured for us, and that is the power of Create React App. Now we know we had lots of new files here, but we cleaned up so that we only have index.html, index.js, and then we have package.json. In package.json, you notice we have some dependencies like React, React DOM, and other libraries that are automatically installed as a part of Create React App. That is the reason we did not have to add CDN for React and React DOM. Now before React 18, this import statement for React from React was needed. But with React 18, that is not needed anymore. Even if you remove that, you can see the application is working as expected. However, you do need the React DOM here. If I remove that, you can see we get the error message, React DOM is not defined. So when we are working with packages here and we want to extract something, like from the React DOM, /client package, we have to say that we want to import the React DOM from this library. We will be understanding the import statement in much detail later on, but that is just a high-level overview. So with that, we have the application that was running before. We have similar application where we are using React, but this time we have used create React app and we have simplified our application. With that, let me continue from the next video. When we will be working with our project, we will keep the application running here. That way, when we switch back, we can see the changes. So by default, we will keep the terminal running and continue to make the changes. When we save them, the terminal will automatically apply those changes and app will be refreshed. What is the next thing that we want to accomplish? Now right now we are rendering something on the screen here, but that is pretty basic. What if we want to show something fancy? Like, let me add in comments here what we want to display. We first want a heading React course, and then we want to display a line followed by an ordered list here, and finally happy coding. How can we do that? For that, we only have to write pretty basic HTML right here in root.render. Rather than typing all of that HTML, let me paste it right here. It is pretty simple. We have one div. In a paragraph, we have the first line here, and we have UL followed with the LI. Now the React course and happy coding that you see here, I want to add that in header and footer. But that is not possible because everything is clustered in one big code. That is not a good approach, but if we save this code and go back, perfect, we have the main body in place. But we want to add a header and a footer. In order to accomplish that, we need to move this chunk in a function and then we can call that function. Doing that is super simple. We will create a JavaScript function, name that as main body, and in there we will have a return method. What we want to return is the HTML right here. So cut that and paste it right here. Now how can we invoke this main body inside the render method? We can invoke the function like this. If we do that and go back, that also works, but that is not the right approach. What we are essentially doing here is we are creating a component. And if we want to add that, we can add it like an HTML tag. So we will have an HTML tag like main body, and that will automatically convert everything and display. You can see it is working as expected. React does all of the binding that is needed for that. But there is one condition. The first letter here must always be capital case. If we make it a lowercase and go back, you can see it is not working. If we open the console logs here, you can see main body is using incorrect casing. Use Pascal case for React component. So we need to make sure that we are using Pascal case for all the React component that we add. So perfect. Knowingly or unknowingly, you have just created your first React component. If you want to call the same component multiple times, you can also do that. But with React.render, we have another limitation. Inside the render method, there always must be one parent HTML element. So basically, if I remove the main body, and let's say I add a paragraph here of hello, save that, we will display hello on the screen. But if we want to display another paragraph here, and we want to display word, this will not work. You can see we have an error here. Adjacent JSX element must be wrapped in an enclosing tag. So if we want to do this, then basically we need to wrap that in a div or span, whatever you prefer. Now of course that limitation can also be toggled, but we will worry about that later. For now you should remember that there needs to be one main wrapper parent element. So now that we have a div here, in that div we can call our component, which is main body. If we want to call that multiple times, it is super simple. We paste it and great. You can see here how easy it is to reuse component. Perfect, that looks good. Now we have three main body, but if we go back, we wanted a header and a footer. So I want you guys to add two new components for header and footer and display the content like this. The heading here will be an h1 tag and happy coding will be inside a p tag or a paragraph tag. So good luck with that assignment. I hope you were able to complete the assignment. We need to create two more components or function. So first one, we want to call that a header function. Inside there, we want to return only an h1 element. So we do not need any div because we are only returning one entity here. Call that React course. Next, we need a footer. So we will say function footer and we will return in a paragraph tag happy coding, where we have to call this component. First one here will be header and next one here will be footer. It is already wrapped in a div here. That way it will not give any error message. We save that and go back and perfect. We have the desired output right here. We have seen components in action, but with components you can always nest them within other components. So for that I want you guys to do one more task here, where we have the function header here. I will call that or rename the component to be main header. Let me call one more component here, which will be subheader. And there inside a paragraph, I will display this is an exciting course. So we have main header and subheader. Now I want you guys to create a new component which will be header. In there, I want you guys to display main header and then subheader. And in the render, we already have the header. So create a header component that will display main header and subheader. I hope you were able to figure out the solution. We have to add a new function, or rather a component. We will call that function and we will call that header. In there we have to return two components. First one is a main header and after that we have subheader. Now when we work with components, it is okay if we have a starting and a closing tag. But here we will have to enclose both of them in a parent tag. So let me add div for that. And that looks good. If I go back to the React application, perfect. We have React course. This will be an exciting course. We have the body and then the footer. We have some kind of an hierarchy when it comes to component. At root level, we have this main div. Inside there, we have three components. And in header, we have two child components, main header and subheader. Now this hierarchy can go on and on. So basically you can have components inside components and it can go for a long cycle. But what is best about React is components are reusable. So I hope you had a rough idea of how parent-child component works and how you can nest components. With that configured, let me continue from the next video. We have worked with the JSX components, but I want to reiterate on what are some things that are different in JSX component versus HTML, or what are the basic rules inside JSX components. The component name must be Pascal casing, because if you are creating a function with the name of footer, which will be a React component, and then you have to invoke that as a tag Like the footer tag that you see, then the first letter must be capital letter and we have to follow Pascal casing. Then props in JSX component must be camel casing. Like if you have an input tag, it could have props like max length, read only. Both of them will be camel casing. Then inline style is an object. Because of that, we have to enclose that in double curly bracket. After that, integer in props will go in curly bracket and string will be in double quotes. Boolean also goes in curly bracket and you can see all three of them in the example below. Finally, in JSX, class will have to replaced with class name when you are working with styling. So if you are using bootstrap classes or your custom class, you have to write class name rather than class because class is a reserved keyword. Always keep in mind these are the critical aspects that are different when you are working with a JSX component. Now you might be thinking that we have HTML here, so we can add same things that we used to do with HTML. But when it comes to components or tags that are inside the JSX functions or JSX element here, there are few things that are different. One of them is how we add style or classes to a particular element. First, let's examine how we can add inline styles when it comes to JSX element, and let me style the footer right here. Let me run the application once again to see what we have right now. And perfect. What I want to do is, let's say in the footer here, I want to add a background color of black and make this a text of gray color. How can we add that? We have the p tag here. If this was an HTML, we would have style here and we will say color is gray, semicolon, background hyphen color is black. If I save this and if we go back, you will notice nothing happens and we have things that are broken here. It says the style prop expects a mapping from the style properties to values. That is because when we are working with JSX element and we have to give style, it is an object. So we can pass multiple objects in there. So we will add that in two curly braces, not one, but two. And then the property name that we have will not be inside double quotes, but the value will be in double quotes, followed by a comma, not a semicolon. And then we will add a comma here, background color, value will be in double quotes. If we have hyphen in any of the style, we have to replace that with camel case. So this will be background, color will have a capital C. With that convention, if we save that and go back, there we go. We have our style as expected. So to remember that when we are working with JSX here, the style attribute accepts a JavaScript object with camel case properties. Now that is one way of styling. Let's say the amount of style that you want to add is really big. What you can do is then you can separate out the style in a constant and assign that to a property. Let me show that with subheader that we have here. Let me add a constant with the name of subheader style. I will give a random color of blue violet and background color of light gray. With that, we have the constant here and we want to assign that to the p tag that we have. So this time we will assign a style here and that is inside subheader style. We do that and if we go back, perfect. The style has been applied successfully. So with that we have seen how to apply styles here. Now when we work with CSS, we also have to work with classes and that is pretty common. Let me show you how to work with classes in the next video. In the last video, we added styles to our project and we saw how to add custom styling. But what if we want to work with classes? And on top of that, let's say we want to work with Bootstrap. How can we integrate that in our project? Doing that is super simple. We will navigate to the getbootstrap.com and let me go to documentation here. Scroll down and we have the link for Bootstrap. Let me copy that here. Go back to our project. In index.html, we will paste that. And if we go back, we also need the JS files. So let me copy and paste them as well. Perfect. That looks good. Once we add that, using them is super simple, but there is one thing that you need to be careful about. In the main heading, let's say we want to add a class with the name of text primary for the blue color. If we add that and if we go back, perfect, you can see that it is working. But if I press F12 here, you can see we have a warning. It says invalid DOM property class. Did you mean class name? The reason is because class keyword is reserved for class components that we will learn in React. Because of that, when we have to apply classes here, rather than class, we have to use class name. Once we add that, the label is still blue, but we do not see that warning anymore. You can ignore the other warnings here, but the main warning went away. So always remember, when you work with classes, you have to use class name inside the JSX components. So perfect. With that, we have added Bootstrap classes in our project. Let me continue from the next video. We have used Bootstrap classes, but what if you want to implement your custom class and use that in the JSX component? Well, adding that is simple as well. In the src folder, let me create a new folder with the name of CSS, and inside there I will add a file. I will call that style.css. Inside there, I will add two custom styles for h1 and heading 1. Once we add them here, then we need to add a link here with the href is equal to, and we have to go one level up. So // css style.css and rel will be style sheet. Perfect. Once we add that, let me replace class name with heading 1, and if we go back, you notice nothing happens here. Now why did that not work? Well, the reason is because the style that we added is inside the CSS folder that is inside src. What happens is when the application is built, all of this code gets compiled and it forms a new version of the code. So if the style is inside the CSS folder, we have to do something special. But let me prove that. If I move that style.css in the public folder here and change the route here to be directly inside index.html and go back, you see the style is being reflected right here. So that is working. But when we move style in the src folder, it stops working even if the route is correct. So if a style is inside the code that we have for React, then we actually cannot add the link statement like this. We have to import the style in our React component. So here we will have to write the import statement. So basically we will say import and then we have to pass the route where style is. If we compare index.html, CSS folder is in the same hierarchy. So //css. In there we have style.css. And perfect. Once we do that, style will be imported here. And if we go back, great, you can see it is being applied now. So you have to write the import statement like that, and then you will be able to use the class name. But what we have done right here is still a little tricky, and there are some issues with this which I will uncover in the upcoming videos when we separate out the modules. But for now we can import the style as you can see here. With that we have seen how to import the complete style. Now in future we will also see how module works with CSS, but before that we need to cover a few other topics. We know basic styling now, we know how to apply bootstrap classes, so pause the video, play around, apply some custom styles, classes as well as bootstrap classes to get familiar with how to apply style with the JSX components. We have bootstrap that we have added in our project, but when it comes to style, we will be doing some more configuration down the road. Right now we will shift our focus to some things that are more important. Let me remove the comment that we have added here, we no longer need that. And in this course we will learn React.js by building Taskopedia. Then where we have the task here, let's say we want to add some of the topics when it comes to React, like basic foundation, and I will add a functional and class components. These are the two topics. We will be adding more topics here later on. Perfect, that looks good. But now I want to focus on one thing, which is how can we define variables in JSX. Variables or constants will be used to hold some value. To define that, it will be pretty simple. Like let's say we have the main body right here. In there, before the return statement, we can add a constant, and let me call this what we will learn. And that will hold a value of React.js. Next, we want to display what we will learn rather than hard coding right here. To write any variable inside the HTML, we need to do that in a curly bracket. So within curly bracket, we can directly access what we will learn variable. Once we save that, I stopped my project, so let me start that again, npm start, and we should be able to see React.js. And perfect, right here, we have React.js by building Taskopedia. So that is great. You can see how variables can easily be added in our project. The variable that we have here is a constant, but if you want to use let, you can do that, or you can use var as well. These are all JavaScript types that you can explore further if you want. Typically, we avoid using var. If something is not constant, let is typically preferred over var because it has many advantages, but this value on what we will learn is a constant and we will not be updating that. That's why I am using the const keyword for constant. And then whatever we write between the curly braces here, that is regular JavaScript, so it will be able to render value of what we will learn. In this video, I want you to do an assignment. Right after in this course, we will learn React.js by building Taskopedia. I want you guys to add a line for total lecture and display the number 3. This 3 is a constant right now, so it does not matter if we have 2 topics here, we will still display 3. So make sure to add a new constant to the project and call it total lecture. Assign the value of 3 and display it right here. Good luck with that short assignment. I hope you were able to complete the assignment. We basically have to add one more constant inside the main body with the name of lecture count. And then we have to display that right here in a new line. I will add that total lecture, and in curly bracket we have the lecture count here. With that configured, the application is already running, so let me save that, and perfect, we have the total lecture count. We know when we convert things from HTML to JSX, some things are different. Like the style here, we need to follow camel casing. Also, style is an object here, so we have to enclose that in curly brackets. Then rather than using class, we have to use class name that we saw right here. But let me show you one more example where we have the main body here. After the UL element here, let me add one more div, and inside there we will add enter task, and let's say we want an input element here. If we just have a self-closing input element, perfect, that does come up on the screen. But what if you want some of the properties, like you want to restrict the max length here? When we are in JSX, we have to follow camel casing for any props. Props are basically properties or attributes that you are adding to any component. We will be adding custom props to our own component later, but basically any prop that you add, like HTML prop, you'll have to convert them from any other case to camel case. So max length, you have to write it like this, and then max length is an integer. When we work with an integer in JSX, we have to write the value within curly bracket. If you write it within double quotes, that will be considered as a string. We have number for max length, so let me say max length could be 5 right now. Then let's say we want to make this field a read-only for some reason. Read-only is a Boolean value. You cannot add that within double quotes like this. If you do false, that works. But if I open the DevTools here, you can notice we have a warning here for read-only. And here it is displaying did you mean read-only with a curly bracket. So when we are working with Boolean values, we need to enclose them within curly brackets inside JSX here. So read-only will look something like this. Once we do that, the warning goes away. If you want to add a placeholder, we can add that, and let's add that. Perfect. That is working as expected. So here we noticed if we are working with number or Boolean, you have to add them within curly brackets. Else if it's a string, then that will be double quotes. Another thing is by default Boolean are true. So if you do not write anything here, read only, it is enabled and I cannot type anything right now. So if I say read only is false, then I should be able to type something, but we have the max length of 5, so I can type only 5 characters. So I hope that gives you a brief idea and you remember some of the things that are taught here. I will recap them once again. When you are passing any HTML props or properties, they must follow camel casing. If it's a number or a Boolean value, they will be inside curly bracket. If you do not write anything for the Boolean value, by default it will be true, and string will be in double quotes. Also, inline style is an object when it comes to HTML element, and if we scroll up, class will be replaced with class name. So make sure to note them down, and we will be using all of these points in the upcoming video. But for now, I do not need the input element here. I can comment that out, and let me save that. Perfect. Let me continue from the next video. Now we want to build one more component. We are building a React course here with number of topics, and we want to display few students randomly that have joined the course. To add that, before footer here, I will add one more functional component. Now remember that I am mentioning functional components right now, because there is something called as class components as well that we have not seen so far. Constant, let me call that as full name, and let me name it Chris Wally. We need a return statement here where we have to return the HTML. We will add a div give that a class name of container, and let me give it padding 4. Now these are bootstrap classes that I am using. We have already configured that in our project. So we will not be spending much time in designing. We will use the built-in bootstrap classes. Inside the container, I will add another div with a class name of row, and I want to display the heading here, which is students enrolled. Let me add that component after main body, and that will be students. We save that, and perfect, we have students enrolled. Then I want to display name as well as programming experience they have. So let me add one more constant here. Programming camel case experience is equal to 2. That will be an integer, and we need to display that. To do that, let me add another div, give it a class name of row, and let me also add a little border there. Inside there, we'll add a div with class name of column1. We want to display some random image here, and we will add another div with a class name of column10. There I want to display the name as well as programming experience. Displaying name, we already know that we can use the variable full name here, add a new line there, and we want to display programming experience. Here we want to display the constant, so again we will add curly bracket, programming experience, and we want to display years. Perfect, if we save that here. Great, things are coming along good right now. We have the image, we have programming experience 2 years, and it is looking good. I can make this column 2 to give it a little more width here, and perfect. Then what image do we want? In order to get a random image, we will be using uiavatars.com. There we can get a random avatar based on the initial of the name that we pass. In the usage, you can see if we pass John Doe here, we click try, we get JD for the initial. So let's use this free HTTP GET request to get a random image right now. I will go here and copy this, and we need to add an image tag where we wrote image right here. So in here we will say img src is equal to. Right now let me hard code what we have here and see what happens. Great, we have JD there, that looks good. Class name here, let me give it a width of 100%. Whoops, that will be inside the img tag, and perfect, looks much better now. Rather than programming, let me change that to be coding here, and that looks much cleaner. But right now we have the name here. Instead of that, we want to pass the constant full name that we have. Now how can we do that? When we have to pass that, we typically used to do that in a curly bracket because we want JavaScript. But there also we want the full name. To do that, rather than use double quote here, we need to use the special tilde sign, and inside there we can use dollar and then curly bracket to add some variable. So we have name is equal to, here we want to replace with full name. So we will add dollar and then curly bracket. Here we can access full name, and that should work. We save that, and perfect, we have KW. So when you are working with JSX here, remember that if you need to access any variable inside a constant string, you first have to add a curly bracket because you need to access JavaScript variable, and then in tilde sign we can add the string and escape that with dollar sign using string interpolation. So perfect, with that we have one student that has enrolled. If we want to display the same student 3 times, we can copy and paste it like that. With that, let me continue from the next video. Now what we have in our code, if we notice, everything is an index.js file, and that file is growing pretty big. And if all of the code in a production application is clustered in just one file, you can imagine the nightmare that would be when working with that file. Thankfully, React has a solution. We can separate out the components that we want in their individual files. To do that, we will separate out the header that we have, and in our header, we have main header and subheader. We will capture all of that and move that to its own component. Now, when we are working with React, you can use the .js extension, but I like to use the .jsx extension. That has better support when it comes to Visual Studio Code for React. So in the src folder, we will add a new file, and I will call that header.js, and then when I add x, you can see the icon changes to React file. In that file, let me cut everything that is related to header and paste it right here. So now we have two different components. If we save everything, you will notice our application is broken. It says header is not defined inside the index.js, because here when we scroll down, we are looking for a header component, but that is not defined here. How do we define that? To define that, we will have to import header from the header.jsx in this file, like we have the import statements right here. But in order to import, we first have to tell inside the header.jsx file that this header function should be exported. So first we need to define that we have to export this header function, and then we can import it in any other file. Now we want to export the header component. So one way to do that is at the end of the file, we can define that by default when someone imports the header.jsx, we want to export header by default. What that will do is it will export the header component by default. So that way we are defining that this component can be exported. In the index, now we can import that component. So we can say import header, and as soon as you type header, because we have defined that header can be exported, IntelliSense is picking up here. If I press enter here, you can see based on the relative path of header.jsx, it is importing that component. Now because we are exporting default here, we can call this component anything we want. Let me call that temp header. All we have to do next is rather than header here, we have to add temp header, and everything is working as expected. But by default, what I like is to call it the same. So I prefer using header rather than temp header, but I wanted to show you that you can actually call it anything you want. Perfect. With that, now we have finally separated out one component, which is the header component. Before I end the video, if we have to export default, rather than doing it in a separate line, we can also do something like this. Before the function here, we can say export default, and then we have the normal function. That will automatically add that as the default export for header.jsx. If we save that, everything is still working as expected. So we have seen two ways to export a function using export default right now. We have seen how to export components and import components by separating in a different file. I want you guys to separate out the students component that we have. So basically inside here, you need to add a new file with the name of students.jsx and then separate the component. At the end, everything that is working right now should work the same. So good luck with that short assignment. Separating out student component is super simple. Let me cut the code from here. Inside the src, we will add the new file, and I will call that as students.jsx. I have a lowercase here So if you rename that, and if we go back to index, it automatically renames here, and that is fine. When we go to students here, let me paste the code that we copied, and we can say export default right here. Perfect, that looks good. The export is done, but we need to import that in index. So right here, we will say import students from students. That should be sufficient, and our application is back to normal. So that was pretty quick, but I hope you were able to practice how to separate out the component. Now in our index, if we have multiple students, what happens when we write the same component again? It renders that, but the student name and experience is same. What if we want to pass them as a properties here? That way whatever we pass here is being displayed. An example of that is when we had the input here. You can see we were able to pass few properties and input was able to render like that. We want to pass same properties here, and our component should use what is passed right here. One thing that I would like to rename here is, rather than calling this students, let me change that to be a singular student here. That way it is only displaying one student component. And the div that we have for student enrolled, let me cut that from here and paste it in index before the students right here. If I save that, we have the students enrolled, and this div, let me add a class name of container. Perfect, much better. Then for each student here, this will be student and not students. Let me fix that. Student. Perfect. Okay, so renaming is done now. We need to pass the properties to the student component, and we want to pass two properties, full name and programming experience. Passing properties is exactly same like we had in the input field right here. So if it's a string, that will be in a double quote, integer will be in curly bracket. So let me say experience is 2 years here, and we need to give it some name. And name is Chris Wally. Similarly, I will copy that and paste it in the other component, modify that to be 5 and 7 years, and modify the name. So we have Chris, Angel, and Renee. We will save that, and things will not work, because even though we are passing properties or props as a short form, we are not fetching that in the student component and using them dynamically. In React, what happens is when any of the properties are being passed here, it automatically passes them to the component with the name of props here. So inside that props, if we say dot and experience, it will automatically retrieve experience if that is passed. Let's see that. This will not be programming experience. The name that we are using is experience. So that will be props.experience. Similarly, full name, we are just using name here. So we will say props.name. We will copy that and paste it here as well. And we do not need these two constant anymore. We can remove that. And great. As soon as we save that, you can see everything is coming along dynamically from properties that we are passing in index that is aligned with what we see on the screen. So with this, we have learned an important topic, which is how to pass props to the components, how to retrieve props and use them. Before I end the video, in the student component, we are calling it as props here. One thing that I want to point out that props is a fixed name, and that is what you should be using. If you try to use something else, things will not work. So again, to give you a brief overview, props will be passed to the components, and you will be able to access all the properties that are being passed as a prop by using the props keyword dot and then the name of the property. We have images that we are using, but in this video I want to show you how to use third-party NuGet packages and how to install them in the application. Right now we are using Create React App, so all the React related packages are installed. But rather than using the UI avatars here, I want to use a third-party API called faker.js.dev. There, if we go to API and if we search for image here, we have multiple free images that can be generated. If we go to people here, you can see implementing that is super simple. You just have to write this call and it will automatically generate an API. Now if you want, you can directly use the URL here, paste it, and that will generate the image as well. But I do not want that. I want to use the Faker API to generate an avatar or a people image, whatever you guys want. So we have to install this library in our project. If I go to guide here, getting started, you will see we have the npm command. Let me copy that. And we will go back to our code. We will open the terminal. We will have to stop that, so I'll press Ctrl C, Enter Y to stop that. And we will have the command that we copied. Press Enter. That will install Faker in our project. If you examine the changes here, in package.json, it added the library faker.js. So any new package it adds in package.json. And now we need to import that. To import that, right here, we will have to import Faker from Faker. Now you might be wondering, how did I get this command? Well, pretty simple. We go back to Faker, go to usage, and there we have. Right here it is adding Faker in a curly bracket. You can of course do that. But even if you don't do that, this will work. Let me show that. I will copy and paste it here. And then we need to use the avatar image. So we go to API, we go to avatar. We have the call right here. Let me copy that. We will paste it instead of the image that we have right here. This time we do not need the tilde sign because this is a method that needs to be invoked. Once I save that, if we go back here, we have an error that you can see. And that is because I have not started the application after we installed Faker. So let me start it again and let's see what happens. And great! This time you can see it is auto-generating images whenever we refresh the page. So our library is working as expected. You can continue to use Faker in your project, but there is something fancy that I want to introduce you guys to when it comes to random API placeholder. And that is lorem.space. Here we have random images that can be used for project or for other purposes. So let me copy that, go back to the code here, and rather than using Faker and passing it right here, we can pass that image as a prop as well. So if I go to index here, I can pass that image. Let me call that as headshot is equal to, and within double quotes, pass the URL. Perfect, we have those properties. And if we go back to student here, we need to remove this. So rather we will go to props dot, we have headshot there. Save that, and perfect. Now we have the images that are being retrieved. Now the image here, it is retrieving the same one for multiple calls. You can just change the size a little bit here, so that way it generates a distinct image. Perfect. So everything is looking great right now. I want to add a little bit of padding on the image here. So I can say padding Y of 2, and that looks much better. Our application is coming along great. I wanted to introduce you to Faker, but we do not need that anymore. So we can remove that. Also from package.json, we can remove the dependency that was added for faker. Perfect. Our application is looking good. Let me continue from the next video. Now there is one more thing that I want to show you. Inside the header component, if you notice in the src folder, we have added this react_png image. Let me actually add that in a new folder of images and move it right there. How can we extract this image and then display it inside our header? In the main header here, let's say we want to add a div, and in that div, we want to display that image. If we do img src is equal to, and we need to write the path. So if we compare the hierarchy from header, we will have to go inside the images folder, and in there we have react.png. And let me also add a heading here. You can see that image is not being retrieved when we save it. It is a broken image right here. Why is that happening? If you examine with CSS also, we had the same issue. If it was in the public folder, that was working, but if it was in the src folder, that was not working. And that is because in src folder, we have to import that. So here we need to import that image. Let me cut the route here, and I will call this as logo from, and I will paste the route here. We forgot the dot. I can remove that one here. And then the src here, we have the variable logo. If we save that, perfect. You can see that is working now. So you should always remember when we work with src folder, we have to use the import statement. Now while we are here, let me add some style here for the black background. And also let me style the image a little bit better. Perfect, that looks good. Where we have the heading here, let me add a span tag. And I will style that as well. And arrange the closing tag. Perfect. That looks good, but I have the white border here. I think that is because in index we have the container. Let me cut that and paste it right here. Perfect. Looks much better now. With that, we have designed our header here. Let me add padding y of 1 here. And perfect. Looks much better. With that basic design, let me continue from the next video. Before we wrap the section here, let me also create a component for footer. So in src, we will have footer.jsx, and we go to our index where we have the footer. Let me cut this, paste it here. We will need export default. And let me also add 2 more styles here, margin top and text align. With margin top, we have to use camel case, so make sure to do that and not use the hyphen. We do that here, go to index, we need to import footer. And perfect, text is in the center, that looks good. Finally, whatever we have inside index for the main body, we can separate that out in its own component. So new file for main body. We forgot the casing. It should be Pascal casing. That looks good. And we go to main body here. Let me cut the function. And for this one, let me use the other export statement. So we have export default. And that will be main body. Now nothing is working here because we forgot the extension, and there we go. In index, we have to import main body as well. And perfect. Much better, we have separate component files. Then if I go to index here, I have everything rendered here in the main div. Let me add a style with background color of black and color of gray. In student, let me change that to be padding 1, and perfect. In main body here, I can give it a style here and set the min height to be 70 vertical height. Things are scrolled down here, but I have made that change for the next assignment. So let me show you what you need to fix for the next assignment. Inside our index here, I do not want the student. That should fall inside the main body. So you have to remove the student component from here and move that inside the main body. All of this code will also be gone. That is one change that you have to do, but before that, I am going to move some things around, and that will break everything that is working right now. What I want to do is I will create a new folder here, which I will call as layout here, and I'm going to move footer and header inside there. So now we have moved the route here, so you can see some things are broken here. So I want you to fix the error message and then move the student component inside main body, and we do not want that in index.js. I can also rename index.jsx here, and good luck with the assignment. I hope you are able to fix everything here, and we will continue from the next video. Alright, we have to fix few things here. First one is cannot resolve images, that is inside header here. So let me open header.jsx, and now the image is not inside the same hierarchy. We have to go one level up, so it will be double dot, then forward slash. Inside there we have the images folder. We save that, and if we refresh, that error goes away. The next error that we have here, let me expand that. I do not believe this is an error. Let me just restart the application. So I will stop this. We will say npm start, run it once again. And perfect. You can see it goes away now. Sometimes it happens when you just need to rebuild the complete project. Let me go back, and next we have to move the student component inside main body. So this I will remove it from here, paste it inside main body. We will have to import that, and I will copy the div altogether. We will go to main body, and right here we will paste that. Let me save and go back, and perfect. That looks much better. We will go back. Rather than container in student, I will change that to be column 4, and that looks much better. While we are here, let me also add some padding on the left, right, and the header as well, where we have the sub style here. We will give it a class name of text center. That is perfect. We go to our index here. In the main body, let me add a div. Give it a class name of padding x4, and perfect. That looks much better. One final change is inside the HTML here. Main body, I can give it a style of background color of black. We go back, and perfect. Everything is looking much better. With that configured, let me continue from the next video. There is one more thing that I want in this section, where we want to pass components as children of a component. And how do we do that? So let's say in this example, we want a thumbs up and thumbs down icon for a student. That way an instructor can rate them if they are a good student or if they need more practice. So for that, we will be using Bootstrap icons. Let me go to their documentation. We scroll down. Where we have the CDN, let me copy that, and we will add that in index.html right here. Perfect. Now we need a new component. So in the src, add a new file. We will call that student review.jsx. We will create an export default function with the name of student review. And inside there, we will add a div with a class name of padding2. And if I go back to the icons here, I want to search for the thumbs up icon right here. Copy that, paste it here, add a space, and paste it again. Rather than up, we want the down. In the up one, let me add a class of text success for the green color and text danger for the red color. Now we can directly use that in the student component, but if we do that, that component will be available for all the students. Let's say for some hypothetical reason we do not want that right now. We only want to do that on the first 2 students that we have in the main component right here. Now again, this is hypothetical, but just think that is what we want right now. So for that, what we can do is where we have the student component here, let me add a closing component, and within there as a parameter, we can pass the student review component. So here, we need to import the student review component, and we can pass that right here between the starting and closing tag. We will pass student review. We want that on the first 2 here, so let me do that for the other one as well. I will copy and paste it. Perfect. If I go back here, nothing happens right now. We are passing a student review component between the starting and closing tag, but how can we consume that in the student component right here? Where we have column 10, let me change that to be column 8 here. And I will add another div of class name column2. Here I want to display the student review component. Now if you pass any component within the starting and closing tag, it automatically gets passed down to the component with a special name. And that is automatically inside props as well, but that special name is children. So if you say props.children, save that and go back. Perfect. You can see we have the thumbs up and thumbs down icon. Now we do not want the MBSP, so let me remove that, save that, and I can add padding here, padding 1. Perfect. That looks much better, and I can also add a custom style of cursor pointer. That way our arrow changes when we hover on that. So the functionality is not that important, but what you can notice here is it is only there on the first 2 component, and the main thing here is how it is being called. If we go to the student.jsx here, we are passing that component between the starting and closing tag, and props automatically retrieves that, and we can access that using props.children. So perfect. With that, let me continue from the next video. What we have so far is great, but if you examine the src folder, we have few files and it is getting clustered. Typically what I do is inside the src, I create a folder with the name of components, and in there I add all the component. Like this one is related to student, so I will have everything in there. And let me move those files as well. Perfect. You can see we have components and then students. And right now, let me also add one more component. I'll call that as temporary. That way we will be able to organize things. And perfect. Our index is much cleaner, header, main body, and footer. So we can leave index and main body here. And everything else we will move that in the component folder. That is a much cleaner hierarchy that we have right now. Let me see if I can delete this temp folder, and perfect, that looks good now. So with this new hierarchy, let me go back and make sure everything is working. And perfect. We have learned quite a few things when it comes to React. And now we have a good basic foundation with components, how to pass properties, child components, styling a component, and much more. If you are working with JavaScript, you have probably heard about arrow function that came with ES6. Arrow function have a great advantage when you are working with this keyword. In regular function, this value is dynamic, but in arrow function, it is equal to this of the outer function. And sometimes when you are working this, like this.props, it does not work because of the scope issue. So typically whenever we will be working, or when I typically work, I often like arrow function over the regular JavaScript function. Now the question is, how can we convert this default function that we have to an arrow function? That is simple. We have to remove the export default and function, and we will rather have a constant of student. Then we add equal to, we get the parameters, and after that we will add the arrow here that converts a regular function to an arrow function. If you do not have any parameters, you can always keep that empty. But we have the props, let me add that, and now we need to export it. So we will say export default, and we will have the student. Simple as that. With that, we have converted our regular function to arrow function. So while we are here, I want you guys to convert the student review, header and footer to arrow function as well. Pause the video and play around with the syntax. That way you will get a little more familiar with that. Okay, I hope you were able to convert that. Let me do that real quick right here. I will just paste what I copied. Change the name, we do not have any parameter here, and remove that. That looks good. Let me change it here as well. We have footer and we have the export default. So let me add that. I will copy the export default and paste it in the student review. We did not add that. And perfect. Lastly, we have the header here. We only want to convert the main header, which is right here. Remove the default, and we will have constant header, and we need the export default header. Perfect. Let me run the application here because I stopped that, and make sure everything is still working the same. And great, that looks good. With that, we have seen arrow function in this short video. We have seen both class component and functional component. Let me walk you through the differences between them. Class component is less common. Typically, class component was used when you needed the extra functionalities of state and other features that are not available in functional component. Because of that, functional component are more common components that you will find in a React application. In class component, we will have a render method which will return an HTML element, but in functional component, render method is not present. It directly returns the HTML or nothing. Class components are stateful. Because of that, you will have local state when you are using class component, but functional component are stateless components. Then class components have lifecycle methods like onMount, onUnmount. So if there is functionalities that you want to do when a component is mounted or rendered, you can do that with the lifecycle in class component. In functional components, we do not have lifecycle methods. But there is something special that has been introduced in React 16.8 version, and that is called hooks with functional component. With the help of hooks, we can now accomplish everything Well, almost everything that we can do with class components. We can add state with hooks, we can have lifecycle methods. Well, not exactly lifecycle methods, but we can have hooks that will resemble what we can do with lifecycle methods. And because of hooks that have been introduced, class-based components have taken a backseat when compared to the functional components. Now, deciding which one to use is always a decision between inheritance versus composition. Using functional component always encourages composition, and that is considered a best practice when you are scaling composition versus inheritance, and you can pick one. Also, if all the components are of functional component, there will be something uniform across the project, and that will help you in long run as well. So I will introduce you to class components and show you some functionalities there, but ultimately the main project that we will be building, that will be built using functional components, because that is exactly what will be the route going forward. React still supports the class components for legacy purposes. So that way you can see functional components will be the future when you are working with React. We know the basic difference between a class-based component and a functional component. But now we need to look into how can we convert some of the functional components that we have here into a class-based component. Now I am not saying that we are converting here because we have a requirement or some condition is not working with functional component. Our project right now is fully compatible with functional component. But if we wanted to convert them to class-based component, how can we do that? Typically, when you are working with older applications which were built using older version of React and then migrated over, high chances are the components will be class-based component because there were limitations with functional component without hooks. So let's see how we can convert this student review into a class-based component. Rather than const here, we need the keyword class, and we have the class name student review. Then we will remove the arrow function syntax, and this we will say extends React.component. Now when you add the React, you have to add the import React from React. That is required with class-based component. Along with that, in a class-based component, we need a render method. So basically we will add a render method, and in that render method we will have the return statement. So I will cut the closing bracket and I will add it right here. Perfect. That way we have successfully converted functional component into a class-based component. I go back, the application still works the same. So perfect. With that, we can see how easy it was to convert a functional component to class-based component. But now the question arises, when we go to student component, we have props right here. What happens to them when we switch to class-based component? Before we look into that, let me convert this one as well. So we will have class student, and we will remove the complete arrow function syntax that includes the parameter. So we will say extends React.component. We need to add the render here, and inside there we will have the return statement. Perfect. Now once you add that, if you go back, the application will be broken. You can see the first error is React is not defined because we have the class-based component and we did not have the import statement. We can fix that real quick. Perfect. But then we have the error props is not defined. What happens to props when we work with class-based component? Well, props is still there, but in order to access that, we need to add this keyword and everything will work the same. So let me add that in class-based component, and perfect, that is working as expected. Now if you use some other word rather than props here, things will not work. Because with class-based component, the name exactly must be props and nothing else. So that way we can convert an existing functional component to a class-based component, and when we work with properties or props here, we can access them using this .props. Now I want you guys to take that as an assignment and convert main body to a class-based component. So make sure you convert that, and I will show you how to do that in the next video. I hope you were able to convert main body to a class-based component. First thing, we need class. Class name is here. We have to say extends React.component. We have to add the import statement for import React from React, and in there we need the render method. Now that render method can enclose everything that we have here. So perfect, that looks good. With that change, if I go back to the application, you can see it is working as expected. We have learned some of the basic fundamentals with our application Taskopedia. Now it's time to create a new project and learn something different. So first, let me stop the application here, and we have the folder route here. I want to navigate back, so cd ... and there I want to create a new project. So I will say npx create React app, and this project name will be Countopedia. Let's hit enter and create that project. Perfect, that project is created. Now I need to open that. So file, open folder, and I have Countopedia. I will open that folder, and perfect. We have quite a few things right here. You already know how to clean this up. What I want you guys to do is clean up all the files that are not needed, move the logo file inside the src images folder, and then I want you guys to add the header component. That can be a class-based component or a functional component, I don't mind. But inside the index.js, I want you guys to add a counter.js component. So here there will be two components, header and counter component. That counter component also, just render an empty string or anything you want. Let me summarize what exactly you need to do. First, you have to remove all files other than index.html, index.js, and image of the React. Then you have to move the React image to src images folder, where you will have to create that folder. Next, you need to clean up index.js and index.html to remove anything that is not used. You also have to add the bootstrap JavaScript and CDN in index.html, similar to what we did with the current project. Then you have to create two components. One is header component, which will be a functional component, and counter will be a class-based component. I want you guys to design the component as shown in the image here. You can see on the top we have a header with the image, and then we have a border bottom. In the counter component, we are keeping it super simple. We are only displaying a string of counter. And finally, if you open the code snippets that are provided in section 4, I have two images that I have provided. I want you guys to copy this image in the src images folder that you will be creating, along with the React image that you use right here. So good luck with that assignment, and make sure to watch the next video. That way we can double check that you did not unintentionally forget any of the task here. I hope you were able to complete the assignment. First thing first, in the src, I will create the new folder of images, and I will move logo inside there. Then I want to delete everything else that we have here other than index.html and index.js file. Inside the index.js, we will clean that up. We do not have anything to render right here for now. So let me remove that, and perfect. That looks good. Index.html, we have to add Bootstrap. So let me remove everything else here. And you can go to bootstrap.com and get the CDN. I already copied it from the previous project. Last thing what I will do is in the body, I will give it a style of black background. If you have not done that in the assignment, that is okay. You can do that right now. Perfect. So we have root here and everything else looks good. Navigate to index.js file. Here we have to create two components, header component and counter component. In the src, I will create header.jsx, and src, I will create counter.jsx. In here, I will create a function for header. In there, I add a div, give it some Bootstrap classes, and there I have the image tag, and in the span tag, I have React course Counterpedia. Pretty simple, header.jsx, exporting that here, and we have imported the logo. That looks good for the functional component. Counter component needs to be a class-based component. So there we have to import React from React, and we have the export default class counter extends react.counter. We need the render method in there, and we just want to return something there. For now, let me just return a div here, and we will place counter in there. Index.js here, we need a parent div, and inside there we need header first. It will automatically import that, and we need counter. Perfect. With that in place, let me run and make sure this works. We have an error here with the images. I have to rename that to react.png. We go back, and perfect. That looks much better. In the header, I will add a style border bottom 1 pixel solid hash 777. Perfect, it looks good. Let me make it padding y of 2, and perfect, that looks real good. And for the span here, I will add margin 2 as well, and perfect, that looks much better for our header. That is the basic design I wanted for header, and we have our counter component right here. Next thing, in the project resource, I have provided 2 images in section 4. I will copy those 2 images, go to the image folder here, reveal that, and I will paste them right here. We will not be using them right now, but later on in the section, we will need them. Perfect. So with that, our basic setup for Counterpedia is looking good. In our counter component, we want to implement a plus and minus counter. So right here, let me add a div, and inside there we will be implementing some UI design, keeping it super simple right now, but I will give it a class name of row and text center. We will add an h1 here, and we will display a counter right here. Then right here, I will also add a button, and there I will have a +1, and I will have a -1. We go back and we have +1, -1, counter, it's empty. That is good. One thing that I will add here for now is give it a style and provide it some width of, let's say, 200 pixels. Copy that and paste it for the -1 as well. To make the UI a little better, that is fine. Now for now, let me remove the text center, keeping everything right here. I will add a class of text white, so it is more visible. Perfect. We have a counter, we have +1, -1. When we click, nothing happens. Our basic setup is complete. We want to implement this counter application. We have the button for +1 and -1. On click of that button, let me display an alert message first. To do that, on button, we have the handler for event on click, and there we want to call a new method. Let me create that inside the same class that we have here. I will call the method as handle attack. Reason I'm using word attack here is later on, what we are going to do is when we attack, we increase the counter. When we defend, we decrease our counter. So that is why in attack, we will be incrementing. So there, let me alert attack clicked, and we will copy this, paste it one more time here, and we will have defend here, and I will say defend clicked. Perfect. So on click for +1, we want to call this dot handle attack, and on click of -1, we want to call on click dot handle defend. Well, I have a spelling mistake here. It will be handle defense. Copy that and paste it here. Perfect. We'll save that, go back here, click +1, attack clicked, -1, defend clicked. So that is great. We have seen how to handle the on click, and on there we are clicking the functions that we have defined in our class component. Now we want to define a state where we can hold the counter on which we are counting. Let me hide that to give some space. And how do we define a state? State, you can think of it as a container where you want to hold or store some of the values, and then when later on you want to retrieve, that state can give you the value that have been stored. That is exactly what we need in this situation. We need something to hold the counter. When we work with a class-based component, we can define state inside the constructor. So we need constructor here, and in constructor, we can define the state. But when we are working with constructor, if you just add the constructor, you can see with empty constructor, something is broken here. And if you examine the logs here, you will see must call super constructor in the derived class before accessing this or running from the derived class. What it is saying is the counter class that we have is extending the React.component. And when that React.component is called, if you know, it automatically passes all the props. So when we have a constructor, we need to extract that props and we have to pass them to React.component. Even if no properties are being passed, we still have to do that, or else React will show error. So we will get the props here, and we have to pass that to the base class by calling super, and we have to pass the props. Once we do that, it should come back again, and the console error should be gone if you refresh. So one thing to remember, when you add a constructor, you need to pass props to the base class in React.component. So right now we have done nothing to add the state. Once we have constructor, in this constructor we can add state by calling this .state, and there we can have an object. Now in this state object we can store as many properties or objects as we want. Right now we only want one thing, which is count. We can create a count here. Rather than equal to, we have to use colon, and then if you want you can keep it undefined, but we know this is a count. Initially it will be 0, so we can define it like that. With that we have created a state, and in there we have added a variable count which is storing an integer value of 0. How do we retrieve the state where we have to display the counter? Super simple. We say this .state and then the variable name, which is count. If I save that, you will notice the counter now has the 0 value. If I change that to be 10 here, the initial value is 10. So perfect. With that we have seen how to initialize state and how to access that state here. Now what we have seen so far is with class component, so always remember that. In functional component, we do not have the constructor, so we cannot have the state like this. But with React 16, they have introduced React hooks, using which our functional component can also have state, but that I will cover in the later videos. Right now we will be working with class components, and we have constructor. There we have initialized the state, and we are accessing that using this .state.count. Now on attack we have to increment, on defense we have to decrement. Let me do that in the next video. When we work with state in React, you need to understand that we cannot directly modify the state. The state is immutable. Repeat after me. State is immutable and we cannot modify that. That is very important thing that you should always remember. You cannot directly edit the state. And let me prove that to you first. So right here, let's say on attack, if you say this .state.count is equal to 1, let's see what happens. We go back here, we click +1, attack was clicked, and after that the counter did not increase, but we have error right here. And that is because, as I said before, we cannot directly modify state. To modify state, we have a method, and the name of that method is this dot, we have set state. There we need to pass the object and what state we want to modify, and there I will set count to be 2 right now. With that, if I refresh and hit +1, you will see nothing happens. We get the error, cannot read properties of undefined set state. Now this error is difficult to understand. It says that properties of undefined, so basically it is saying that this .setState is undefined. Let me explain you on what is going on here. When we define a component using an ES6 class, a common pattern is for an event handler to be used by a method on this class. Here what is happening is when we are calling the handle attack, it is setting the state back here. We have to be careful about the meaning of this in the JSX callback. In JavaScript, the class methods like handle and render here are not bound by default. If you forget to bind this onClick.handle to this handle attack and pass it, then this will be undefined. Because of that, this on line 13 is undefined and we are getting this error message because the onClick here on line 24 and 11 are not binded together. That is a very common issue when you are working with JavaScript. To fix that, we have to manually bind that when we are calling handle click, it is binded to this context of what we are working on to this particular context. Now how do you bind that? You can define the binding right here, but an easier way or a cleaner approach to do that is inside the constructor. So in constructor, we will say this .handle attack is equal to this .handle attack .bind and this. Now I know this is a weird looking syntax, but trust me, this is something that is very important and you do have to bind that, or else you will run into super weird error messages down the road. If that does not make sense right now, do not worry. We will look at many more examples where we will have to add this particular line. Let me save it here. We will go back and refresh, hit the +1, and perfect. This time the counter increased. We did not see any error message as well. Now you might be saying that, hey, previous error message with the state that we were seeing could be because of this. So let me comment this out and let me set this .state.count is equal to 2 like that to prove that that was not the case. You can see when we hit +1, nothing happens here. We do not see the error message, but nothing happens with the state. So that basically proves that state cannot be modified directly like that. If you want to modify that, you have to use the setState method. Let me uncomment that and comment out the alert here. And rather than count, we can say this dot state dot count plus 1, and that works. I will copy this, paste it one more time here, and we will decrement here. Handle defense. Let's see if that works. Nope, we forgot the binding. And let me do that. Perfect. We do plus, minus. Both of them are working successfully. So with that, we have seen basic counter application and how state works in React. But there are few more things that I want to discuss here before we move on to the next topic. Let me continue from the next video. Now our counter application is working as expected. But before we go into any further detail, let me revisit on what we have done. We added state in our application, and for that we had to convert functional component to class-based component. Now state can also be added in functional component, which we will see down the road, but right now we have converted our functional component to class-based component, and there we need constructor where we have to retrieve the props, and we have to pass that to super because React.component requires those props. After that, even in the same class where we have the methods here on button, when we were invoking those methods to alter the state, we had to bind this reference, and we do that in constructor using this dot function name is equal to this dot function name dot bind, and we have this keyword. That is everything that we have to do, but one critical thing you should always remember is state can never be directly modified, or state is never mutated directly. State is always immutable. That means when you have to update something, you have to set a new value. When we are dealing with integer, string, they are immutable. That means that even if you add one value to integer, that same reference is not returned back. It creates a new variable of count and stores the new value. That way we don't have to worry about immutability when we are working with integer or string here, but when we work with objects and other complex entities, this will start getting much more complex. But I hope this was a good overview of understanding state, and let me build this application further from the next video. Right now we have seen the set state using this dot set state, and there we can toggle the state using this dot state here. But the set state here will be an asynchronous method. And what I mean by that is, let me copy this and paste it one more time here, and this time let me update it by 10, and here let me update it by 100. I will save that. What will happen when I click +1? You will think that value will first be incremented by 100 and then by 10, so total will be 110. But that is not the case. You see, the value was only 10 here. Reason that happens is line 15 will be invoked, and right after that line 16 will be invoked. So by the time line 15 has not had a chance to update everything, line 16 will retrieve the value of count, which will be 0. So even if 15 would update the value of 0 to 100, 16, when it retrieved the original value of 0 because set state is an asynchronous call. So it does not wait for the execution to complete on line 15. That is why no matter what you add here, if this line gets executed and it retrieves the value that is there right now, it will not get the new value that line 15 will update. So if you had to make this happen, how would you do that? Because of the same issue that we are seeing right now, there is a new syntax for set state, and that might be the standard way of writing set state. So rather than using this one-liner, we will be implementing that with the new syntax. For that we have this .setState, and in here, rather than passing the object directly, we will have an arrow function. In arrow function, in the parameters, we will get the value of previous state. We can call that anything we want. I will call that previous state. That way we are explicit about the value. So here you can get from the previous state what was the value of count, and then add that to the previous state. In the setState here, because it is an arrow function here, we will need a return keyword where we will return an object. We need to retrieve the old value of count, which will be previous state dot count, and we want to add 100 on there. Perfect. That looks good. Let me copy this. We will paste it one more time here, and we want to add 10 later on. Let me comment the bottom two lines here, and let me increment. The value is NaN, which basically means it is not a number. I want you guys to think about what exactly is wrong here. It is a very small syntax error that we have. So pause the video for 1 minute and see if you can identify what is the issue. I also notice here I have a spelling mistake in previous. Let me correct that. Previous state, and I will paste it. Perfect. But with that also, if I hit +1, we get not a number. So try to pause the video and find out what the issue is. I hope you were able to figure that out. We have a count here, which is a casing mistake. The state is a lowercase count. We have to make sure that stays the same because state is case sensitive. With that changed, if I hit +1, the value is 110. Because when it executes the setState, this time it is using the value of previous state, so it is waiting for that value. So you can see how setState with previous state is advantageous as compared to using directly setState. So moving forward, we will be using the new syntax with setState. Let me remove the other one. I wanted to show you the difference, but that looks good. For a small assignment, we have used the new setState syntax with handle attack. Modify the handle defense to use the same syntax, and we will continue from the next video. I hope you were able to complete the handle defense here. If not, we can just copy and paste it here. It is pretty straightforward. Just add a -1 and that should work. But I hope you did not do that. I wanted you to write the syntax by hand. That way you will get more familiar with the arrow syntax and the return statement that is needed with setState in the arrow function. Countopedia that we have is pretty boring so far. Let me change some things here. In the header here, let me just keep Countopedia. That looks good. And in the counter, I will add some more HTML. We already added 2 images for attack and defend here, so let me include those images. Right here, I will import attack from images attack.png and defend from defend.png. After that, in the main div here, let me give it a class of text center, and in there, rather than state.count, we will call it as game score. That is the score of the game that we will be building. After that, I will add 2 paragraph and h3. Here, I will say you will win at +20 and lose at -20 point. We will display what was the last play, whether it was an attack or defend, and the game status. Now rather than +20 and -20, I can keep that as plus or -10 for now. Next, we need buttons. Rather than having plus or -1, we can use the fancy images right here for attack and defend. So in a div, we will give it some classes. column 6, column MD3 and offset MD3 for some bootstrap styling. Inside there, I want the image tag. Now with image, I want some styling. So I will add the inline stylings here for width 100%, cursor of pointer, and give it a green border. I also added some bootstrap classes. Now what will be the image src here? That I already have in attack. So the variable here will be attack. And in the onClick event, I want to call this dot handle attack. With that, I no longer require the button here. I can remove and save that. Perfect. The button here looks much better now. I will copy this div, paste it one more time for the defense one. Let me paste the method here, and the image is in defend variable. Remove the button here, and great. Both button looks good. When we defend here, let's give it a red border. Perfect. Buttons looks good. The score is also updating when we click on them. After that div here, I will add one more div, give it a class of column 12 for the small screen and column MD4, offset MD4 for medium screen. Inside there, I want to add a button, give that a classes of btn, btn secondary, w100 and margin top of 2, and I will display here random play. We will add a new line here and display one more button to restart the game. So let me call it reset here, and the color, change that to be warning. Perfect. So now our application is looking good. We have two buttons to attack and defend. We have a random play and we have a reset button. But we don't have all the functionalities up and running. So let me continue with them in the next video. Now when we are working with game, it does not make sense if when we attack it increases by 1 or when we defend it decreases by 1. It should be more of a random play. So rather than +1 and -1, let me make it little better here. Before the return statement, we can say let new count is equal to previous state.count minus, and using math.random we will multiply the value by 10 and round it off. That will give us a random number between 1 and 10. So that will decrement the count by any random number between 1 and 10, and then count, we will modify that to be the new count that we have. So that looks good for the defense here. Let me copy and paste it here for attack. We will increment that, and this will again be new count. Save that, and let me try that. Perfect, it increased by 6, then by 2. Great. We decrement, and that is also random. So perfect. It is not incrementing or decrementing by a constant value. It randomly picks a value. Then we want to implement a random play. So let me create a method for that. I will copy the handle defense here. Let me call it handle random play here. And inside there we will say let play mode is equal to math.round, and in there we have math.random. So if math.random generates a number less than 0.5, the result will be 0, otherwise it will be 1. So we can check here if play mode is equal to 0, then we can invoke this dot handle attack, else we can invoke this dot handle defense. That looks good for the random play as well. To invoke that, we will copy, and where we have the button here, we will be adding on click. We will say this dot handle random play. When I save that, Let me give that a try, and it does not work. Let me see in the log here, what is the error message. Refresh again, click it once again. We have cannot read properties of undefined handle attack. Well, one thing I noticed here is we have regular function. I love using arrow function. That way we don't have to worry about this keywords here. So let me modify all of them to be arrow function. Perfect, looks good. Save that, and when we do random play this time, it is working now. So I always prefer to use arrow function. That way we eliminate the issues with this keyword. Perfect, so our random play is also working. Last thing that remains here is resetting the game. I will copy the handle defense again, paste it one more time, and we will call that handle reset. We do not need the previous state here, count, we just have to set that to be 0. We can keep that as empty. Let me scroll down, we need on click, that we will add on reset here. And let's see that in action. Perfect, it is working as expected. With that in place, let me continue from the next video. Now I want you guys to work on one assignment. We have a situation that if the game score is +10, then we win the game. If it reaches -10, then we lose the game. What I want you guys to do is implement the same thing. You will basically have to add 2 states here because we want to track the game status of winning or losing, which will be string, and we also want to track the last play, whether it was an attack or it was a defend. Because if someone is doing a random play here, we don't know what happened. Of course, you can see the score and determine if it was attack or defense, but I also want to display that right here. So I want you guys to add 2 properties in state. One is last play and next one is game status. Try to play around with that and get our application up and running. If not, I will show you how to do that in the next video. But basically, if the game score reaches below -10, it should display you lost, and here the last play will be defense. So good luck with that assignment. You were able to figure that out? We have to add 2 new properties inside our state. We will call them game status and last play. Now when will we update the game status? We will update that when score falls below -10 or more than 10. When we attack, we have to check if it's greater than 10 because attack will increase the score. So in the return here, we can set the game status. If new count is greater than 10, then we will set that to be U1, else it will be empty. I will copy this and paste it right here if it is less than -10. We will display you lost there. Let me give that a try here. -10, that's okay. And then we scroll down here where we have to display the game status. We will display this .game status. Perfect. Let's try that. And great. As soon as it reaches over 10, we see U1. Now if I decrement here, game status goes away even if it is greater than 10, and that is because if I go up, I'm only checking for one condition. So of course you can be fancy and build much complex game, but I will keep this super simple. Rather than resetting it, we can keep it to the previous state. So previous state dot, we have the game status. I will copy that and we will paste that right here. Let's see what happens this time. You lost. That is good. Now if I attack, I am still losing. Perfect. Until and unless the score reaches greater than 10. You can of course perfect this. That way if the range is between 10 and -10, then the status is empty, but I will leave that to you. Our basic game is working and we have the reset, random play. Everything is working as expected. On reset, I would expect the game status to reset as well. So let me go there and reset that. Finally, we want to display the last play here. Now, as I said before, it will be pretty straightforward. In handle defense, we will set the last play to be defense, and in attack, we will have attack here, and we just need to display that right here. Copy this, and we have the last play. One more thing, we have to reset last play as well. Let's go back here, random play, you lost, reset, and everything is working as expected. When we see the last play, it is also updating with defense or attack. So great. With that, our Counterpedia application is working as expected. Woof, the UI is not that pretty. I do not need the offset MD3. We remove that. And perfect, much better. So I hope that gave you good practice when it comes to setting the state, working with functions, and the new set state syntax. With that configured, let me continue from the next video. Now it's time to move on to our next project. We will go to File, New Folder, and let me create a new folder here. The project name that I will call here is Contactopedia. In that folder, let me select that, and I will press Ctrl+. We have npx create React app Contactopedia. We will create that project, and once that is done, we have to clean up all the files that gets created by default. While the project is being created, I can go back to Counterpedia, and I want to copy the header file from there. That way we will keep the same layout. Project is created here. Let me go to the src folder and let me copy header, images, and index.js. Go to Contactopedia, reveal that in File Explorer, and in the src folder, I will paste them right here. I should have also used the HTML file, which is inside public index.html. Copy that one, go back to Contactopedia, and paste index.html. That way we will get all the bootstrap that we are using. I will remove everything else to clean things up here. src. We do not need the attack or defend here, so delete those two. app.js, remove everything here other than index and header.jsx. Let me go to index here. We only have the header component, not counter. Save that, and let me do npm start. We have to navigate to cd Contactopedia and npm start. Perfect. We need to change the header here from Counterpedia to Contactopedia. And perfect. So our application root setup is working as expected. But for this project, I will organize things in a little bit of different way than what we have been doing so far. So let me get started with all of that from the next video. Here we are looking at the complete application that we will be building by end of the section. Even though you see one big application here, it can be broken down into multiple components. like adding a random contact here can be its own component, removing all contact will be component, creating a new contact that will be its own component, and then we will have two separate components, one to display all the favorite and next to display general contact. All the individual contact inside them will be the child component, and that component can be reused by favorites as well as general contact component. So we have quite a few components that we have to build. Let me build a skeleton with components in this video. I will switch back to my code here, and we need to build components. The header component right now is directly in the src folder. That is not good for the hierarchy. We will create a new folder here. I will call that layout component and move header inside there. Layout will be responsible for header, footer, and those components. Next, inside the src folder, we will create a new folder and I will call that as components. Inside there, I will create one more folder. I will call that contact pages. In contact pages, I will create all the components. First component is if I want to add a contact, that will be a React component, so I will add .jsx there. Let me create a new file here. Next we have add random component. I forgot the extension there, .jsx, and that looks good. Add contact, we will move that in contact pages. Now the layout here will also fall inside component. Even though they are the layout related component, they are still components. So our components will have the contact pages and layout, and in contact pages we will add more components here. I typically like to create a root component where I will display everything related to contact. So all the other child component will fall in this main component, and that will be called from index.js. So the new file here, let me call that as contact index.jsx. After that, we need remove all component. We have a button for that. So remove all contact.jsx. Then we have the favorite and general component. And we will have the general contact.jsx. Last component that I can think of is displaying the individual contact. So new file, that will be the individual contact.jsx here. For our application, I can also create a footer. So in layout here, we will add a new file for footer.jsx. And let me create that component real quick. I will only have one div where I will display happy coding at Contactopedia. Perfect. This is a functional component, so that looks good here. We have one error here. Let me go to the browser and see what that is. We have changed header.jsx, so we will have to modify the route right here. We will go into components. We have layout. The header route here looks good. Well, the image route is invalid in header. We will have to go 2 levels up, and then we have the images folder. If I go back with that change, and perfect, the application is functional. Now what I am going to do is in all of the JSX file, I will create a functional component like in remove all contact, use the same name here, and I have only added a button there for remove all. Now we want to quickly create functional components for all the components that we have added. The first one I will work on is remove all contact. There I only want to add a button and give it some bootstrap classes of btn, btn danger, and form control. The one above that is general contact. Let me create that. There also I will add a button and I will have a text there, general contact. I am only adding buttons right now. That way we just want to see it rendered on the UI and then we will modify based on our requirement. I can copy this. We have the favorite contact. I will rename that and that looks good. Perfect. We have the favorite contacts. That is also working. And let me make it plural for the naming here. Favorite contacts and general contacts. Great. Now we have the contact index. Contact index, we will come back to that, but let me copy, remove all contact and go to the add random contact. I have to rename that to be add random contact and not component. We will rename right here as well. Rather than remove all, it will be add random contact. Final one that I have is add contact. So let me create that and add a button as well. So I believe we have everything. We don't have contact. Let me just add it here. We won't even be using contact right now because contact will be inside favorite contacts and general contact. But let me create that for now. Finally, we have the contact index. In contact index, I know I will be using state, so I will create that as a class-based component. We will say class contact index extends React.component, and in there we will have the render method where we will return the complete styling of all the other components. Finally, I will say export default contact index. Now here we need to work on the styling. I will add a parent div here. Inside there, first I will have the header component. Let me use the IntelliSense. It automatically adds the import statement. Let me zoom in a little bit. That way it is easier for you to read. And we will have a div. Give it a class name of container. Give it some style. That will be an object. Min height of, let's say, 85 vertical height. In that div, we will add another div with a class name of row, padding y3, and we will start adding all the other components. Now on top, we have the add random contact and remove all contact. So I will add a div, give it a class name of column 4, offset by 2, and there we want add random contact. Copy that, paste it one more time. We do not need the offset this time. Next, we have remove all contact. Now if you notice, when we are adding components here, it is automatically adding the import statement. That is because of Visual Studio Code. So IntelliSense is your friend. Next, we will add another div, give it a class of row, padding y of 2, and there I will add the add contact. Copy that and paste it 2 more times here. After add contact, we want to display all the favorite contacts. And finally, we had the general contact. Not everything right here. General contacts. Perfect. I believe that looks good. I can also add the footer right at the end here. Great. With that, the design here looks good. We just have to add that in index.js. We do not need the header anymore. What we need is contact index. That's the only component. We can get rid of the div as well. And let's go back to the application. Perfect. We have some things that we can play around with. We have a button to add random contact, remove all, add contact, favorite contacts, and general contact. With that, the skeleton with our components is coming along. Let me continue from the next video. Now, what is the first thing that we have to work on all of the components that we have here? If you think about that, we cannot remove a contact, we cannot favorite or view the general contact until and unless we add a contact. We will work on adding a random contact down the road, but let me work first on creating a contact. To create a contact, we need to display a form rather than a button here. So let me go back and work through that. We will go to add contact here, and we need to add the form right here. The main div here, let me give a class name of border, row, text white, and padding 2. Inside there, I will add another div with few bootstrap classes, and I will display add a new contact. After that, I will add a div, add few more bootstrap classes, and there I want an input text for name. Now the bootstrap classes that I am using are purely for styling. You can see it is column 12, column empty4, padding 1, and so on. Nothing fancy. But we need an input tag right here. So input class name, we will call that form control and form control small. Along with that, let me add a placeholder of name. That looks good for the name here. Copy and paste it 2 more times. We have email and we have phone number. So let me call it as phone. Finally, I need a button. So I will add div, give it some bootstrap classes again. And inside there, we will add a button of class name btn, btn primary, and btn small with form control. We will call that as create, and let me save that. With that, our form is looking good. We have a basic design, we can enter information, hit the create button, and that should create a contact. But before we implement the create logic, we need to add state to our application to maintain that list in our application. Let me do that from the next video. We have to store all the contacts in our application, and for that we will require state. When we have to add a state, it is best to do that at the root component, so all the child components we can pass state as prop. So if you think about that, for contact, we have contact index, and we created that as a class-based component because we want to use state. And that is what we know so far. So far, class-based components are used for state. That is what you have to follow only for now. So you already know how to add state here. What is the first thing that you should do? When we work with state, we set the initial value inside constructor. So we create constructor, we get the props here, and we have to pass them to super to our base class, which is React.component. After that, we can set this .state is equal to, there can be multiple objects here. What we want right now is to add a contact list inside our state. It will be an array of objects. Now each object can have multiple values. Let's say we add 4 properties for our object. I will add ID, name, phone, email, and a flag for if that is favorite or not. While I am here, let me actually add 3 different contacts. We have Ben Parker, Kathy Patrick, and Paul Shaw. So that looks good. Now that we have these 3 contacts in our state, we can display that in general contact or favorite contact based on there is favorites. If that is true, it will be displayed in favorite contact, else it will go to the general contacts. So if I scroll down here, where we have the favorite contacts, let me write that first. Here we want to pass all the contacts, but whatever contacts we want to pass the is favorite must be true. For that we have to filter our existing contact list. So we will say this.state.contactlist.filter, and here we can call it arbitrary value. Let's say u here. We want all the record where u.isFavorite is equal to true. Forgot a round bracket after the filter here. Perfect, that will be an arrow function, and that looks good. That way our favorite contact will only get the contacts where isFavorite is set to true. I can copy this and paste it for the general contacts. There the isFavorite will be false. Perfect. So now we are passing the filtered contacts to favorite contacts and general contact. Next we have to retrieve them from the props here and display them. Let's go to the favorite contact. To start here, we have to retrieve the props here, and I want to display all of the individual contact. Now the contact that we receive here will be a list of all the favorite contacts. And then we have a contact component where we are supposed to display the individual contact. So the list that we retrieve here, we have to map through that in a for each loop or something like that, and we have to call contact component every time. So this div will not be doing much fancy. It will only be calling the props.contacts and map on that. So we will say props.contacts. Make sure the name is exactly same. If there is a spelling mistake, it will not work. So props.contact, and we want to map on that. When we use the map method, we can get two parameters here. First, we can call the individual contact by whatever name we want. We can call it obj, or we can call it contact. And next will be a unique identifier for index of each contact. So for each one of them, we want to invoke the contact component. We have a mistake there. There we go. Contact component. And I want to pass individual contact. That will be inside contact. And when we are working with map method, we have to define the key property. That way it uniquely identifies that component. We know index will be unique, so we can use that right here. Perfect. That looks good. With that, in the contact, we are passing a property or prop with the name of contact. Let's go to our contact.jsx now. Of course, I do not want to make this much fancy. We will keep it super simple right now. Let me only display the props.contact.name. So in the button here, I will display props.contact.name. We save that, and let's go back to see what we have. Right here, we do not see any contact button here. If I examine the console window, we don't have any error. There might be some mistake going on here. Index, we are doing the filter correctly. Favorite contact. Whoops. This cannot be an object. This is an arrow function here, and we want to render the component. So rather than curly bracket, this will be a round bracket, and I will close that right here. Perfect. That looks good. You can see how easy it is to get things wrong when you work with JSX. But this kind of issues you will be able to get more familiar when you gain more experience. With that, if I go back, perfect. Now I see the two favorite contact here. Let me display the general contact as well. Doing that is super simple. I will copy the div here in favorite contact, go to the general contact here, and we just have to display them. We have an error because I forgot the import statement for contact. Let me add that, and the error should go away. Let me see that. Props is not defined, of course. Perfect. Great. We have two favorite and one general contact. That is great news. Our very rough skeleton is coming along. Let me continue and design the contact component to make this little pretty in the next video. Now that we are displaying the contacts here, let me make them a little pretty. So we will be working on contact.jsx to make this a good component where we display everything related to a contact. The main div here, let me add a custom style as well as few class name for bootstrap classes. In there we will add a div, give it a class name of column2, column md1 and padding top of 2, padding top md1, and inside there we will add the image tag. So img src will be equal to what we have used for the UI avatars. There we have to pass the name. Based on that it will render the image. So name will be props.contact.name, and I will also add a style to give it a width of 80%. alt will keep that as empty. That looks good for the image tag. We go back and perfect, image is coming along. After the column 2 here, I will add another div which will be column 6, and there we will display name, email and phone number. For name I will add a span, give it a class name of h4, and name will be inside props.contact.name. Add a new line here, add a div, give it a class name of text white 50. Inside there I want to display the email, so that will be inside props.contact.email. Add a new line for the phone number, props.contact.phone. Save that and go back. Perfect, looks good here. Then if I go back to the bootstrap, we have something called as bootstrap icons. I can use that to get some of these icons in our project. We scroll down where we should have the CDN. Let me copy this. Go back here. In the index.html, I will paste that right here. Perfect, that looks good. Let me close everything else here. We don't want to open too many tabs. That can be confusing. Perfect, we are working on contact.jsx. If I go back to the icons here, let me find the icon for star, and we have star and star fill. I will use the icon right here in just a second. So we have column 2, we have column 6, we have used 8 columns. Let me add 2 more columns where we will have the favorite and unfavorite button. Now if you remember whether you are on general contact or favorite contact, this contact component is the same component that is being used. So based on if favorite is true or false, we want to use a different style. So right here, I will add a button here, give it a class name, and I will add that as an object with a tilde sign. It will be btn, btn small, and margin 1. That is common. Now next I want the dynamic part here. For that we will use $, and we have the curly bracket. I want to check if props.contact.isFavorite. If that is true, then I want bootstrap style of btn warning, else I want btn outline warning. The tilde sign should not end here. We will copy that and it will end right here. Perfect. With that we have added dynamic class name based on the property of isFavorite. Let me close the button here, and there we want to display the style. We will go back here, copy that one and paste it right here. We can also give it a custom style to give it a font size here of 1 rem. Perfect. Let me go back and see how things are. And that is great. We have favorite here, and we have the one that is not favorited. When we hover, we have a nice effect there. Finally, I want the edit and delete buttons right here. So go back, and we will add one more div here. I will remove the last button from here. The way I have added the styling here, it automatically adds up to 12 for the complete row. So you can use the exact namings that I have, like column 2, column MD2, etc. Here we want a button, give it a class name of btn, btn primary, and btn small with a margin of 1. And I want some icon. Let me go back here. We will search for pencil. Copy that one, paste it, and we will add the custom style for size. Copy the button altogether, paste it again. We will use the danger style, and I want the trash icon. So let me search for the exact name here. We have the trash fill, copy that, paste it right here, I believe. Perfect, that looks good. Save that, and let me see what we have. Great, everything is looking good when it comes to the individual contact component now. And with this basic design, let me continue from the next video. Now when it comes to the favorite contact, let me display a text to say that these are the favorite one and these are the other or general contact. Also, if you notice, the styling is a little bit off here. We have some space here, and here it is overflowing. So let me fix the form that we have in add contact. I will open the add contact here, and rather than row here, let me make it column 12. I will add a div, give it a class of row inside there, and I will also give padding of 2. Let me close that right here. If I go back here, it is aligned with what we have, and that looks good. After that, let me go back and work on designing the contact index right here. Let me give it more space, and perfect. Where we have the add contact here, I will add column 8, offset that by 2. And let me actually copy and paste it in all the places with favorite contact, general contact, and add the closing div. After add contact, here we have favorite contact, and we have the general contact. That way it will take up less width on the screen. Perfect, that looks much better. The buttons at the top, we will work at the very end, but this looks good. Finally, I want to display favorites right here. So let me go back, and we will open the favorite contacts here. The main div here. Let me add custom style to give it border, and I will also add column 12 padding y2. Before we map on all the contacts, we will display favorites here, and I will add a div, give it a class name of column 2, where we will have all the props when we are navigating. That looks good for the favorite contact. Let me copy this. We will have to add the closing div, and we will modify our general contact. Paste it here. We will add the closing div. Perfect. Rather than favorite here, we will say other contacts. Let me go back, and something is not right here. Whoops, this will be padding 2 and not column 2. We will fix that. Perfect. And that looks much better for our overall look and feel of the application. With that configured, let me continue from the next video. The basic setup is done now, and we want to work on creating a new contact. Think about what we want to accomplish when that happens. we want to add a new contact to our existing list, and we can make that a non-favorite contact by default. But when we have to add that, we want to display a success message if that was good, or if any of the field, let's say name or email, are empty, we want to display an error message. So that is the functionality that we want. Basically, on create we need a button click, and the main method where everything will be handled will be where state is. State is inside the contact index. So we will be working on that and add contact. Let me remove everything else and give ourselves more space. In the contact index here, we will be creating a handler. So I will say handle add contact is equal to, when we are adding a contact, we will expect a new contact in the parameter that we want to add. We will make that an arrow function, and right here, let me just alert hello for now. After that, we have to pass this down as prop, where we have the add contact right here. So we will say handle add contact is equal to this dot handle add contact. Perfect, that looks good. Now we have that method as a prop in the add contact. Right now we have the add contact as a functional component. Now what we want is when we submit the form, we want a success message or error message if something is invalid. We have to store that in the local state here. So because of that, we will convert add contact to a class-based component. So class add contact extends React.component, and we will import React from React. Perfect. We will have the render method here, and in there we will have the return statement. Perfect. We need to define state here, so we will say constructor, and there we will have props. We have to pass that to the super, and then we will define state, where I will add two variables, error message and success message. Both of them are undefined right now. Then right here inside the div, we will have to create a form. So we can add a form, and on the submit event, I will invoke a method handle add contact form submit. I will close the form right here. That looks good. Let me create this method here. So method, here we will get all the type that we submit in the e parameter, and we will say e.prevent default. We have to do that, or else it will submit the form. That is not what we want. So now what exactly do we want? When the form is clicked here, we want to invoke the parent method, which is handle add contact. That is what we are passing as property. So here we want to invoke this .props.handle add contact. Now right now handle add contact, we said that it will expect a new contact. Let me remove that and go back. I want to see if that is being triggered or not. We go back and we have an error, state is not defined. It will be this dot state, and perfect. If I go back and hit the create button, you can see it is actually submitting the form. That should not happen. Let me go back to add contact, and the D should be capital in prevent default. JavaScript is case sensitive. We come back here, and great. We see the hello. That basically means from our child component, which is add contact, it is invoking the method, which is handle add contact. Now we want to retrieve the values here for the new contact that needs to be added when we hit the add button in the add contact form. For that, all the input that we have, we will have to give them a name. So for name, we will say contact name. Email, I will say contact email. And phone number, I will say contact phone. We can scroll up, and when we are calling this, we need to retrieve their values. So we can say constant Name is equal to e.target.elements, and in there we have given specific name of contact name dot value dot prim. That way it will retrieve the value of name that we write inside our text box. Copy that and paste it 2 more times. Next we have email and phone. So we will say contact email and contact phone. Perfect. So we have those 3 values right here. We have to pass them when we are calling the handle contact, and we can say name is name, email is email, and phone is phone. Because the names are same here, you can use the shortcut and remove one, but I like it when it is explicit for now. So perfect. We are passing name, email, phone object, and we have to add that contact right here. Now creating a new contact is a little tricky. I want you guys to pause the video and try to see if you can figure out how you can alter the state that we have right here and add a new contact by extracting it from here, but on top of that we need to get ID and add it by 1. To get the ID we can keep things simple. We can find the total length of this array and add 1. So if it is 3, the next one will be 4. Now of course that logic will fail if the ID here is 4, but for now we are keeping things simple. I hope you were able to figure out, or if not, you spend some time to play around and get comfortable with JavaScript here. Let me show you how to add this new contact to the state. To do that, first let me create the new contact that we have to add. So I will call that constant new final contact is equal to, and we will use the spread operator. Next we have the new contact. So it will get all the object and values of new contact, but if you want to override something, you can define it later on. So along with the new contact here, we want to override the ID. What will be the ID? That will be this .state.contact list. We want to retrieve its length. We can retrieve the length, but I think we can do something better here. We can retrieve the ID of the last one. So for that, on the array here, we can say this .state.contact list .length -1, and we will retrieve its ID, add 1 to that. That will give us the new ID that we want, and we want to set the isFavorite to be false as well. So you can see how we can create a new final contact based on the new contact that we received here. We spread all the properties, and on top of that we are adding the ID and isFavorite. Once we have the contact that needs to be added here, adding that is a piece of cake. We cannot add that directly. We have to use this .setState, and with the new syntax, we'll say prev state, which is previous state. We have to return here what we need to return. We want to return the updated contact list. So we can say prev state, which is the previous state.contact list, and there we have the concat method. Using that we want to add the new contact, which is new final contact. With that configured, let me go back and see what happens. I will enter some information, hit the create button, we have hello, and there we go. It added the new contact in the other's contact, and that is exactly what we wanted. So add functionality is working as expected, but we need validations and the success error message once we are able to add a contact. Let me do that in the next video. Now that we are able to add a contact here, we can again add the same contact here, and that works. What I want to do next is add validation. So let me close it here, go back, and we will remove the alert message that we have first. And how will we add validation? Validation we will find out when we are creating the contact in the contact index right here. Now validation you can always check inside the add contact before you even call the handle add contact if you want. That is a good approach as well, but I'm going to add that in the handle add contact because another validation that I want to implement is a duplicate contact. So if a contact is duplicate, I want to make sure that I display the error message. Right here, we can check validation first. We can say if new contact dot name is empty. In that case, we want to return back. And when we are returning back, let me set status to be failure and message as please enter a valid name. That sounds about right. We can copy that, have an else if condition, and there we can check the phone number as well. Now let's say we are only checking name and phone number, email can be empty. After that we want to check for duplicates. For that I will have a constant, I will call that duplicate record is equal to this dot state dot contact list dot filter, and we will use an arrow function here. X goes to, there we want to check if x dot name is equal to new contact dot name, or x dot phone is equal to new contact dot phone. If that is the case, then we want to return true, and that will be the value of duplicate contact. So after that we can check if duplicate contact or duplicate record is true. In that case, we want to return another failure. The message will be duplicate record. If all of them checks out, then in the else block here, we can do everything else that is needed. So in else we are creating that record, setting the state, and I want to return a success message as well. So after we set the state, we can return back a status of success, and message is contact was added successfully. Perfect. So now this handle add contact is returning two things, a status and a message. How can we retrieve it from here and display that? That is pretty simple. We can get a response back here, constant response is equal to, and then we can check the response. So if response.status is equal to success, I will copy the string, that way I don't make any spelling mistake here. If that is the case, then I want to set the success message here. Error message, we will set that to be undefined, but success message, I will set that to be response.msg, which is message. So we will set the state here. In the else part, that means there was some error. So we will say this.setState error message is response.message, success message is undefined. And let's say if everything is successful, we want to reset the form here. For that, let me give it a class name of contact form. So right here, if everything was successful, we can say document.querySelector. We will add the class name, which is contact form here. It will be reset here. And that looks good. Perfect. We will go back here and let me try that one more time. And if I press create here, nothing is going on here. Let me go back and see if I missed something here. If duplicate record, whoops. This will not be an if condition, it will more be a duplicate record dot length is greater than 0. Because if that is greater than 0, that means there is a duplicate record. But if the length is 0, that means it is a new record. Let me try that here, and perfect, that works. Our form was reset. If I try to enter that again, you will see it does not work, but we do not see the error message. Let me display the error message in the next video. Now we need to display the error message if it was successful or if something failed. Let me do that before the button right here. If I go back to the application and I will go to add contact here, where I have the button, right here I want some conditional rendering. And what I mean by that is if the error message or success message has some value, only then I want to display that div. To do that right here, we will be using curly bracket and we can write JavaScript or JSX to check if this .state.error message is undefined. In that case, we do not want to do anything. So right here, we can just have an empty div like that. But if error message is defined, then we want to display a div right here. So we will say div, give it a class name of column12, text center, and text danger because there is an error message. Let me add the closing div as well. And what we want to display in here is this .state.error message. That looks good for the error message. I will paste it again, but this time it will be for the success message. And in success message, it will be text success for the green color. Perfect. With that, let's go back and try it one more time. If I do not enter anything, we get please enter a valid name. Enter that. Phone number is required. Let's add that, and it's a duplicate record. So I will modify the name here, create, record does not get created. It still thinks it is a duplicate record. Let me see what's going on. We go back to create index here, and we have an OR condition. We will change that to an AND condition. That means that name and phone number both must be same. With that change, let me try that once again. The first time it says contact was added successfully, duplicate record, but if the name is different, perfect, it added that contact. So perfect, with that we have added validations as well as success notification. Now I want to work on toggling the favorites right here. So we want to add an event when we click on the favorite button, and we want to toggle the favorite properties. If it is true, we want to set that to be false. If it is false, then we want to convert it to be true. Doing that is pretty simple. If you want, you can pause the video and give that a try. That will give you some experience with how you have to pass function as properties, but we will have more assignments on that later on as well. Right now, let me close the browser here and switch back to the code. We have to work in the contact index here, and we will be creating a new handler. Let me copy the handle add contact, paste it one more time here. I will remove everything in there. Rename this to be handle toggle favorite. In the parameter here, we can get the contact and not a new contact. It is just a naming convention that I'm using for the handle toggle favorite function. Do anything, let me console.log the contact that we receive here. So before we toggle that, we basically need to pass the complete contact here based on whatever favorite is being clicked. And that method, we have to pass it in the favorite contact as well as general contact. In favorite contact here, let me pass a property, favorite click, where we will be passing this .handle toggle favorites. And we will do that in both general contact as well as favorite contacts. Next, what we have to do is from the favorite and general contact, we have to pass that down to the child component, which is contact. So in favorite contact, when we are calling contact here, we will retrieve that particular function. The property is favorite click here, So we can pass favorite click is equal to props. There we have favorite click. Then we will do the same in general contact as well. Let me paste it here and save that. Looks good. So you can see the hierarchy that we are following here. When we have to invoke a method that is inside the contact index, but that method will be invoked from contact, we cannot directly pass a method to contact and invoke it from here. We have to pass that from the contact index, then we have to pass it to the favorite contact. From there we have to pass it as a props to contact, and from contact then we will be able to invoke it. So in contact here we have the favorite button right here. So on that button right here, let me add an on click here, and there we want to invoke the props.favorite click. So we will say props.favorite click. Let me go back and copy the name so we do not make any spelling mistake there. And here we need to pass the parameter. Now what parameter we have to pass? If you examine here, where is that method? Handle toggle favorite expects a contact. If we examine the favorite contact or general contact, we are passing that as a prop here. So if we go back to contact here, we need to pass props.contact. This contact is case sensitive. If you write it like contact with a capital C, that will not work. Now when you write it like this, the method will get invoked right away, so it is best to convert that to an arrow function right here. Let me go back here and click the favorite icon. When I do that, if I press F12 here, we get an exception. Props.favoriteClick is not a function. Now I am pretty sure there is something wrong with the code that I have configured right now. If you also see the exception here, try to go through the code and figure out on what is going on. It is pretty common for us to make mistake here because we are typing all of the name of function and method. So let me go back here. In contact we are calling favorite click, and we go to favorite contact. We are passing that. Looks good. Contact index here. We are saying favorite click, and we are passing handle toggle favorites. We go up here, and I believe we have a different spelling here. Yep, that's the case. Copy and make sure the spelling is same here. We will go back and refresh here, and let's click. Perfect. This time we have the log that is reflected correctly. Let me click on Paul Shaw here, and perfect, that looks good. I have a warning here with the class here. Let me go back and I'll search for class is equal to, and I will rename them to be class name. Save that and refresh. Perfect, it looks much better. But now we are able to log successfully in the contact index when we click something inside the contact component. Now on the click on toggle favorite, we basically have to toggle favorite of that contact. To do that, we will alter the state. So we will call this .setState, and we want the previous state here. What do we want to toggle? We will have a return statement, and we want to modify the contact list. So here we will say previous state dot contact list dot map, and we will iterate through everything and modify a certain obj. So let me call that obj goes to arrow function here, and I will check if obj.id is equal to contact.id that we receive here. If that is the same, then we want to toggle the isFavorite property of that object. So in that case, we want to return, we will use the spread operator for obj, but on top of that, we want to toggle the isFavorite. So isFavorite will be equal to not of obj.isFavorite. And in the spread operator, we need 3 dots here. Perfect. In the else part, we will return the obj itself. So what exactly are we doing here? Before I answer that, let me go back and see if the toggle actually works. Perfect. You can see the toggles are working. It is able to move things from favorite to general contact and vice versa. That is great news. We have handled the state correctly here, but what exactly did we do here? If you are new to JavaScript or spread operators, this might seem confusing. So let me explain that. When we are mapping through all of the list here, we are calling that as obj, and if the ID is same, when we are returning back, we are saying the object that we are working on, spread that object. And on top of that, for all the properties there, I want to add or modify any property with the name of isFavorite and what should be its new value. We are just adding a not sign to the old value. So that way it will only change the isFavorite property if the ID is equal to contact ID. For all the other contact, it will return back the contact and build the list once again, and then it will set that to be the new state for contact list. So with that, we are able to toggle all the favorites. Now again, I have said that many times and I will not get bored of saying this again. When it comes to working with React and JavaScript, you always have to be careful when you are using the names here to be case sensitive, as well as if any spelling mistake is there, it is not explicit like you are coding in some other languages like .NET. So making mistakes is much easier, but along with that, when you see a console error, make sure to spend time to figure out what exactly is causing that error. Now it's time for an assignment. I want you guys to implement the delete functionality. So basically we have to add a new method where we will be toggling the state inside the contact index page, and that method will be invoked from within the contact component. So you will have to pass down the props similar to what we did with favorites. But this time you have to think of a creative way of how you will remove a particular contact. So good luck with that assignment, and I will see you guys in the next video. First thing first, we have to create that method in the contact index.jsx right here. Copy the handle toggle favorites, paste it one more time here, and rather than receiving contact here, we can only work with the contact ID if you want. So rather than contact, let me call that as contact ID, and we will pass only the contact ID. Now if you have passed contact and it works, that's completely okay. I just wanted to use contact ID because that is the only thing that we require. So that is fine here. How will we remove that? I will change the name here to handle delete contact first, and inside the set state, we want the contact list to be updated, but now we want to filter on the data. Typically when we have to remove anything, I use filter here, and then what is the obj that we should return? We want to return all the object if the obj.id is not equal to the contact ID that we retrieve here. So we can say we want to return all the obj, but the obj.id should not be equal to the contact ID. We are filtering our contact list where the obj.id is not contact ID, and it will return the new list. We are saving that inside our contact list here. Then we have to pass this handle delete contact to the contact component. We scroll down where we have the favorites here. Let me call that delete contact as a prop here, and we will pass this dot handle delete contact. We will pass that in general contact as well. That looks good. I will copy the delete contact here, and let me go to favorite contact, We will pass the same name. We will get it from props.deleteContact. Copy that. We'll have the same in general contact as well. And we are now in the contact. Where is the delete button? Right here. We will be adding an on click, and we need the arrow function again. So arrow goes to, we want to call props.deleteContact. Let me copy the exact name to avoid any spelling mistake, and there we only have to pass the ID. So we'll say props.contact.id. Let me save that. We go back and let me refresh and test that. Great. You can see it removed that contact. In console, we don't have any errors here, and that is working as expected. We refresh, we delete, that works. With that, we have also implemented the delete functionality. And in order to get a random contact, we will be using random data API endpoint. When you are working with React, it is not common for you to access endpoint. Because let's say if you are getting all the data from a .NET application or a .NET backend or any other backend, the way you will retrieve that is using API. So to get started, we will be using a random data API, and there you can see we have a list here based on the random users here. We have to make call to the certain endpoint and it retrieves some record. From that we can retrieve name of the user, email, and we should have a phone number. There we go. So those are the three properties that we want. Let me click on Get Started here, and we have the documentation along with the base URI here. Before we get started here, let me go back and change the color here to be green, and it is falling outside the Remove All button. Let me fix that as well. We will go to the contact index here, where we have the Add Random Contact and Remove All. Let me add row there. In both the places, we go back. That looks much better now. And inside the Add Random Contact, I want to change that to be a green color, so BTN success. And perfect, much better. Now you need to think about which is the component that has all the state. That is the contact index component that we have. So there we need to create a method where we will be passing a new contact from the API. Now how we call that API, let's not worry about that for now, but let me create one more handler here. I will call that handle add random contact. In the parameter here, we will receive a new contact. That basically will be object with name, email, and phone number. So our goal is to retrieve that and add that to our contact list here. But before we do that, if you go up where we have the state, we also have something called as isFavorite, and we need to give it a random ID. So we can copy the logic that we have here. When we were adding, we were creating a new final contact and paste it right here. That way it will retrieve name, email, and phone number from the new contact. It will get a new ID, and isFavorite will be set to false here. We can also copy the set state. Let me go back up here, copy this, and we will paste it right here to set our new state for the contact list with the new final contact. We will copy the function name here, and we have to pass it to the add random contact because from there we will be invoking this method. So let me call that handle add random contact is equal to this dot the handle add random contact. That way we have to work on the add random contact now, and when we click this button, we have to invoke a method that will fetch one of the random user using the random data API. Let me do that in the next video. Now we need to call API endpoint, which is the random data API. There we have the endpoint that we want to invoke to fetch a random user. We can do that by using the default fetch that comes with JavaScript, but we want to use Axios because that has many helpers. So the website that we are looking for is Axios HTTP. If you open that, we have the Axios NuGet package. You can see in Axios it says promised based HTTP client for browser and Node.js. It is simple, we just need import Axios from Axios, and there we have the call. So let me get started with Axios in our project. We have the npm install here, copy that, go back to my project, and we will stop the application here. Paste the command npm install Axios. That will add the Axios in package.json. That looks good. Now we need to work on API endpoint, but rather than hard coding where the URL is, if we go back to the browser, this particular URL, I want to create a new file for API.js. In the src folder, we will create a new folder for utility, and there I will create a new file which will be api.jsx here. First thing that we need on top here is import Axios from Axios, and then let me create a function here, const. I will name it get random user, and we will make that an arrow function. There we want to call the Axios, so let me create a constant response is equal to axios.get, and we have to enter the URL right here. So we will go back here. Rather than using the base URI, if you notice in the example, we want to retrieve the users, so I can copy that. Else you can just get this and append users, because that is what we want to work with. With that configured, we will come here, paste that route, and then with Axios, in the next parameter here, we can pass an object of all the other attributes that we want. Like if the API required authorization, in the header here, you can pass authorization. We do not have that. This is an open API, so that is not needed. But we want to pass some parameters, so we can pass that in params. If I go back here, you can see we can define the size on how many records we want to retrieve. Let me define that to be 1 here. Perfect. Now after we retrieve all the response, we want to return back the response when we invoke this method. So perfect. That looks good. We can export this particular method getRandomUser rather than having a default export. So with that, we have created the API endpoint, but how will we invoke this particular method when the add random contact is clicked here? Right here, if I go to the top, I can create a new method, getRandomContact. Now another thing, when we are working with Axios, we have support for async and await. That way we can work with asynchronous tasks. To make this call async, we only have to add the async keyword here, and before Axios, we have to await for the response. That will make sure that it waits for the response before it returns back here. We will go back to the add random contact and we will work on get random contact here. We will add the using statement to import get random user from the API. Perfect. Make sure the folder structure is same, because if you examine the add random contact, we have to go 2 levels up. In there we have utility and then API. So here we will say constant response from API is equal to, we will await and we will call the get random user. Since getRandomUser is async, we have to use await here. And in arrow function, if we have the async, we have to add that keyword as well. Before I do anything here, let me log the response that we get from API. And then on the button here on click, we want to invoke that method. So I can use arrow function here, and we want to invoke the getRandomContact. Perfect. With that configured, let me switch back and try to execute. If I refresh here, the server was not running. Let me run that again. We have response from API is not defined. Let me see. We have a spelling mistake. Let me copy and paste that. And perfect. I will press F12 to examine the console. And we made our call. Perfect. You can see we have a response here in the data here. We retrieved one record. That is what we wanted. Let me bring that up here. We have first name, last name, phone number, and email. So great. With that, we were able to make our very first call using Axios. Now that we have received some response here, we can call the method that we added in contact index, that is handle add contact. Let me do that in the next video. Now if I examine the response here, we have to navigate inside data. We have first underscore name, last underscore name, email, and phone underscore number. So let me go back here, and we have to invoke handle add random contact. Let me make sure we are passing that as a prop. That is correct. Copy this name here, and we have to invoke that method once we have the random contact. So after console.log here, we have to return props dot. We have the handle add random contact, and there we have to pass the parameter. But now here we are accessing props. We are not even retrieving props here. If we do retrieve props as a parameter, we do not have that when we are invoking the arrow function. So here we have to pass props as well. If you do not pass props here, it will not be accessible right here. So that way we are passing props to getRandomContact, and then we have to invoke the handle add random contact. If I go up, it expects a new contact. Basically, we have to pass name, email, and phone number. So name, that is inside response from API.data. We have first underscore name plus, let me add a space here, copy this again, and we have last name. Similarly, we have email and phone number. Now, if you do not make sure that this is exactly same as you see in the response here, things will not work. Like if you try phone number, that will not work in the response. So let me correct that to phone number, and perfect. We need to make sure the spelling here is the same. Perfect. Now right now we see the error props is not defined in the add random contact line 20. Here we do not see the props because we need to retrieve that in the parameters on line 15 as well. With that configured, let me go back here and let me refresh, and I will click add random contact. That worked, and great. You can see right here also the contact was added. If I click again, you can see our state is being updated. Now if this was not working, most likely you have some issue with props here, and you will see an error message in the console window as well. But if you do not see an error message and it is not updating, then the error is within the handle add random contact inside the contact index component. There the state might not be updated for some reason. You might have some errors or spelling mistake here, so make sure to check that as well. But with that, our add random contact is working as expected. Now it's time for a small assignment. I want you guys to implement the remove all functionality. It is pretty straightforward. When we click on it, we want to empty the complete contact list here. So good luck with that assignment, and I will see you guys in the next video. I hope you were able to complete the assignment. If not, let's do that together. Right here, we will be working with contact index. There I will copy the handle add random contact, and let me make some space here with the terminal and zoom in a little bit down there. Perfect. We will rename this to be handle remove all contact. We do not expect any parameter here, neither do we have this. All we have to do is set the contact list to be empty. We will change that to be an empty array. Next, when we have the remove all contact, we have to pass that as a parameter handle remove all contact. Make sure there is no spelling mistake here, exactly the same. And we will work on remove all contact. With the button here, we need an onClick event, and there we can use arrow function directly. We want to call props.handle remove all contact. Perfect. With that, let me go back here. Props is not defined. We need to add it here in the parameter. And let me try remove all. Great. You can see it is removing all of the contact, and that is working as expected. Next thing that we want to work on is updating an existing contact. Now that is a little bit tricky than what we have done so far, but it is actually implementing, or rather collaborating, everything that we have learned so far. So think about when we click, what should happen? The flow that I want is when I click edit here, add new contact will be changed to update a contact, create will be changed to update, and there will be a new button here to cancel. Because someone might not want to update, they can cancel and get out of it. On top of that, the text boxes here will be populated with the details of the contact they select. So in our existing state, we have to track two things. We need to track which contact is being updated, and we also want to track if a user wants to update something or not. Before anything else, I will go back to the application. Inside the contact index where we have our state, I will add two more things along with the contact list here. I will add selected contact that will define which contact has been selected right now and is updating, which is a boolean that will determine if we are updating or not. Then let's go back again. The first event that will be fired will be inside the individual contact. So basically we need to create a method, pass it as props to both favorites, other contacts, and then to the child component of contact. And what will happen is when that method will be invoked from the individual contact, we want to know which contact was updated. So from that child component of contact, we have to pass the contact that needs to be updated all the way to the parent component of contact index. So let's implement that. In our contact index here, I will create one more method, which will be right here. I will call that handle update click, because right now we are handling the method on what happens when a user clicks on a particular contact edit icon. And in the parameter, we will receive the contact that needs to be clicked. Now, when this click event happens, what we need to do is we have to set some things in the state. We added two properties. If I go back, selected contact and is updating. If a user clicks on that, that basically means they want to update a particular contact. So we can set selected contact here to be the contact that we receive in parameter and is updating. We will set that to be true. So perfect. That is great. But now this method needs to be handled, or rather invoked, in our contact component where we have the edit button right here. So we have to pass it down as props. I will copy the name for that, and we will do that in both favorite and general contact. We will call that as update click is equal to this.handle update click. Copy that, paste it for general contact. In general contact, the name will be update click. So let me copy that name, open general contact, and we have to pass it down to the contact component. So props.update click, copy that, and we will do the same in favorite contact. Perfect. Now that is available in contact as a prop. Right here, we will have on click event, and there we want to invoke the prop method props.update click. If I take a look at the contact index where we have update click, update handle click, we expect a contact. Now do not get confused that we have update click here, and in contact index we have handle update click. That is because when we are passing that as a prop here, the name we are using is update click, because of which when we are invoking, that is the name. But what actually will be invoked will be handle update click here, and we will expect a contact. To get that, we have to pass that from props here. So we will say props.contact. Perfect. So that will pass the contact, and it will update the selected contact as well. Right here, if you want, you can do console.log and log the contact to see if that works. We will save that and go back, and let me refresh here, press F12 and click edit. Perfect. You can see it is able to log what was clicked, and that is working as expected. So that solves one part of the puzzle. Now on edit click here, we know which contact needs to be updated. Let me continue from the next video. We know which contact needs to be updated now. When we click this, how about we change the UI of this add new contact and change that to say update new contact. Rather than create, we will have update and a cancel button here. And finally, we need to populate name, email and phone number of the contact that we are updating. To do that, we have the handle update click that is being notified, but when the selected contact and is updating is set to be true, we can pass these two properties to the add random contact as prop. And then if the is updating is true, that means it is being updated and we can modify the title. Let's do that here. So add random contact, let me pass in props here, is updating. Value will be this dot state dot is updating. And the other property that I want is selected contact that needs to be updated. And that is inside this dot state dot selected contact. Perfect, we are passing both of them as prop. Let me open, not the random. Whoops, I added that in random. We have to do that in add contact right here. Perfect. Let me close everything else here. We want to work on add contact and contact index. We scroll down here where we have the render. We already know if something is being updated or not. We have the is updating in our props now. So where we are displaying the add new contact, we can check if props.is updating. Is that true? That means we are updating a contact. So rather than add a contact here, I will write in curly bracket this dot props dot is updating. If that is true, then we are updating a contact, so we'll say update contact. In the else part, we will say add a new contact. Save that and go back. Let me hit edit here and perfect. You can see it gets updated to update contact. We refresh here, edit again, and that works. We are also passing the selected contact in contact index. So right here, we can populate the input field from that value. So I can set a default value here. We will use the condition here. If props.isUpdating is true, then we want to have a default value of this dot props dot selected contact. Make sure it is the same, no spelling mistake here. Dot, we have the name. In the else part, we want the default, which is empty. Save that, go back, and perfect. Ball show is being displayed. If I refresh here and edit something else, that works. Finally, what I want is, rather than the create button, I want two buttons, update and cancel, when a contact is being updated. So we will scroll down where we have the buttons, and we have that right here. Now right now you can see it is taking column MD6, but if there are two buttons, it should only take column MD3. So we want something dynamic here based on if we are updating or not. Because of that, I will enclose this in a curly bracket and a tilde sign. Column 12 and padding 1 will be constant, but for the last one here, let me add a dollar sign again, and there we will check this dot props dot is updating. If that is true, then I want to add different class column MD4 and offset MD2. In the else part, we will paste column MD6 and offset MD3 that was there right now. We also do not want this to be create. We will use the if condition. If is updating, it will be update, else it will be create. Now finally, I want to add another div only if is updating is true. So for that, I can copy this and where this div ends here, paste it. To do some conditional rendering, we have the boolean. We can add an and condition, and in the round bracket, I can add a new button here. Right now, I will add some bootstrap classes here, and this will be cancel button. Perfect. Let me go back here and refresh. We have the create. When we hit edit, we have update and cancel. I will have to wrap this button inside a div, so let me do that. Column 12. And perfect, we have update and cancel. If I refresh here, I have create. Perfect, that looks great. But this create should be in center. Let me go back once again. And we do not need the double quotes when we use the tilde sign here. Let me save that. And much better. With that configured, now what we have to do is clicking the update and cancel button. Perfect, that looks good. In the next video, let me work on the cancel button. Now think about what should happen when cancel button is clicked. At that point, we want to remove the update and we want to bring back the screen for create. To do that, all we have to do is we need to remove the selected contact and we have to set the is updating to be false. So that seems straightforward. We will add that method in the contact index here. Let me copy the handle update click and I will call that handle cancel update contact. We want to set the selected contact to be undefined and is updating to be false. Let me copy the method name here, and we have to pass that with add contact. Call this cancel update contact is equal to this dot handle cancel update contact. We need to call that inside the add contact. Let me copy this. We have the cancel button here. In there, let me add a method. I will call that handle cancel. We need to create that right here. I will add handle cancel. Make it an arrow function here. We want to invoke this .props .cancel update contact. Make sure you use the same name, so copy and paste when you are working to avoid spelling mistake. With that configured, let's go back and see if that works. Edit, cancel, and perfect. With that, everything is looking good right now. Let me continue from the next video. Now we need to work on when we make a change here and hit the update button, the contact should be updated. So that method we will have to create in contact list, where we have the other methods to add or delete. So let me copy the handle add contact altogether here, paste it one more time, and I will rename that to be handle update contact. Let me hide that, and we have more space here. Now this will not be a new contact, so for naming convention, I would like to name that to be contact, or rather I can call that updated contact. That makes more sense. We can check the name, we still want the validation here, but let's ignore the duplicate record for now. We don't want to go into that complexity, so let me remove that for now. Perfect. We have the basic validation, and then we have to update. We do not need a new contact here, so I can remove that. We want to work on state, and at that point, we have to update the particular contact that we retrieve here. We have to find that, map on that, and update the properties for name, email, and phone number. For that, on contact list, we have to map through that. So I will say .map, and let me call that obj. There we will have an arrow function. So with map, we will be iterating through each object. We only care if obj.id is equal to contact.id. If that is the case, then we want to make sure that we update name, email, and phone number. So there we can have a return statement, and we will use the spread operator on obj. That will basically spread the complete object that we have right here, and then we can define what properties we want to update. We want to update name, that is inside contact.name. Next we have email, that is inside contact.email, and phone, that is inside contact.phone. That looks good, but outside of the if condition, we still have to return the obj, because if id is not equal to the contact id, we still want that in the contact list. So that is why this return obj is very critical. Now once the update is complete, it makes sense to set the isUpdating to be false and selected contact will be undefined, because we do not have any contact to update right now. We scroll down, rather than added, we will say contact was updated successfully. Finally, we have to pass that, so copy the function name handle update contact, and where we have the add contact, we need one more method. Handle update contact is equal to this dot handle update contact. Now if you notice here, I've been using different name, but if you want to use the same name like this, that also makes sense. That way you will avoid any confusion with the names. Let me go to the add contact here, and where we have the add, we are calling that right here. This time we can check if the isUpdating flag is false. We have to call the update. So I can check here if this dot props dot is updating. In that case, let me copy this, paste it here, and we will copy the name to avoid any spelling mistake here. Handle update contact. In the else part, we will continue where we are handling the add contact. Now the response here, we need it outside. So before the if condition, I will add let response and set that to be undefined. That way I can remove the constant here and perfect. Now with that configured, let me go back. We have contact is not defined in contact index. Which line? 81. Let me go there. And the name is updated contact. That is why. Let me fix that. And perfect. Now right now, if you try to add here, that works. But if you try to update, it still will not work. Let me show that. We hit update here and we see contact was updated successfully, but nothing happened here. If you do F12, we do not have any console errors here. So what is going on? I want you guys to pause the video and find out on what is missing and how to fix that before I show you the solution in the next video. Now typically when you do not see any errors in the console window or everything seems fine, what happens is when you are setting the state, something is not valid right here. So to see what it is, we will console.log and let me log the updated contact that we are updating here. Go back here, press F12, edit, and let's hit update. You can see when we are updating, it has the new name. That looks good, but it only has name, email, and phone number. When we are using the set state here, it requires the ID of the updated contact. Only then it will go inside the if condition here. So ID is basically missing in updated contact. To pass that, we will go to the add contact here and we need to pass ID like that. But we do not have that right here in the element as well. So we will have to add that here and it will be contact ID. Next we need to add an input field which will be contact ID. We scroll down here where we have the input. Let me copy and I will paste it right after the form tag. We do not want any class or placeholder there. And what will be the name? That will be contact ID. Let me paste it right here. Now this will be a hidden field because we do not have to display that on the UI. On top of that, we will have to change this to be ID. That is what we want for contact ID and not the name. With that, if I go back and refresh here, edit, save and update, great, you can see it is being updated correctly and we have the ID that is there in console.log as well. Perfect. With that, our update is also working as expected. We can update anything here and that is working. Great. Now all the CRUD operations are working in our Contactopedia. We have learned about class component as well as some functional component. What I want to focus on this section is lifecycle methods when it comes to class-based component, and then we will shift our focus to functional component. In order to get started, let me open a new instance of Visual Studio Code here, and let me create a new project in a new folder. In my main folder here, I will create a new project name and I will call that Lifecyclopedia. Inside there, we will open the terminal by pressing Ctrl and the tilde sign, and we will say npx create React app, and we will give that a name of Cyclopedia. Perfect, the project is created here. We have all the files. Let me go there. That looks good. Now we need to make sure we remove the junk files here and clean up the code. So let me do that real quick here. I will remove everything other than index.js. In the public, I will keep index.html and logo. We will move in the src folder, images, and rename that to be react.png. If I switch back to Contactopedia, I can copy index.html and paste it right here. Next, we will clean up index.js here, and let me remove things that are not needed here. Perfect. That looks good. Only component that we will have is if I go back to Contactopedia, I will copy the header component. Let me create that in the Lifecyclopedia. You can create the component folder and hierarchy. I am going to do that directly in the src folder, header.jsx, and let me paste it. Image route, we will fix that, and in index, I will add the header component. Perfect. Inside the terminal, we will have to navigate to one more folder of Cyclopedia, and we will do npm start. Perfect, our application looks good here. I just have to change the heading here to Cyclopedia. Perfect. So we have our basic template up and running for the new project. Let me continue from the next video. What we want to learn right now is focusing on class-based component and the lifecycle method that comes within the class-based component. So in order to learn them in the src folder, we will create a class-based component. I will call that Cyclopedia class page.jsx here. Inside the Cyclopedia class page component, we will say import React from React, and we will create the class Cyclopedia page extends React.component. There we want to initialize our state. So first we will add a constructor, get props, and pass that on to React.component using super props. After that, we can initialize our state is equal to what are all the things that we want right now. We have worked with the random API in past. What I want to do is we want to fetch one of the random user and display them as an instructor for the course. On top of that, we will have a list of all the students who are enrolled in a course as well. So let me add an instructor object here, and we will set that to be undefined right now. We will have a student list where we will have list of students, and I will also add something like student count. Now you might say that we can get the student count from the array here by length, but we will keep it separate for now because our main focus here is to learn some of the things with lifecycle methods. Finally, I want to have a boolean here which will be hide instructor. That will basically toggle if we want to display the instructor or not. By default, it will be false. After that, we want to work on the render method here, and there we only want to display instructor. Now right now we do not have anything related to the instructor. In order to get that, we have to make an API call. Let me switch back to the Contactopedia project, and in the utility we have api.jsx. I will copy that and I will create that same thing in the src folder. We will create utility. In there we will have api.jsx, paste the code, and we need to install Axios. For that, I will open the terminal here. We will have to stop the application and we will run the command npm install Axios. Perfect, Axios is installed here. and our API looks good. Now we need to load one of the random instructor by calling our API. Let me do that in the next video. Now we will focus on the lifecycle methods that comes with the class components. The main one that we care about is component did mount. Let me add that here. Next we have component did update. And finally we have component will unmount. The first one here is component did mount and not component did catch. These are the three critical lifecycle methods that you will work with if you have class-based component. What I will do is I will add logging in there. That way we can see when they are actually fired. And also in the render component here, I will add the console.log and we will say render component. In order to start things here, we have to return some HTML here. Let me add a div and we will say hello for now. If I go to the index here, after header, I want to add one more component. So let me wrap header in a div here. And right here, we will add a div, give it a class name of row and text white. Inside that div, I will add another div of class name column6 and I will add a heading which says class component. Here we want to call our class component which is cyclopedia. Why do I not see that in IntelliSense? Let me make sure I did not export that. Copy the name here, export, default, and the name. Perfect. We should see that in IntelliSense. That is great. And save that. Let me start the application again, npm start, and see what we have. Perfect, we have class component and we have hello. If I press F12 here, you can see what happens in the log here. The render component was called and after render component we had the component did mount. So that is the default flow that we see right now. First the render method is invoked and then the component did mount is invoked automatically. If I refresh here, you can see that is the exact thing that happens. What that basically tells us is if we have to load some data to our initial state, the best place to do that in a class-based component is inside component did mount. Component did mount is invoked immediately after a component is mounted. So if we have to load data from a remote endpoint, component did mount is a good place to set that up. What we have to do for that is add the api.jsx in the project here. So add the import statement and there we have the function getRandomUser. Let me close the other files here and we have getRandomUser. We will extract that and I will call that right here. So constant response is equal to this api.jsx, the getRandomUser is an async method, so we will have to await and we can say getRandomUser. Now when we have to use await here, we have to make sure the component did mount is also async method. Doing that is super simple. We just need the async keyword and in the arrow function, everything else stays the same. Perfect, with that we are getting the response. Let me log that here and save it. We will go back to the application and perfect. We have our data where we have the user details. So with that you can see it was able to successfully invoke the endpoint and we did that in component did update lifecycle. Now we already have instructor here, so let me set the state. We will use this .setState and there we will return instructor. We will populate name, email and phone number. We are getting that from response.data. If I go back to the browser here, in response we have the data. There we have email, first name, last name and phone number. make sure the spelling is exactly the same. Like here there is an underscore, and that is what I have added in all the places. That will basically fetch those details, and we are updating the instructor that we have in our state. Once we update the state, we can also display our instructor in the div right here. So let me modify that. Rather than displaying hello here, we will add a div. In there we want to load the instructor if it is populated, because initially when the component renders, the instructor in state will be undefined. That is what we have, but then on component did mount we are populating instructor. So we have to check if this .state.instructor, if that is populated, only then we want to display all the HTML related to that. So we'll say div class name of, let's say, padding 3. We are using conditional rendering with React here. And what is it that we want to display? First, let me add a span here, give it an h4 text success, and display instructor. And then if we notice index.html, we have already added the bootstrap icons here. So I will use the toggle icon. That way, if they want to hide or unhide the instructor, we will use that later on. But this is the bootstrap icon that we will be using. Let me switch to a new line here and display name, email, and phone number. So name will be inside this .state.instructor.name. We will add a new line and I will display email and phone number, which will be inside instructor.email and instructor.phone. That is what we have defined right here. So let me save that and switch back here. Great, we have instructor, we have a toggle icon here, nothing happens there, and we have name, email, and phone number. If I refresh here, every time it will fetch a new record. So perfect, we have our instructor module that is working as expected. In the next video, let me work on a counter where we will have the number of students. Now we want to display the student count that we have right here in the render that we have. So after we have the if condition for the instructor, let me paste some static HTML where we are not doing anything fancy. I have a div padding 3 span with an heading of student, and I'm displaying student count from this .state.studentCount. Add 2 buttons there to add and remove a student. We go back to the UI, and that should be straightforward. We have 2 buttons here. Now rather than remove student, let me display remove all students for now. Perfect, looks good. When I click add student, the counter should increment. Remove student should make the counter as 0. We will have to add on click here, but let me create those functions right here. First I have the handle all student. There we just have to set the state. We will use previous state here, and we will return student count is equal to previous state dot student count plus 1. Perfect, that looks good. Copy this, paste it one more time, and we will say handle remove all student. Inside there we will set the student count to be 0. Great. Let me add the onClick methods. Scroll down here. We have onClick this dot handle add student. Copy the handle remove all, and we will add onClick this dot handle remove all student. Save that and go back, and perfect. You can see that is working. Something that you should see here is when we refresh the page here, it calls render component render did mount, and then render component and render did update is also invoked. Now why did this component did update got invoked? What basically happens is, if you remember, we are fetching the instructor. Once the instructor is being fetched, then we are modifying the component that you see here. Because of that, it calls the render component again, and component did update was invoked because we are fetching instructor. To prove that, if I go back and where we have the component did mount, let me not do anything with the instructor here, comment this out and refresh. You can see this time it only invokes render component and render did mount. But when we are fetching that data here, it will automatically invoke component did update because initially this instructor was empty. When it fetched the data, it had to display the instructor details here, and because of that, component was updated. So that does show when the component will be updated. Now every time when we add a student here, the student count will be modified. Because of that also, component did update will be triggered. Let me show that. We add student here, and you can see it added render component and component did update. It will be true as long as you add or remove anything. Every time the component will be updated. But the component did mount is not called. That is called the very first time the component mounts here. So that is a key difference between did mount and did update. Initially when the component loads, it calls the component did mount. That is why it is a great place to load some data for the initial state. And after the component is mounted, if anything on the component has to be re-rendered or updated, it calls the component did update. But no matter if it calls component did update or component did mount, render component or the render method is always invoked. So this will always be invoked no matter what other lifecycle methods are being invoked in that call. So perfect. With that, add student and remove student is working as expected, and we saw when component did update will be called. Before I continue with the other lifecycle methods, let me go back and show you something else here. Inside the render, let me add another div, give it a class name of padding 3 here, and I will add a span. Give it the same classes for h4 and text success. Let's add something for feedback of how the course is going on. To get the feedback, we will add an input, give it a type of text here, and a placeholder, which will be name of the student. That looks good for the first input field. Let me add a BR here. And the next one will be a text area for feedback. Let's go back, and perfect, we have 2 fields right here. Now these 2 components or input fields that we have, they are not controlled component. What basically means with a controlled component is whenever you type something, the value is automatically stored in a state. So let's say we want to implement that whatever we type here is being displayed right next to that field. How can we do that? Controlled component is an important concept when it comes to React. Because whenever we are working with forms, you might want to save some of the values that are uploaded as the user types. Maybe you want to save that in a state or whatever you want to do, but that is a critical aspect. To create a controlled component, the values that user types here, that has to be saved in state. So where we have the state, let me scroll up. Let me add 2 more properties here. I will add input name and input feedback. We scroll down here, initial values are empty. So inside the name here, we can set the initial value. That will be this .state.input name. With that, if I save it and let me scroll up, go back here, name is empty right now. And also in the console window, you can see we have a warning. You provided a value property to the form field without onChange handler. This will render a read-only field. Because now if you try to type something, nothing happens. I am actually typing, but nothing happens here because we said the value will be input name. If we type something here, that will be added as the default value, but that cannot be updated. So how do we make it a controlled component now? To do that, we scroll down and we have to add an on change right there. We have the default value, but what we have to say is if this input is changed, then the value that user inputs should be set as the state with the name of input name. So we need an on change there, and we will be using arrow function. We will use E to get the value of the input field, and on change here we want to say this dot set state. We want to set the input name, and we will fetch that from e.target.value. With that change, if I go back and refresh, the warning goes away, and now if I type something, you can see in the logs it is triggering component did update and render component. But the component that we have for the input field is now a controlled component because the value that we type is automatically being saved inside the input name of your state. To prove that here, I can display the value here, and I can set that to be this dot state dot input name. We save that, go back. If I type my name here, you can see it is being typed right here. So that is how you can bind controlled components. With that, I want you to pause the video for a second and make this feedback a controlled component and display its value. I hope you were able to complete that successfully. What we have to do is we need a value inside our text area. Let me add that, and we need the on change. Save that here. Rather than input name, we have input feedback. Simple as that. Finally, we will display the value outside the text area, and that will be input feedback. We type some things here, and that is working. When we proceed further with the course, we will be using controlled components, but make sure to remember this because it is an important aspect with React. When we are working with the browser, there is something called as local storage. What I want to do is the instructor here, as well as the feedback. I want to store the complete state in local storage. To examine that, you will have to go to application. There in storage, we have local storage, and on 3000 you can see we do not have anything right here. To store that, it is pretty straightforward. Let me go back to the code here, and where we have component did mount, there we will check if there is anything in the local storage. If yes, we will retrieve state from there. If not, we will continue with the else part and get a random user. But before we retrieve anything from the state, we have to set a state. Now if you examine in our application, what used to happen is whenever the render state, or rather let me go to console and refresh here, you can see component get mounted here, and then component did update is getting fired because we are displaying the instructor. So what we can do is on component did mount, we can save whatever state we have into our local storage. So if I go back where we have component did update, to store anything in local storage, we have local storage which is available. There we have something called as set item. We do not have to install any NuGet package or anything for that. This is available in browser, and there you can see we have key value pairing. I will give it a name of cyclopedia state, which will be the key, and what will be the value. There we can say json.stringify, and we want the complete state. So this .state will be the value. If I save that and go back here, let me refresh, and if we go to application in local storage, great. We have the cyclopedia state right here, and you can see it also has the instructor that we have right now. So what we can do is next time when we refresh here, we can check if the state exists. Then we want to retrieve instructor and state from there. So right here we can add an if condition and we can check if JSON.parse. We want to parse the local storage. Now we have to get what is the item. So we have a method getItem where we have to pass the key name. This key must match, so make sure you copy and paste it here. If that particular local storage exists, then we want to call this .setState. We want to retrieve that and set it in our state. So copy this one more time and paste it right here. So that way we will overwrite the current state of the component with whatever we retrieve from local storage. In the else part here, we will continue and do everything else that we have. Perfect. With that saved, let me go back, and now if we refresh, the instructor will always stay the same because we are getting that from local storage. So perfect, you can see we refresh, but the instructor stays the same. If you want to test something, you can click on the key here and delete that. And then if you refresh, it will get a new instructor because we removed the local storage that we had. Let's try that, and perfect. It got a new instructor, and now if you refresh, it will get that from local storage. Another thing that will happen here is if you have some feedback here, that will also be there in local storage. You examine, it is populated. So if you refresh here, that will also be populated. So perfect. With that, we have modified some things in component did mount. But if you think about that, when we are getting or rather setting the state here, it would have been better if at this point we can check and see the local storage. So rather than setting the state here, I can just copy this, and when we are initializing the state, we can check the local storage, add an OR condition. So what this will do is when it is initializing the state, it will check if there is anything in local storage, it will assign it. If not, it will use the default that we have here. That is a better alternative. With that, if we refresh here, looks good. If I remove this and we refresh here, perfect. We get the new instructor and state as well. We save anything here, refresh, that also sticks along. With that configured, let me continue from the next video. Now what I want to do is the instructor details that we are displaying right here. I want to move that in a separate component. So right here, I will create a new file, call that instructor.jsx here, and that will be also a class-based component. We will say import React from React, class instructor, extends React.component, and we have the constructor, export default instructor. Let me go to the Cyclopedia class here, and I will cut the complete div from here, paste it inside the render. We have the return statement, paste everything that we copied. Inside the Cyclopedia class page, we need the instructor component. Let me add that, and we have to pass all of the props. So there, let me pass a prop with the name of instructor is equal to this .state.instructor, and we will retrieve that and display right here. This will be this .props and not state. Copy that and paste it right here. Let me save it and go back. Everything should still be the same. We should not see any console errors, and that looks good. Now we have a child component which is instructor, and that is also a class-based component. Now what if we added the 3 lifecycle methods that we have inside the Classopedia class page? Let me add component did mount, component did update, and component will unmount. Along with that, in the render here, I will do console.log render instructor. We save that here, and if we go back, now we can see the hierarchy when we have multiple components. So first, render component and component did mount is invoked of the parent component, and then render and mounted are invoked inside the instructor, which is the child component. And that was kind of the expected behavior. But in the next video, we will see how component will unmount will come into picture. Let me continue from the next video. We have this toggle button here. What I want to do is on click, I want to hide the instructor details right here. So let me switch back and we will work with Cyclopedia class page. There we were checking if the instructor was populated, then we were displaying the instructor component, but in our state, we have added a field hide instructor, which is false. So if that is true, that means we do not want to display that, but if that is false, then we want to display instructor. We can use ternary operator and check if not this.state.hide instructor, then we want to display the instructor component, else we do not want anything and we will keep that as null here. So by default, if we go back, it will automatically display that component, but when I click on the toggle here, I want to change state of this hide instructor. For that we need the toggle right here. I actually moved it in here, so we can rather pass prop here and have an onClick invoke the parent, but to simplify things, let me just cut this from here. I will remove the padding 3, go back here, and we will add that right here. So add a div, give it a class name of padding 3. Inside there, I will paste the span and the toggle icon. After that, we can move this condition in the div as well. Perfect, looks good. Let me go back. And that looks good. Let me go back here. Instructor, remove the BR. Perfect. Looks much better. On the toggle here with Bootstrap, let me add an onClick and we will create a method handle toggle instructor. Let's add that. I can copy this, paste it one more time, change the name here. And when we have to set the state there, we want to toggle the hide instructor right here. So hide instructor is not previous state dot hide instructor. Let's go back and test that. And perfect, with that you can see we are able to toggle the instructor. Based on the hide instructor, we can change the toggle from off to on here. For that we will have to convert this to an object and we need the tilde sign. Let me paste it here. Perfect, right here we need the ternary operator. So $sign and then curly bracket, we will check if this .state.hide instructor, if that is true, we want to display the by toggle off, else we want to display it to be on. Let's go back and see that in action, and perfect, looks much better. I can add a space with the instructor, and perfect. With that, when we off that, the instructor component goes away. Now what you need to see is in the logs here. Right now when I refresh, I have render component and component did mount. When I turn this on, we have the render component, render instructor, mounted instructor, and component did update. This component did update is of the parent component. That is fine. But when we actually hide this, you will notice that it triggers the component unmount. Let me refresh again, and then I will hide that. Great, you can see it triggered the render component for parent, and then it had the unmount for instructor component did update. So you can see when a component is being removed, at that point the unmount is invoked. So that is a great place to add some of the cleanup functionality. Like if you had an event listener or anything that you have registered, if a component is being unmounted, then it makes sense to remove that event listener. So for anything that you have to do with cleanup, you will do that in the component will unmount, which is invoked when we are unmounting the component. So perfect. With that we have seen all the three lifecycle methods: component did mount, component did update, and component will unmount when it comes to class-based component. Now I want something fun. What I want to do is when we click add student, we are actually adding the student count, and when we do remove all, it is removing all the student. At this point, what I want is when the count is updated, I want to call the API that we have configured for instructor and get one of the random user, add their name to the student array that we have. Where is that? Let me show that right here. In there, we will only be adding the student name and nothing else, so it will not be a complex object. Once you add that there, then we want to display that in the list that we have. Right here, we have the students. There we will be displaying all of the student inside our student list. So let me add that right here. We will be adding code this.state.student list, and we will map on that. We will have the arrow function, call that as student, and there we will add the return statement. We will add a div, give it a class name of text white, and we need to give some key. You can directly use the student.name, or you can have an index here, and we can use that unique index. Inside the div here, we want to display student name, so that will be inside student.name. Now we have not added the student list, and we do not have a student.name in there. We have to do that inside the component did update. What we have here is the typical implementation of component did update, but we can also have the async version here, and on top of that, component did update can have two parameters. First one here is the previous props. That basically gives you access to all of the previous props or values of the previous props. And similarly, we have all the values of previous state. And these can be very handy because consider the scenario. What we want to do is when the student count is incremented, then we want to add a student to our list. But when it is decremented, we want to remove all the student. So how can we know what happened? We can use the previous state here and check its old value. We have this as an arrow function, so let me fix that error here and let me log to display what exactly is the values here. So I'm logging the old state and new state here. Save that and let's go back. Press F12 and refresh here. We will click add student. Great, you can see the old state is 0 and new state is 1. We increase that and perfect. Now when we remove all student, you will notice the old state was 2, but the new state is 0. That way we can use that condition and do all the logic right here. We can say if previous state.studentCount is less than this.state.studentCount, that basically means that we have to get a new user and someone has incremented the student. So we can say constant response is equal to await. We have the method getRandomUser that will get us a random user. And then we have to set the state. We will have this dot set state. There we can have previous state and arrow function. What we want to return here is the student list because that is the only thing that has been updated. So in return here, we will pass the student list, and that is an array. There we want to retrieve all the existing student that we had in the previous state. So previous state dot student list. On top of that, we want to add one more student. And there our student, we will only have one property, that is name. And that is inside response.data.first underscore name. Add a space. And we have response.data.last underscore name. With that, let me save everything, and prettier will reformat everything. Now before we configure the else condition, let me switch back and test what we have so far. Refresh here, add student, and perfect. Add one more, and you can see it is working as expected. Where we have to remove all students, that can be pretty simple. So in the else here, we can add an else if condition, and I can copy this, paste it one more time. If the previous student count is greater than this .state.student count, then we basically want to set state and empty our student list. So copy and paste it one more time, and student list will be an empty array. Perfect. With that, let me go back, click remove all, and that is working. So great. With that, add student and remove all student is working, but we are not directly modifying the student list. We are doing that when the student count has been updated. And for that, we are using component didMount. With that, we have spent quite some time in class-based component to explore their life cycle in this section. Before I end the section, there is one small thing that I want to show you. If I go back to the application here, I already have some values here, but if I go to application and if I delete the state here, if I refresh, we run into an exception. So I want you guys to fix that. You can see the exception here is with reading name in instructor.jsx. So pause the video and see what could be wrong in this case. I hope you were able to figure that out. When it is going to instructor.jsx, for some reason the instructor is not populated yet. And of course it will not be, because we are using random API to get that instructor. So if that is not populated, we do not want to load that component. So right here, where we have the hide instructor, we can also add an end condition. And we can check this .state.instructor. If that is populated, only then load the child component. Perfect. With that, you can see it is coming along. Now if you delete the state here, and if you refresh, the instructor gets refreshed, and that is exactly how it should behave. If you are working with older versions of React like before, React 16.8, or if you are working only with class-based component for managing state, and you thought that state can only be managed in class-based component, you will be happy to hear that with React 16.8, things have changed. They have introduced something called as React hooks, and with that, you can do state management and almost everything that is there with class-based component inside functional component. So functional component are no more the dumb component that they used to be. And we will see all of that in action. Before I do that, I have a project here where I have class-based component. There we have state, but when we have to use state with class-based component, there was a little setup that we have to do. Like right here, you can see we had to extend React.component for a class-based component. Inside constructor, we had to call the super props and pass all the props to React.component. And then when we are working here, we have to use this .state. Even though that is not much of a headache here, we can use the set state and everything, but with functional component, everything just makes sense. And the main advantage is that now in your application, you no longer need multiple different types of component. Like you do not need functional component as well as class-based component. You can build an application with a uniform type of components, which is functional components, and those are cleaner as compared to class-based component. So enough talking. Where exactly and how can we build functional components with state in them? To get started with that, let me open a new instance of Visual Studio Code, and I will navigate to a folder here and create a new folder. I will call the project as Watchopedia. Select that folder here, and there we will use the command terminal here and run the command npx create react app Watchopedia. Perfect. Now we need to navigate inside the Watchopedia here. So cd and Watchopedia, press enter. Whoops. I did not want to open that, but perfect. That looks good. Before we do anything else here, let me remove some of the files here because we will not be using them. We will start with an empty project. Remove everything else here. Perfect. The logo we will move in a new folder for images, and I will call that react.png. Now in the index here, I will be using Bootstrap for designing, so let me add that. I will remove these two, and I can copy the React CDN from other project that I have open, Bootstrap icon and Bootstrap CDN. These are just the CSS and JS files for Bootstrap. We will paste them here. And in the body here, I will give it a background color of black. In the src folder, we will create a new component, header.jsx. That component will be pretty basic. We will import logo from the folder here, display the logo in the header here, and the project name. That will be Watchopedia. Perfect. In the index.js here, we will add that header component. Perfect. Looks good. Let me run the project npm start and see what we have. It should be a pretty simple project with just header. We have an error in index.js. Let me fix that. We do not have this import. And perfect, that looks good. Let me go back, and great. We have the Watchopedia project. It is an empty project, but our application is up and running. With that configured, let me continue from the next video. When we have to learn, we have to add some of the basic components here. In the src, let me create a new component, which will be counter.jsx. We will create counter as a functional component, export default counter, and in the return statement, let me add div here and give it some of the Bootstrap classes for styling. In there, I will add a span and I will call that fun counter. Then inside the div here, we will add a button and add some Bootstrap classes for +1, paste it one more time, rename that to be -1, and change the Bootstrap class to be danger for the red color. Finally, at the end here, I will add a span where we will display the counter. Save that, go back to the header, in the index here, and display that counter component. Perfect. If I go back, great, we have a fun counter here. Let me just center everything here. So div, give it a class name of padding 2, margin 2. row and text center. Perfect. That looks much better. We have a fun counter right here where we have +1 and -1 button. Let me go to counter and change the style a little bit to give some more space here, and let me add a new line. Perfect. So we have fun counter, +1 and -1. We have implemented something similar so many times when it comes to using state, but that we did using class-based component. This time we will be implementing the counter here with functional component and hooks starting from the next video. Now we need to implement the counter right here. You know we are working on a functional component. If this was a class-based component, you can use state here, but with functional component, when you have to use state, you have to import something called as hooks, and the hook that we want to use for state is called as useState. So here we have to say import, and we want to import useState from React. Hooks that are introduced with React 16.8, those can only be used in functional component. So if you are using class-based component, you will not be able to use hooks that we are learning right here. Now comes the main question, how do we use the useState that we just imported? Well, using that is super simple. Just like that, we can use state in our application. Then when we are using state, we can use state multiple times in a component. But the order here always matters. And we will see the order of hooks in the upcoming videos with an example as well. On top of that, the useState or hooks must be used directly in the functional component. And one caveat of that is every time when a component re-render, you have to make sure, or basically you are forced, that all of the useState are executed. So that basically means that it cannot happen that initially 4 useStates are used and then you do not use the first one. React will not allow that. We can see that right here. If we add a condition here and we say true, and if I save that, go back to the application, we have an error here which says React hook useState is called conditionally. React hooks must be called in the exact same order in every component render. So even if it is true and it will always be executed, still React will not allow that. So basically it must be directly inside the function and not inside any condition. Those are some of the rules that we have with useState. So now let's talk about how to actually use the useState that we have. Well, as I said before, using that is calling the useState. But there we can pass the default value of the state. We can do that directly in the parameters here. For our example here, it is a basic counter. So we can just initialize that to be 0 or 10, anything that you want. And then useState returns an array. Now that array always has 2 values. So rather than having an array in a constant here and then referencing first and second value, it makes more sense to just destructure that into 2 separate fields. And that is what you will always see as well. So basically, useState will return 2 separate values in an array. Now you might be wondering, what are those 2 values? The first value will be the counter itself, or what is the state value, and next here will be a function to set state. So you can call that function or variable anything you want. Let me call that as setCounter for now. So with that, you can see our useState is actually up and running. We have a state with the name of counter here, and there we have a function setCounter to set some values or modify the values of the existing state. The default value of counter is 10. So now that we have state in our functional component, we can use that and display rather than displaying 0 here. So we can directly display counter. Save that and we go back, perfect. You can see our state is in action. We have a counter of 10. That is the default value. So you can see how easy it is to use hooks and to have state in functional component. We just have a constant. It returns two values. First is name of that counter, and next one here is how to update that particular state. And this set counter is a method that we will explore in the next video. But with useState, we can set a default state value. The setup that we have right now is pretty basic, but we will continue from the next video and evolve this further. Now that we are displaying the basic counter state right here, how about we also add the increment and decrement methods? So right here, let me add a function. I will call that increment counter. And inside there, we want to increment the counter. Now when we have to modify the state, we have to use the function that is provided here, which is setCounter. That is the name that we have used. We can call that anything that we want. So we will say setCounter, and what is the count that we want to set? That is counter plus 1 for increment. Copy and paste that. For decrement, we have counter minus 1. With that configured, we will be adding on click here. We will have increment counter, and the minus 1 on click will be decrement counter. Perfect. With that done, let me go back and try that out. Perfect. You can see it is working as expected. So now you can see how setCounter is used to modify the counter value. But this is actually incorrect. And to show that, let me copy and paste that one more time here. When we have the decrement counter, I have a spelling mistake. Not that it matters, but let me fix that. When we are decrementing the counter, we want to decrement that 2 times. But if you save that and go back and refresh here, it will only decrement by 1 number. And if you work with class-based component, you know that a better idea is to use the previous value of the state and then subtract 1. That can also be done with the setCounter here, and that is how you should always work with. So here we have the previous state, call that anything you want, and in the arrow function here, we can return previous state minus 1. If you copy that and paste it one more time here, and then if you go back and refresh, now it will decrement it by 2 because the counter is being called 2 times. So we also have access to previous state just like we have that in class-based component. With that, I want to point out one more thing here, which is very important, especially if you are coming from a class-based component. Now in useState, you can see we are setting the default state right here. In class-based components, we used to do that inside the constructor, and that way it was only executed one time. But what happens with functional component is every time the component is re-rendered, it will set the state right here. That typically is not the route you would want when you are working with an integer like this case here. It doesn't really matter. But we also have a special case of use case where we can use a function here. So an arrow function, and inside there we can return a complex object. Right now we only have an integer, so we can return 10 like that. But that will make sure that it only executes that the first time. To see that in action here, let me do console.log here, and let me log hello for now. We save that, go back, press F12, and if I refresh here, we have that, but now when we change anything, you can see it does not render it any more time. On the other hand, let me use the other syntax that we had. I will remove that and add a method here, initial setup, and let me call function initial setup. There I will console.log hello and I will return 10. If I save that, I have a spelling mistake. Perfect. If I go back here and refresh, we have it 2 times. But now every time you modify something, you can see hello is being invoked here. So that is not an ideal way. Better approach is directly do inside the arrow function in useState. So what you have to remember is you have to use the arrow function. Does not matter if you have a function here and you're calling that with arrow function. But if you have a complex object that you are setting the state, it is best to do that in arrow function. But for something as simple as an integer, you can directly use the default way of useState and pass that as the parameter. With that, we have seen how to do the initial setup with useState. Now these are very small things that I have mentioned in this video, but they play a critical role and you should always be aware of those small factors. When you are working with state, many times state will not be an integer, it will rather be an object. So let me show that with an example here. Let's convert this from an integer to an object with property of counter and set that to be 10. The object property we are calling counter, so state here, let me call that as state, or I will name it as counter state. And the function I will call that set counter state. In there we have counter. When we are calling the increment counter, we will have to call the set counter state this time, paste it in both the places, and there we do not directly say counter plus 1. We want to use the previous counter. So let me copy this syntax here, paste it right here, and we do not want to decrement 2 times here. We want to increment plus 1. But now we are not working directly with state. In state we have counter. So previous state dot counter, and we will set the counter like that. Copy that, paste it here, and decrement that. Perfect. With that, the increment and decrement function looks good, but where we have to display, this will now be inside. The name is counter state dot counter. We save it here, go back to the application, and let me increment, decrement. That is working as expected. Perfect. So with that we can see if we have to work with objects in state, there are only few things that are different, but it is almost similar to what we were doing in class-based component. Now there is one thing that is very different when it comes to state as compared to class-based component. And let me show that with an example. Right here we have an object. So let me add one more property here, title, which is fun, and I will display that right here. So counter state dot title. We save that, and if I go back, everything still looks the same. But what do you think will happen when we increment or decrement the counter? You will notice something different. You can see increment and decrement is working, but title went away. So basically what happened here is the fun or the title basically disappeared when we incremented or decremented the counter. The reason why this is happening is useState is working differently as compared to setState that is there in class component. And the reason behind that is when we are using useState, at that point it completely replaces the state with what we pass right here. But when we were using setState in class-based component, it only used to replace the property that we define here and not the complete state object. Because of that, if we only update counter, title would not be touched if we were using setState in class-based component. But with functional component, it basically replaces the complete object here with this new value that we are passing. So if we do not pass title here, that will be removed from the original state. To fix that, we only have to spread the previous state here. So we can spread previous state and then we will update the counter in there. That will make sure that it will have the original values that were there, like title in our case, and it will not be removed. Once you fix that, if we go back, refresh and try again, perfect. You can see the fun does not go away anymore. So that is something that you should always be aware of, especially if you are coming from class-based component. One of the main advantages that comes with the use of state in the functional component is that you can have multiple use state. Like let's say the title here, you do not want it in the counter, you can create a new state for that. So it will be constant, give it a name of title state, and set title state will be the function use state, and let me just set that as fun right now. Without the arrow function, that's okay. Perfect. That way we have a new state which is title state. Copy that and we will paste it where we have the title, like that. If we go back to the application, it should work as expected, and there we go. But with that, you can see how easy it is to have multiple state in the same component to manage everything much better as compared to class component. Now it's time to practice the hook that we just learned. But to do that, what I will do is I will do some configuration, I will pause the video, and I will ask you to do something. That way you will be programming along with me, but you will be implementing all the things related to use state by yourself. Let's get started with that. We will create 3 new components. In the src folder, let me create a new folder. I will call that movie components. Let's assume these are the movies that we want to watch. In there, we will create a file which will be moviepage.jsx. Next, we will have a new file, movielist.jsx, and we will have a component where we will be adding a movie. So add movie.jsx here. Let me first work with the movie page. We will create an empty functional component, copy that in all the other places, and change the name, add movie. Looks good. This one is movie list here. First component will be add movie. There we want to display a form. So we will have a return statement. There I will add a form, and in there we will add div, give it a bootstrap class of row, and text white. Then we will add a heading, add movie, and we will add another div. In there we will add the input. Type is equal to text. Now the divs that I am adding here, they are just bootstrap classes, nothing fancy. Placeholder, we will call that movie name. And finally, I will add last div where I will add a button and give it a bootstrap classes of btn, btn success, and display ad. We will display that component in the movie page here. So movie page will have a return statement. We will add a div, and let me give it some bootstrap classes of container, column 12, column md6, and margin y3, border. There I will display add movie. We will go to index here, and after counter, let me display movie page. We will go back and let's see what we have. Perfect. We have an add movie, and that looks good. I can add a bootstrap class here for form control. So we have add movie, type a name, and click the add button. Now for the assignment, what I want you guys to do is declare a state, and we will give that the name of movie state, and in that state we will have list of movies. So if I go back here, I want you to add that state in the movie page, and I will comment out, but we will have a default list of movie where we will have Die Hard and Harry Potter. So once you create the movie list, what you need to do is right here, we will have a new component which is movie list, and there you have to pass the state as prop, and that movie list you will have to iterate through everything and display a very basic list. You can just display a div and display the movie title right here. But take that as an assignment, and let's hope you are able to figure that out before we move on in the next video. I hope you were able to complete the assignment. If not, let's do that together. First we have to define initial state of movie list here, and that we will do using useState. So we'll say constant, the state name we will call that as movie state, and method let me call that set movie state. We will be using useState, so make sure to add the import statement. IntelliSense automatically added that. Now I hope you used an arrow function here, and there we have to return an object which will be movie list, and what are the movies that we want to add? That is Die Hard and Harry Potter. With that we have defined our initial state for movie state right here. Next what we have to do is we have to pass the movie list as prop to the movie list component, so let me do that. Now we need to display the list in movie list here. We will receive props here, add that, and we will have a return statement. In there we will add a div, give it a class name of text white, and we need to iterate through props. So props.movieList, this will be a lowercase m here, dot map, and we need the arrow function. We will add the return here, we have to display a div, add the closing div here, and all we have to display is we will get movie and index here. We want to display the movie name. We can give it a key value of the index to be unique. Perfect. We save that, go back here, and we might have some errors in the console. Cannot read properties of undefined. Let me see why. We have the map here, we are using movie list, that is correct. Movie state dot movie list. Well, the movie list we have a capital M here, so that did not match right here. We make that lowercase, and perfect. We see both of the movies right here. So that is great news. Now for the next assignment, whatever movie we write here and click the add button, I want you to add that to the movie list that we have right here. So good luck with the next assignment as well. Now for the next assignment, we need to implement the add functionalities. We will go back to the project here, and we will first work with movie page, that is where we have the state. So I will add a new function here, call that handle add movie, and in the parameter we will receive the new movie name. Next we have to call the method set movie state, and there we can use the previous state, arrow function here, and we have to return. Now when we are using hooks, we will spread the previous state. On top of that, movie list, we want to concatenate, so movie list previous state dot movie list dot concat, and we want to concatenate the new movie that we receive. That way we will set our new state with the new movie list right there. Now in our case, if you examine in the object, we only have movie list, So if you did not want to spread the previous state, that is also okay. Because if we overwrite movie list, that's fine. We don't have anything else in the state right now. So for now, this is okay. But if you had more than one thing in the object, you would have to spread the previous state. That way you do not lose the other properties. So in this case, it is okay if you want to skip this, but I will still add that. That way you will remember when you are using useState with object, if there are more than one properties, you have to spread the previous state. So handle addMovie looks good. When we are calling the addMovie component, we will pass that as a prop here. We will work with addMovie, and this time we have to fetch the props because we are passing a method that we want to invoke. Then right here we have an addMovie, but the input field we do not have a controlled component. So it makes sense to add a controlled component. That way we already have that value. To do that with state, we can say const, and we can call it name, comma, set name is equal to use state, and the default value will be empty. The state can be used to control the value of the input component. So default value, we will set that to be name, and on change, we will modify that state by calling the set name and updating the value that is being typed. So that way we have converted this input to a controlled component, and this is the local state. Next, on form submit, we need to invoke a method. So here on submit, we will have an arrow function, and we want to invoke a local method here, which is submit addMovie form. Let me create that function here, submit addMovie form, and there we want two things. We want the event here because we do not want the form to be submitted, and we want the props because we have to invoke the parent method, which is inside movie page handle addMovie. So first on the form submit, we will say e.preventDefault. We do not want to submit the form, and we will invoke the method that is handle addMovie. So props.handle addMovie, and name that is being typed will be inside the name state right here. After that, we can set the name to be empty. So set name, and we can pass an empty string. So set name, we will set it to be an empty string because we want to clear that. Finally, when we are calling the submit addMovie form, we want to add the event and props here, and right here we need to call that as e. That is how we can pass that in the parameter. So that was quite some things that we had to configure. Let me go back and test it out. Perfect. That is working as expected. Now here we had to do something tricky. Like when we had the form here, we needed event as well as props, and we also added local state to have a controlled component. So you can see how everything that we are learning is pulling together. Even though sometimes you will feel that I am typing the same things again and again, trust me, these are the things that you indeed have to type again and again to make sure that you get in a pattern of how things work with React. So I hope you were able to complete the assignment by yourself. If not, make sure to pause and analyze on what we did here and understand everything before you move forward. Now we want to explore lifecycle methods that comes with functional component. With functional component, we do not get the default lifecycle method that we get with class component, like component did mount, component did update, or component will unmount. But thankfully, because of hooks, now we have something that we can accomplish in a similar way, but not using the methods that were there in class component. When we work with functional component, useEffect basically replaces all three of these methods in a class-based component. Now when you work with React, it is critical to understand what are the different use cases of useEffect and what parameters should be passed that will trigger different lifecycle methods. To give you a better understanding, what I'm gonna do is I will open an existing project. We have already worked on this project, but last time when we were working, we created a class component. This time, whatever we accomplished using class component, our goal is to do the same thing with functional component. Let me run the project here. And perfect, we have the UI that is working, and we need to implement the same component, but we want to do that using functional component. So let's see how we can accomplish that and learn lifecycle methods using the new hook of useEffect in functional component. In order to set things up here, let me copy and paste the instructor component. I will call that as instructor func for the functional component, and right now let me just change the class names here. We will convert that in the upcoming video. We also have the main class here, which is Cyclopedia class page. Copy and paste that here, and we will rename that. I will rename the copy here, and this will be Cyclopedia function page. Copy that name, and we will replace the class name as well here. Perfect. That looks good right now. Let me save everything and open index. In the column 6 on the left side, we were using Cyclopedia class page. Copy that, paste it one more time, and here we will have the other component, which is Cyclopedia function page. And right here, I will display functional component. Let me go back and see the result. Great. Right now we have the same logic. This is exactly same as the class component that we have on the left side, but our goal is to modify this to make it a functional component and accomplish the same functionalities that we have inside the class-based component. Let me get started with that from the next video. Now let me close everything else that we have open here, and perfect. We only want to work with the functions that we have with Cyclopedia function page. Then right here, we have the component did mount, component did update, and component will unmount. We will comment them because we will not have this helper method or lifecycle method after we convert this to a functional component. To convert that, we will make this a constant here, and this will be an arrow function. Perfect. That looks good. Now in functional component, we do not have constructor as well, so we will comment that out as well. We scroll down here. We have few function, that is fine, but we do not have render. We directly have the return statement. So we will remove render and the closing bracket. Perfect. With that, it has been converted to a functional component. But if I go back here, everything will be broken, so we will have to fix all of that. First, what we have to do is we need state. In our current component, we do not have any state because we commented that out. Now to use state in functional component, we have to use the hook useState. So right here, we will say constant, and we have to give it name. Let me call that state, and we have the method as set state. This will be equal to useState, and we need a complex object right here. What I can do is I can copy the 4 state that we have here, and let me uncomment that. So we have a useState where we have given that the name of state, and the helper method to update that state is setState. There we have instructor, student list, student count, and hide instructor. Now if you remember, we also have input name and input feedback for control component, but I do not like to crowd everything in the main state here, so I will create 2 more state which will be individual for input name and input feedback. both of them will have the initial value of empty string. Now we should be using arrow function in the use state here, so let me do that, and we will have a return statement here. Perfect, that looks good. Right here also we can have an arrow function. Let me fix that for the other one as well here. And perfect. Next thing that we have to do is we need all the helper methods. Let me fix that. Previously we were using the setState. Now the method name I'm also using the same setState, but if you remember in functional component, if you update one property of an object, everything else is also replaced. In order to fix that, we need the previous state and we have to spread that. Add a comma, that way it will only update the student count and not everything else in the previous state. Also, we do not require this keyword because we are working on the same function here, so that is not needed anymore. Let me copy this and fix it here as well in the return statement. And we have handle toggle instructor. Perfect, that looks good. So with that, the functions here are looking good. Let me scroll down further. Inside return here, we are using this that we do not need anymore. So let me remove that from all the places here. Before we work on something else, let me clean this up a little bit. And perfect, I think that looks good. Let's scroll up here. I believe the state here looks good. Let me save it and go back to see what error messages we have here. Okay, the functions are not defined. We need to add the const keyword. I forgot that. Let's go back and perfect, the errors went away. Now in console, we have some other errors here. Let me refresh here. And we have the error cannot read properties of undefined state. Where exactly is that? On the handle remove all student. So we will scroll down where we have the handle remove all student. And this does seem correct to me. Whoops, I just noticed one thing, the input feedback. What is the name that we are using here? We have input name and input feedback. That is not inside state. So when we are binding here, it will directly be input name and input feedback. The method name are set input name and set input feedback. Perfect, that looks good here. And then let me scroll down again for the state error that we were having. Let me examine that. Whoops, we have this. That should not be there. Save that and let me go back. Perfect, that was the issue. We had this keyword that should not have been present. Let me test the feedback here if that is working. It is not. Let me examine the error message here. Something is wrong here. If I go back, we do not have an input name object in the set input name. We directly have to set that to be e.target.value because it is a string that we are storing in that state. If you scroll up, you notice we directly have a string here, so we can directly save what we type here, refresh here, and perfect, that is working. So with that, we have the controlled component that is working with use state. Now in the next video, we will work first on loading the initial instructor using our random API. We want to load the instructor when the component is loaded. So basically we need a method like component.didMount that was there inside the class component. When it comes to functional component, there is only one thing with the name of useEffect, and that basically replaces everything else that we had in the class-based component. But now the main question is, how do we use useEffect? There are multiple ways of using use effect, and each one of them will have a different use case. So before I get started with that, let me give you a quick demo by typing some things right here. Perfect. You can see right here I have 4 different use cases for the use effect hook. The first one here, you can see it is a basic arrow function, and inside there I have written that this will be called on every render. So whenever a component is rendered or re-rendered, whatever happens, this basically use effect will always be invoked. Then in the next example here with use effect, we have a comma, and then I am passing an empty array here. So use effect expects an array here, and if this array is empty, that basically means that use effect will only be invoked on the initial or the first render. So that will replicate the component didMount that we had in the class-based component. After that, the next thing that we have here is use effect, but this time I have added one property inside the array here. What this will basically do is that whatever we are trying to log here, that will be logged if the value that we have defined here is updated. So this is kind of like component did update, but this time you can be much more granular. Like you can define that, hey, if this particular value gets updated, then I want to call whatever is inside the use effect right here. Then finally, we have the use effect here, and this is same as what we have on the initial mount because the array is empty, but here we have something called as a return callback function. This return function will be similar to what component will unmount will do. So this will basically be invoked when the component will be unmounted. So you can see here that with the use of use effect, we can have multiple different scenarios. And the good thing is you can have multiple use effect in a single functional component. Rather than hide instructor here, let me change that to input feedback and save that. I will go back to the application here. Perfect. If we refresh here, you can see we have this will be called on every render. That effect was invoked. Let me place it side by side. That way we can compare and see. So you can see this effect will be called on every render that was called. After that, this will be called on initial or first render that was called. And then we had the use effect with input feedback. And finally, this use effect was called. So the order here is always important and it will always be executed in the same order. But now if we change the name here, you can see the only thing that gets invoked is this will be called on every render. So that basically makes sense because we do not have any parameters here that will be invoked on every render, but this will be called on initial or first render that does not ever get called again. Now if we want to use the effect with input feedback, when we change the value in input feedback, you can notice it is being executed. So that basically is like component did update, but it will only be called when the values that we define in array here is updated. Now as I said before, this is an array, so if you want, you can have input name here as well. Save that and let me refresh. Now this time if you type name here, you can see it invokes this will be called on every render along with whenever we change the value. Now in the log here I have hide instructor, but this time it is rather feedback or input name. But that basically gives you a brief idea on when this will be invoked. Now in order to see the unmount in action, what we will have to do is the instructor function, convert this to be a functional component. So we will say constant instructor function is equal to, and we will get everything in props here, arrow function. We do not need the constructor, we can remove that, and let me call the use effect, rather copy, paste that here. We will remove the first console log, and this will be instructor unmounted. We do not need the render here. Remove that. Perfect. We do not need this. It will only be props here. That looks good. Let me go back and let me refresh here. That works. Now right now if we hide, it does not work because we do not have the correct logic. So let me fix that first in order to see the unmount in action. We will go back here. And right here we have to import use effect from React. Perfect, that looks good. With that change, if I go back here, the hide instructor is not functional. We need to fix some things here. Yep, we have the set state. Let's go to function where we have the hide instructor. We are using this dot set state. It will directly be set state here. Let's see. Perfect. We have the toggle that is working, but instructor is not being loaded right now. For that, what we used to do is we had to do that in component did mount. But now we know that using effect, we can do that if we want it on the first render. We can pass an empty array and do the same logic right here. Let me continue with that from the next video. Now we need to do use effect, and on the initial render, we have to load the instructor. So let me copy the constant response here where we are calling the getRandomUser. Copy that, and I will paste it. Where is that? Right here, we want on the initial render. Paste it here. Remove the comments here. And perfect. Now you know that the getRandomUser will use the await keyword because it was an asynchronous method. But how can we support asynchronous in use effect? We cannot directly add the async keyword and assume everything will work like this. That is not a good idea when we are working with use effect. So we have to be creative this time. We will create a constant getUser is equal to async. And we will create a new function right here. In this function, we will paste what we copied like that. That way we are creating a getUser here which we can invoke, and here we are calling the getRandomUser with await. Logging the response, we can ignore that if you want, and we have previous state. When you modify state here, we need the other object, so we will spread previous state here, comma, and update only the new instructor. With that configured, finally we need to invoke the getUser that we created here, and perfect. With that, let me go back to the output window here and refresh here. We have an issue with the getState. We need to remove this keyword, and great, our instructor is coming along now. And we are not storing it in a local storage like the class component, so when you refresh, it will always get a new random instructor. So perfect. With that, we have seen in action the use effect that can be called when we render the component very first time. Now we have the instructor detail here, and if I go back to the code in the cyclopedia function, we have the toggle right here where we are toggling the state. So that is already functional, and then based on that state we are toggling the instructor functional component. And then if I go back to the functional component, we have an effect there where we have a return function and we are logging instructor unmount. So basically when this component will be unmounted or removed from the UI, then the instructor unmounted must be invoked. To see that in action, it is pretty simple. We go back, the instructor is visible. We can refresh here, and then when I toggle it, great. You can see it invokes the unmount of instructor. That basically displays that this effect will resemble what we had with component will unmount. So again, if you had some cleanup that you need to do, like if you registered any event listeners or anything on the component, when that component is removed or re-rendered, At that point, you can remove that event listener. So perfect. With that, we have seen component and mount in action as well. Now the final thing that we have to do, let me remove component did mount and the constructor here. What we need to do is when we increase the counter of student, we need to add student. So when we click here, the counter is working, but if you examine in class component, when the counter was updated, we were calling the API and we used to add that to our list. For that we were using component did update, but this time we will be using use effect, where we can define in the array on what property update this use effect should be invoked. Let me do that in the next video. Now I have a small assignment for you. It is just to play around and get more familiar with use effect. What you basically need to do is right now, when we refresh every time, the instructor is updated. What I want you to do is when we hide this and when we bring it back, I want a different instructor and not the same instructor. So try to see if you can figure out on how you can update that. You just have to change the use effect that we have right here. So try that out and play with the use effect before we continue on with use effect. I hope you were able to complete the assignment. Doing that is super simple. On change of hide instructor here, we wanted to get a new instructor. So right here we are saying that anytime the component renders for the first time, we need to get an instructor. But now we want to do that when hide instructor toggle is updated. So here we will say we want to monitor this on state.hideInstructor. Now what that will do is if I save it here and refresh, you will notice that it does update that 2 times. You can see it waits for a second and then it updates. What happens here is even when you turn it off, it goes and fetches a new instructor. We do not want that. We only want it to fetch an instructor when we turn it on. So to do that, where we are calling the getUser, we can add an if condition and we can say if state.hideInstructor, add a not sign there. So basically, if hideInstructor is false, that means when we are displaying an instructor, that time go and fetch me a user. With that update, if I go back and refresh here, when we hide it and bring it on, at that point it is only invoking 1 time. If you want to change the logic that when we are hiding, at that point just get a new instructor, that should also work. So we hide it, it will already get a new instructor. When we display that, the instructor is updated. So whichever route you want to prefer, but that is a small assignment. That way you got familiar on how you can set what property to define. That way the use effect will get triggered only when that property is updated. So with that, let me continue from the next video. Last thing that we want to implement here is when we click add student, you can see the counter is incrementing, but it does not add a student like it used to do in class component. So basically we need an effect when the counter here is updated. So let me do that. Go back here. I will copy the use effect that I have for hide instructor and paste it one more time. This time we need the student count, which is inside state as well. So when that is updated, we want a different use effect. I will remove the console log here, that is not correct anymore. And this time we want to get a random user, but we do not want to update instructor. We rather want to update student list here. That is an array. Let me remove everything else. We only need name. Let me cut that. So inside the student list array, we want to preserve any existing students that we have. So previous state dot student list, we want to spread that. And on top of that, we want to add one more object here with name that we will get from the response when we call the getRandomUser. We have an issue with the bracket here. Let me make sure of that. And we do not need this one. I think that should solve it. Perfect. So I know working with brackets here can be a little annoying, but you just need to figure out how many closing brackets you have and work through that. Now we have the state that is being toggled with student list here. Main question is when that should be invoked. If you remember where we commented the code out, we used to check the previous state, and that we used to get with component update. We had previous prop and previous state. When we are working with hook, we do not directly get the previous state of any of the property, but we can manage that using a different hook. So that is one thing that we might have to work a little differently when it comes to class component versus functional component. But right now let's implement that in a little bit different way than what we had in the if condition here, and then we will fix that as well. So here I can rather check if state.studentList.length, if that is less than state.studentCount. That basically means that we have to add a student to our student list. So in that case we can get user, and we can have an else if condition where we can check state.studentList.length. If that is greater than state.studentCount, we have the wrong bracket here. Perfect. In that case, we only want to empty out the student list. So we have the set state here. Call that with previous state. Need the arrow function. And there we want to return. We will spread the previous state, and student list will be empty array. Perfect. With that, if I go back and we refresh here, when we do add, perfect. You can see students are being added and removed. So with that, we have implemented a component did update, but we did not have access to the previous state of student count. So we have to use length of student list array this time. But in the next video, let me introduce you to a different hook that will help us with the limitation that we faced this time. Now what I have done in this video is I have removed all the comments in the console.log that I have because we had too much logging, and if we add new things it was getting difficult to read. So I have commented out all the logs, but I noticed one thing. When I refresh the page, we do not see instructor here, and even when I toggle, it does not come up right away. The reason behind that is where we added if condition on when to get user. I will add a not before the state.hideInstructor, and perfect. That way we are getting the instructor. So that looks good. But now what I want to do, here I want to display an integer that will basically tell me how many times the component has rendered. Doing that is a little tricky, and the reason I want to show you is I want to display the importance of one other hook, which is useRef. So let me switch back to the application here, and let me first try to accomplish the same thing using useState. So where we have the state here, we will add one more state with the name of total render, and method will be set total render. We have a use effect here, which will be invoked every time because we do not have any parameter right here. So this use effect will be invoked every time. And what we want to do every time is we want to set the set total render, and we want to get the previous state and add that by 1. So we can use arrow function here, previous state, and we'll say previous state plus 1. The initial value we have set is 0 for the total render. On top of that, in use effect, let me also log the render and total render like that. Then let me also scroll down, and where we are displaying everything, I will add one more div, and in there I will display the total render. Great. Now with that, do not save the application, because if you do save the application, you will run into an infinite loop. But let me show that. I have not saved it yet, but you will notice as soon as I save it here, there we go. You can see the total render is going in an infinite loop here, so we need to stop that. What I will do is I will just comment out the use effect here, and that stops it. So what is exactly happening here? We are trying to set the total render by adding 1 in there. But what happens is when we change the total render here, we are displaying that total render and it causes the component to re-render again. And when the component re-renders, it again calls the use effect and it updates the total render by 1 again, which causes it again to re-render. So that way we are going into an infinite loop right here. So what is the workaround for that? For that we will require something called as useRef. I will copy and paste that. When we are working with useRef, we do not get a function to set that reference. So we just have one constant total render, and the keyword here is useRef. You will have to import that as well. IntelliSense automatically added that right here. Initial value, we can set that to be 0. That is fine for now. But what is different between useRef and useState is that useRef will not cause the component to re-render. And if it does not cause the component to re-render, we will not run into that infinite loop that we saw before. So how do we set the value of total render? Well, when we are using useRef, what actually gets stored is there is something called as current, and that is assigned the default value. So inside total render, it's an object and there is a property with the name of current inside there. So to actually access the total render reference, we have to write total render.current. We can update that here as well. So we have total render.current is equal to total render.current plus 1. It will replace that existing value. We will scroll down where we were displaying the total render, and we will display total render.current here. With that, if I save and go back to the application, great, you can see total render is 1 here, but actually the UI has rendered 2 times. You can see in the log we have rendered 2 and we are logging that. Let me scroll up right here. So even if the renders are 2, why do we see 1 here? The reason is simple. As I said, when we are using useRef, it does not get the component to re-render. So if you think about that, when the component was rendered, it updated the value of total render to 2, but that will not cause the UI to re-render. So even if the current value is 2, it basically displays the previous value. Now think about what will make component re-render. Well, any action, because our name and everything are tied to controlled component. So as soon as I start typing here, you can see the total render is being updated. Even if I delete something, that also causes the component to re-render. With that, you can see how important references are when you have to track the previous value. Now we can use the old student count here to store the old value in a ref, and based on that we can update inside the use effect. So let me do that real quick here. We will copy the existing ref of total render, rename that to be previous student count. Now when will that count be updated? We need to update that anytime the student count increments or decrements. So I can use the use effect, copy that and paste it one more time here. And there basically I want to change the previous student count.current and set the value to be state.studentCount. And this will not be updated every time. It only needs to be updated when the student count is updated in our state. Perfect. That looks good. Now next what we can do is where we are causing the student list, here rather than checking the student list.length, Now we have the previous student count. So we can check the previous student count dot current. If that is less, then we want to get a student, and if that is greater, then we want to remove. Now you might think that will work, but if you save it and if you go back, you will notice nothing happens here with the student. It does not get a new student. Why is that? Well, as I've said before, when you are working with useEffect, the order always matters. Here what we are doing is we are setting the student count before calling this trigger, and that is why it does not work. Let me do a console.log here, and let me log the previous count, and I will also log the current count. And let me copy and paste it right here. Perfect. Then if I go back and refresh here, you can see both of them are 0, 0. If I add a student, it was 0, 1, and then it got updated to 1, 1. So this will be executed first, and by the time it reaches this useEffect, both of them are same. So we need to actually move this particular useEffect from here to the end right here. Once you do that, if you go back and now if you click add student, it works. Let me refresh here to reset things, and perfect. You can see that is working as expected. So that shows you an important point that when you work with useEffect, the order always matters. We are using useRef to get the previous value. But the most common scenario of useRef is to reference any of the HTML elements that we have. So let me switch back, and we should have input elements. Where are they? Right here. We can set any element to some reference values, and then we can access them by using the ref value. How do we do that? Let me scroll up here, and let me create one more reference here. Copy this, paste it for the input feedback ref here, and by default, this will be a null reference. Now we want this ref to point to the feedback text box that we have. So then what we will do is scroll down where we have that input for feedback. Right here in the text area, we can set ref is equal to, and we will paste the name feedback input ref. Now we can access this particular text area by using the reference that we have created. So let's say what we want to do is when the page loads, you can see there is no focus being set. What I want to do is when the page loads here, I want this feedback to have the focus where you see the border that has been selected right now. So how can we automatically set that on initial render? We can do that in useEffect. So let me go up where we have useEffect. I need to find one with an empty array that is being called when the component first renders, right here. So here we will call the reference feedback input ref dot current. That is what we have inside there, and on there we can call focus. That will set the page focus on the feedback input ref. Let me save that. Go back here, and perfect. Now you see when the page refreshes, the focus is set on feedback. So perfect. With that we have seen the useRef in action, and that is the more common use case when you have to reference any of the element. You can give a ref there and access that using the current property of reference. Now I want to show you another hook here, which is useID. What we can do is, let's say we have the value here. When we click, we want it to reference the name. When we click on value here, it should reference or highlight the feedback. How can we do that? Well, if you remember, let me scroll down where we have the HTML. Right here on the input, we can set the ID is equal to, let me call that input name. And then where we have the value, typically we add a label, and we add HTML4 is equal to input name. We will close the label at the end here, and perfect. Now this time if we go back and click on the value here, you can see the input field is getting selected. But that basically means we have to give this some ID every time. Now React provides a hook that will automatically assign an ID and help you with this. So we can go up here and we can call that constant input name ID is equal to the hook name is useID. Every time the component is rendered, it will generate a new ID. We can copy that and I can paste it. Where did that go? Right here. Input name ID, and we have the HTML for input name ID. We go back and refresh here. If we click on value, great. You can see it does that automatically. And if you examine the ID, it automatically generated that ID. So that is a small use case for the ID. Now if you have multiple HTML forms, you can just use the single ID and append something behind that. So let me change this from input name to just ID here. We can scroll down. Let me remove everything that we have in the comments here. It is not needed. And we have the input name here. This is ID and ID. Now we can use string interpolation here. So I can use the tilde sign here and ID. We will have to escape that. On top of that, we can assign that this one is, let's say, for input name. Copy this completely, paste it here. And then I can copy this ID for the feedback here, call that input feedback. We will copy that again, and the value here, we need to create a label again, paste the ID, rename that to HTML4, and I will call that feedback value. Here we can change that to be input or rather name value, save that. Let me go back here, and now if you focus on input name or feedback value, you can see that is working. If I view the element here, we have the input feedback, input name, and we have the unique ID as well. Perfect. So this is a small hook that we have, but it is not used that often. But it is good to remember that we have useID if you ever want to use that. In this section, we want to learn an important aspect with any programming language, which is routing. When we type some URL in the browser, how does that redirect to which component React has to load? In order to learn that, let me open a new folder. I will select a folder, and inside there, we will open the terminal by pressing Ctrl~, and there we will create a new project using npx create react app, and name of the project will be Routopedia. Let me add that. While the application is being created, let me open the Bootstrap website here, and right here, let me scroll down, we have the CDN. So let me copy both the CDN for CSS and JavaScript, switch back, the application is created here, and inside the public folder we have index.html. Let me paste it right here, go back, copy the JavaScript, and paste that. Perfect, Bootstrap is added here, and let me remove all the files that we will not be using here. So we will remove everything, and here we will keep index.js, remove everything else. We will clean up the index.js here, and we will move logo inside src, create a new folder for images, and move logo in there. Perfect, I believe that looks good here. One thing that I will do is in body here, let me add a background color of black and color of white smoke. final thing in this video, I will create a new component which is header.jsx, and inside the extension I have the ES7 React snippet. Because of that, let me minimize this back again. Because of that, I can write RFCE for creating the React functional component, and we have the header component right here. Let me import the logo from this folder. So I will say import logo from images /React. And in the div before the header here, I will add the img tag. Perfect. With that, let me navigate to the Routopedia and let me do npm start. Let me zoom in a little bit more here. That is good. Let's see if we have any errors. When we removed some component, index.js app is not defined. That is correct. We need the header component. Save that, and images cannot be found. Let me see the route here, and we need to rename that to react.png. Perfect. We have the header here, and that is working as expected. With that configured, let us understand routing in the next video. Now let me modify the navigation that we have in the header component. We can go to Bootstrap, and there we should have examples for navigation. Let me go to documentation and search for navbar. We can scroll down here, and we have an example where we have a drop-down. Let me copy the example here, go back to our code, and let me paste it in header component where we have the main div. I will leave that. Let me paste it in place of header for now. I will cut the image that I have here and paste it in place of the navbar that you see right here. Perfect. Now rather than class, we have to rename that to be class name everywhere. So let me do that real quick here. That looks good. I will remove the HR here, and the input element, let me see, does not have a closing tag. We do not need this form. I can remove that as well. And perfect, the error went away. I save that, and if I go back, great. We have the Bootstrap navigation right here. Now I can change this from BG light to be BG dark here. The text is dark here. Along with navbar, we also need navbar dark. And perfect, looks much better. With that, we have few things that are configured right here. Now I want to add some more components in our page. That way we can understand routing with those components. In the src folder, I will create a new file here. Let's say we have an about page, so about.jsx here. Create one more file which is home.jsx, and let me also create one more file. I will call that cryptodetail.jsx. We will assume that we have a cryptocurrency page where in the detail we will pass the ID of the cryptocurrency, which is the symbol, and based on that we will display some detail. That is just a hypothetical example that we will be playing around with, but basically we have 3 pages in our application. In all of these pages, we will create the RFCE for React component. About looks good. The crypto detail, let me create that as well. Just a basic functional component. And perfect, looks good. Now with that, if we go back to the application, nothing is really updated. Everything stays the same. We can refresh here. The text color has been updated. Let me go back to the header here, and I added an S by mistake there. Perfect. Now we have more component in the application, but we are not displaying them right now. To display the about page in the URL, if I type about here, then it should take me to that about page and display that about text right here. Right now it does not do anything. On top of that, let me also go back here and create a new file here for notfound.jsx. We will create the component for notfound as well, and that looks good. Now, how do we configure routing in the application with all of the pages that we have created? Let me do that in the next video. We want to add routing in our application with the new components that we have loaded. To do that, we need a NuGet package, which is React Router DOM. Now that can be done with multiple other packages, but React Router DOM is the main way that is being used in most of the organization. React Router had a tendency to break few things when they used to update the version, but I hope that is not the same case anymore. Right now the version that we have is 6.4.3. So if you want to follow along, I recommend you to install the same version even if the new version is available. And later on, if the version changes or if there are some breaking changes, I will have a video on how to update that to the new version. That way you can learn how to upgrade as well. But right now we want to install 6.4.3 of the React Router. Now right here they have great documentation on the router components, the routes, all the hooks that are available, and much more. They are way more detailed than typically you will use a React Router. But let's get started. We will click on the GitHub icon here, and we will have the NuGet package command. Where is that? Let me see the tutorial. Scroll down. Let me see, where is that? I will search for npm, and we have npm install React Router DOM. But that command is to create a new React app with white. We only want to install the React Router DOM NuGet package, so we can go back here. Let me stop the terminal here, and I will write npm I for the install React Router DOM at, and we will say 6.4.3. That is the version that we will be using in this video. So make sure to install that, and let me wait for that to be completed. Perfect. So React Router DOM has been configured in the application. Now how can we start using that? To use React Router DOM, there are few configuration steps that we have to do. First, we have to go to the root level of the application, and that is index.js. And there we have to wrap the entire application. Right now we only have header here, but we will add more components. So basically you have to wrap the entire application using the React Router DOM, and inside there we have the browser route. That is what we have to wrap the entire application with. If I type the browser router, I do not see anything, so let me import that first. IntelliSense is not detecting that. And from, we know it is from React Router DOM. Once you write that, if you type browser router, that is now visible. We will add and close that component. We will wrap it between the complete application. Right now we just have header, but as I said before, we will have more things in the router. The browser router component provides a bunch of information to all the other components related to routing in our application. So with that, router is set up in our application. Now we need to focus on where and how we will define the routes for our application. To define the route here, what we can do is after the header component within the browser router, or you can do that anywhere within the children elements, but we need to define that by using something called as routes, and that is inside React Router DOM. So let me add that component, and I will also have to import routes here, and inside the routes we have the individual route that we want. That route is also inside the React Router DOM, so we will have to add that, and inside each route we will define all the multiple routes that we have for our application. When it comes to any route, we have to define what will be the path that we type in URL for that route. First one here, let me just type /. That will be the default page of the application. And that default page is typically home.jsx. So next attribute that we have here is element, and that expects a component. So basically when someone types only the localhost 3000 that is there right now, what element or what component should be displayed? So we are saying that it should display the home component. Now when we write home here, we basically will have to add the import statement. We will say import home from home like that. And with that we have the first route that is configured. Let me copy and paste this again. Next route that we want is the about component. So we will type about here and we will have to write the import statement as well. And what will be the path that we want to use? We want to navigate to an about path, and with that configured, let me restart the application by using npm start. Right now we have defined two routes in our application. Let me close everything else, and here if I type about, you can see it displays the about page. If I do not write anything here, it is only /, it takes me to the home page. That basically shows the two routes that we have are functional right here. Navigation is now working when we type in URL for the home and about page, but let me change the links here to take us to those individual pages. We will go back here inside the header component. Let me hide that. First we have the home page. There href, let me make that only /, and then I want the about page. For that the href is typically something like this. When you save it and if you go back here, when you click here, perfect, you can see that is working. But one thing that you should also notice here is every time you click, the application is getting refreshed. Now that is not an ideal approach, especially when you are working with React. What you would typically expect is just re-rendering of the component and not complete reload of the page. To fix that, with React Router DOM, we have other component. Rather than using the anchor tag that comes with HTML, now we have a special component which is called as the link component. That component is inside React Router DOM, so we will have to import link from React Router DOM, and then rather than anchor tag here, we will be using that link component. Change that to be link in both the places. Now with the link component, we do not have the href tag. With that, href is basically renamed to something called as to. So to will define where link should be redirected to. We will modify that in both the places and go back and refresh here. This time if you try the link, perfect. You can see the whole page is not getting reloaded, only the component here is getting re-rendered. And that is the ideal approach. So how does navigation work with React Router DOM? First in the index.js, we have to wrap the complete application in browser router. Then we have to define routes in there, and inside routes, we have to define the individual route. Once you have defined the individual route, then in any of the pages or in the nav bar where you want to link something, you can use the link component that comes in React Router DOM, and there you have to define to. That will take you to the particular link that we define. So perfect. With that we have seen some of the basic setup with our application. Now in the next video, I want you guys to practice on an assignment. In this video, I want you guys to work on an assignment, and for that let me help you with the basic setup. In the src folder, we will create a folder for pages, and inside there we will create 4 more components. First one will be product.jsx. Let me create a functional component in all of them. Next one will be product list.jsx. create a functional component in there. New file will be create product and create a functional component. Last one will be product details. Inside there, we will create the functional component. Your assignment is pretty simple. I want you guys to define the route, and then in the header.jsx, where we have the drop down here, we have the anchor tags. Modify each one of them. That way we have a link for all 4 of them. So basically drop down here, rename that to be product, and then we will have product, product list, create and details for the 4 pages that we created. Good luck with that short assignment, and I will see you guys in the next video. I hope you were able to complete the assignment. First thing we have to do is define route inside the index.js where we have the other routes. Before I do that, let me add the import statement for all the 4 components. Perfect. I will add the import statement here, and then we can configure route. First route that we want is the product itself. So path, let me call that as product, and element here will be the product element. Looks good. Let me copy and paste that 3 more times here. Next one that we want is create product. Then we have product details and product list. Perfect. So product will be directly product create. Let me navigate to product / create. Details will be details like that. And product list, we will say product / list. Now if you implemented something else, that's completely okay, but make sure to modify it to this, because moving forward, I want to show you something else as well. As long as you have practice and you understand what is being done, that is okay. So we have the 4 route that we defined right here. Next, we need to go to header, rename this to be product. The first one that we have here is the product homepage. We will modify that to be a link component. Paste it here. href will be 2. And we will navigate that to be / product. Let me copy this and paste it 1, 2. We need to create one more li tag here and paste it there. After that, we have the product list here. So let me write that, and we will call that product list. Then we have the create, which will be product create, and finally product details. Perfect. We make that change, go back here. Perfect. If I click product, product list, product create, and product details, all of those 4 links are working as expected. So I hope you were able to get some practice with the link component. Now let me continue in the next video and show you some other option. With React Router DOM, we have something called as nested routes. If I go to the index.js here, you can see the 4 routes that we added. Both of them have product in common. So rather than writing this product every time, we can add a nested route here. To nest a route, we need a parent route component. Let me add that, and we will nest that with all the child route component like that. Then in the parent route, we have to define a path, and that will be the path that will be appended, or rather prepended, before all the child routes that we have. Product is the thing that we want, so I can paste it right here. Now with that, we do not need the product anymore in the child component. It will automatically be added before them. With that configured, if you go back, the code will throw an error message. Let me show that as well. We go back here, and we have the absolute route path / nested under the path product is not valid. Well, the reason is route automatically adds a forward slash, so this is not needed. If I save that and go back, perfect, you can see it is working here. So if we try to navigate to any one of them, everything is working right here. When we have to navigate to the product here, you can see the page, or rather the component is exactly what we have. So the route is empty here. Rather than empty path, you can also write index, and that basically defines the same thing. If I save that here and go to product, perfect. You can see that is also working as expected. But rather than index here, I typically like the empty route path. So that is something that you can select based on your preference. But I wanted to show you that index is also an option for the default nested route path. We want to work on what happens if we type an invalid route right here. We want to display the not found page, or rather the component that we have added. Doing that is super simple with React Router DOM. Basically, where we have the route here, we will create a route with a path of asterisk, which denotes not found. And in that case, what element we want to display, I will import not found, and we will display that component right here. With that configured, if I save it and go back, perfect. With this route, you can see not found is being displayed. If we type about and type something else, that also does not work. But I want to show you something else here. If you cut the not found and paste it inside the nested route that we have for product, now if you go back, you can see the about is not working again. But if you navigate to product and then if you type some invalid route, it takes you to the not found. So when you are adding the default, if it is for the global application, make sure to add it at the root level inside the routes here and not inside any nested component. So perfect. With that, we have seen how to add the default error or not found route with React Router DOM. Many times what happens is when you are navigating to some page like the crypto detail page right here. Let's say when we navigate to this page, we want to also write the symbol in the URL. So basically, if I go back here, the URL will be something like crypto detail / ETH or BTC for Bitcoin. We want to capture this BTC that is being passed in the URL and display that on the page. So basically in the URL we are passing some parameters like ID or some text. How can we capture that and use that in a React component? First we have to define route and we have to tell that it is expecting a parameter. To do that, let me go back to the application and inside index.js we have to define the route. So let me add a new route here and it will navigate to crypto detail. On top of that, we expect some ID right here. To define that, we can give that any name we want. Like in this case, we will call it crypto symbol. But main thing is adding a colon before that. That basically tells React that this is not the route name. It is actually a placeholder for some value that will be passed right here. Now if we save the application and press enter here, you can see it is taking us to the about page. Because we have the about here, I need to change that to crypto detail. Perfect, save that, and that is working. If I pass anything here, it is still redirecting us to the crypto detail because React is thinking this is the variable that is being passed in place of crypto symbol right here. So that is great news. But how can we use the crypto symbol and display that inside the crypto detail? For that, we have a hook that is available inside React Router DOM with the name of useParams. So in the function here, we have to create a constant, call that as crypto symbol, and then that is equal to useParams. If you are passing multiple parameters here, you can get all of them and assign them right here. That will automatically populate it inside the crypto symbol here, and then when we have the return here, let me display the symbol like that. Perfect. With that, if I go back and save it, great. You can see it is working as expected. But one thing that I want to point out is name must match here. If I write crypto symbol 1, you can see it does not work. So whatever name we have in the colon right here, crypto symbol, that must match what we are using inside the useParams. So if I go back here and if I add something else like ID here, I can say comma ID, and we can display the ID right here. Let me try that. We have the BTC and 32. Perfect. You can see that is working as expected. We can also change the default route in header here. Where is the crypto? We need to add a link, copy, paste it here. 2 will be crypto detail /BTC /10, and whoops, we'll say crypto detail here. Let me go back and try that. Great, that is working as expected. Now right now we have one limitation. Let's say for some reason if this ID was an optional field and if I only enter BTC here, you can see it is taking me to not found. So how can we define optional parameters in the route? In the older versions of React Router, basically you just had to add a question mark like that, and that used to define an optional field. But with React Router 6, what we have to do is we have to create a new route here, and there we will define the other route that we want. So for both the route here, we are rendering the same element. That way if ID is present, it will pass it. If it is not present, it will select this route. If I save that and go back here, you can see without ID, it is only loading the symbol here. But if I click crypto detail and pass the ID, it is loading that ID. So that is how we can define optional parameter. Now for the next video, I want you guys to implement something similar with product detail. Right now it is going to product /detail, but there if you pass any ID like this, that will be stored inside product ID, and I want you to display that right here. So good luck with that assignment. I hope you were able to complete the assignment. Where we have the details here, we need to pass the ID, so colon, let me call that product ID. Then we have to go to product details and we have to add the useParam. I will add the import statement for useParams here, and then we will use the hook useParams here to get the value in product ID. Now this product ID is case sensitive as well. So if you make it a different case, that will also not work. Finally, in the return statement here, I will display product ID. We will save that and let me go back. If I refresh here, perfect. We get the ID that we pass, and in the URL here, let me pass the ID as well. We will go to header here and product detail. Let me pass number 3 and perfect. That is working as expected. If I go back to the application, you can see home here is highlighted. When I click about, that does not highlight the currently active link. In CSS, it is a matter of adding the style with the current URL and if that is active or not. But the link component that we have does not support that. For that, we have another component which is navlink. So rather than link here, we will be renaming that to be navlink. And let me see what happens at that time. We will remove the active class name that is present by default here. And let me go back. Great, now you can see if about is in the URL, about is highlighted. If we select crypto detail or home, the correct link is basically being highlighted. That is the main difference when it comes to nav and navlink. We have an attribute with the name of active class name. We can toggle that and we can add custom styling if we want. So in the navlink where we have the class name, I could pass a function and this function takes an object where we have is active. That is going to be true whenever that is the current link, and that feature is only available with navlink. So in navlink here, let me add an object and there we will have an arrow function where we will have is active property. What we want to do here is we want to check if is active is true. Then we want navlink class that we had. And on top of that, I want to add active. If that is not active, then I only want the navlink flag. Now this is what it was doing so far by default. So what I can do special is with the is active, I can make the text red by using text danger. Let me copy this class name and paste it right here in about as well. And let's go back. Perfect. You can see home is red. If I click on about, that is also red. Crypto detail, we do not have that custom class. We did not add that code. So it has the default active class. But you can see exactly how navlink can provide a class object, and there using is active, you can directly toggle some styling. So again, when you are working, I highly prefer using navlink rather than nav because I get the default is active flag and I can toggle the styling based on that. We have learned few things with the React Router DOM, but now I want to go into little more detail. And what I mean by that is, let's say we are on the product page. Here I want to add a button. On click of that button, I want to navigate to the product create. How can we do that? For that we have something called as use navigate with React Router DOM. Let me open the product here. And there we will import use navigate from React Router DOM. In the return statement here, let me enclose that. And after the heading here, let me add a button. On there, I will add an on-click event. And there I will have an arrow function. On that arrow function, let me close the button. And what do we want on the arrow function? On the use navigate hook, we will have to create a constant here. So we can say constant navigate is equal to use navigate. And then we can use the hook. So here on click, we will say navigate. And there we have to write the path where we want to navigate. You can see it has the 2 parameter. So we want to navigate to product and then create. We can save that, go back, add product. Perfect. You can see navigation is working as expected. Then let me add one more button here where we will navigate to product detail with an ID of, let's say, 5. This time we will be using something different. Let me show that. I will add one more button here. And we will display navigate to product detail 5. There we can use the link component. Cut that, paste it here, and on click here, we can write the 2 parameter and define the route where we want to navigate. So we want to navigate to product, detail, and 5. Let me save that. Link is not defined. We have to import that. And if I click here, why is it not found? It is details. I will fix that. And we were in product, navigate, perfect. That is working. So perfect, we have the use navigate, we can use the link and then wrap button within there. Along with use navigate and link, we also have a navigate component. So let me import that from React Router DOM. Let me also add a state here, and using that state, I want to show you how we can navigate if we want to. The function here, we will add a constant, and using the use state hook, we will add a state with the name of GoToProduct. By default, it is false, and we have the set GoToProduct to toggle that. So basically, if GoToProduct is true, then we will navigate to product, and this time let me go to product detail of, let's say, 3. To do that in a different way, we can do something like this. So right here, we can check go to product, and there we can have a navigate component. I can add the tooling here to go to product, details, 3, and we can add a self-closing tag. Then let me add a button, copy this button, paste it one more time here. We will call that navigate to product 3. In the bracket, I will display use state. Let me save that and go back here to the product page. Perfect. This time we have to toggle the state here. On click here, we can say set go to product, and there we can set the go to product to be true. Let me save that and let me try that. This time when we click here, you will notice something different with the route. When I click it, you can see after product, it is appending product, details, and 3. We did not want that. But that has happened because we forgot the / here. So because of that, it was appending on the existing route. Now if we click here, perfect, that works. So that is something that you should keep in mind as well. If you add the / route here, it will go to the root directory and add this route. But if you do not add this, then it will append to the current route that you have in the URL. So that is another route that you can take to navigate when you are working within component. Now I personally prefer the use navigate hook rather than using the navigate component, because that to me is much more cleaner. But again, I wanted to show you multiple options that are available. Now right now in our product, we have a link to go to the add product page. Let me add that same link inside product list as well. I will go back to the application here, and in product, we have the link for add product. Copy that, paste that in the create product. Perfect, that looks good. We have to add the import statement here, and we need the use navigate. Perfect. Now if I go back, we have add product, and that takes us to the create product. So let me go to create product now. I will add a button here, which is basically go back, save that, and we have the back button. What I want is if I navigate to add product, I want to go back to the page where I came from. In the React Router DOM, we have use navigate, and we can use that to accomplish that functionality. When we are using hook, we will have to create a constant navigate. So what we can do is on click, let me add an arrow function here, and we can call navigate. There in the parameters, we can pass where we want to navigate. If I pass -1, that will basically take me to the last page that I was on. So if I go to product, add product and go back, it takes me to the product page. If I go to product list, add product and then go back, it takes me to the product list page. And the number that we have added here is basically what you want. If you want to go back 2 pages, you can pass -2 and so on. So that is a great feature that you have to use if you want to go back to the original page from where you navigated to the current page. We want to focus on learning Redux. To do that, we will first open Visual Studio and let me open a folder where we will create our project. I will select a folder, and once I open that, inside the terminal window, if that is not open, you can press Ctrl to toggle that. You can see that right here. So we will open that and we will write the command npx create React app. Name of the app will be Reduxopedia. It will take some time, so let me wait for that. And while this is being done, let me switch back to my browser here, and we will be using Bootstrap. So let me get that and also Bootstrap icon. We need to get the CDN for Bootstrap. So if I click on Quick Start, scroll down, we have the CDN right here. Let me go to Bootstrap icon, and if I go to install, where is that? We should have a usage tab at the end where we will have CDN right there. Let me copy the CDN for Bootstrap icon, go back, our project is created here, and I will open index.html, remove the manifest here, and paste the link. Copy that, paste it one more time. Next, we need the Bootstrap link, so let me go back, and we have the Bootstrap CSS. Copy that, and we will paste it. Perfect. Let me add Bootstrap before Bootstrap icon, and we need to add the JS as well. So we have script src. We need to go back here and copy the JS, paste it there, and perfect. With that, we have Bootstrap as well as Bootstrap icons added in our project. Now here in the Create React app, we have many files. We do not need them. We want to start simple. So I will delete everything else. Just keep the index.html and index.js. In the src, I will create a new folder for images and move the logo image inside there. Rename that to be React. Then for the hierarchy, inside the src folder, I will create a main folder for app. And inside that app folder, I will have a layout folder. Layout basically will have header and footer, but in the app here, I will also create a new folder for components. So in layout here, we will be adding a new file. I will call that header.jsx. It will be a React component. Now I have the snippets installed, so I will type rfce. That will create a basic functional component with the name of header. Here I want to import the image that we have in the images folder. So I will say import here, logo from, and we need to give it the path. We have to go 2 layers up. Inside the images folder, we have react.png. Rather than just displaying header here, let me add some Bootstrap styling for the div classes, display the image, and then in a span display React course Reduxopedia. That looks good. We will go to index.js, and here we will add the header component, press enter, and it automatically adds the import statement. Let me remove everything else that is not used. Perfect, that looks good. With that, let me go back to the terminal here, and we will have to go inside the directory, so cd Reduxopedia, and there we will say npm start. And perfect. We have the basic application up and running here, but I want to change the background color. So let me switch back to the code, and where we have index.html in the body here, let me add a class of margin 0 and style background color of black. Perfect. That looks much better. We will open the console here to examine we don't have any errors, and that looks good. With that, we have the basic application that is set up, and now from the next video, we can continue on learning Redux. We want to install Redux in our project. For that, we have to go to React.js, and there we click on Getting Started. If you read the first few lines here, it says the recommended way to start new apps with React and Redux is by using the templates here, which takes advantage of the Redux toolkit. Now previously we used to have Redux and React Redux, but React toolkit is a wrapper around that, and that wrapper has many advantages. So now the default and recommended way is to install the Redux toolkit. We will navigate there and we will click on Get Started. We scroll down, we will have the npm, which is npm install React.js / toolkit. Let me copy that, go back to our project, and it is running here. So let me open up a new PowerShell window. We will have to navigate to Reduxopedia and paste the command. On top of that, we also want the React Redux library, so we will install both of them. Perfect, installation have been done. Now how do we configure that in our application? What we will do next is inside the src folder, I will create a new folder with the name of store, and inside there I will create a new file, store.js. Store.js will be the file where we will be configuring the store, which will be the Redux store for our application. To get started, we will have to import configure store from the Redux.js toolkit. So we will add that import statement, and then we will have to export const variable name. We will call that as store. That makes sense here. And we will be using the configure store method that expects an object where we will be adding all the configuration related to our store. So right now we have created our store. Now multiple stores can be created, but it is not a recommended approach. Typically you will have one store for your application, and in there, of course, if you have multiple components, we will be creating multiple slices that we will see in the upcoming videos. But as a rule of thumb, you should remember that always, well, in most of the situation or the recommended approach is to have one store per application. In our store, we have reducer, and this will be object because we can have multiple reducer. What is reducer? Do not worry right now. In store, just remember that there is something called as reducer, and we will fill this reducer in the upcoming video. With that, we have a store that is configured even though there is nothing here, so it is not going to do anything, but our store setup is complete. If we save this here, and if I go back to the application console, nothing is different because we are not using the store.js. How do we use the store that we have configured in our application? For that, in index.js, we first have to import that. So import, we have store, and we have the route that looks good. Then where we have the complete application, we will have to wrap the complete application with our store. That way, if we have multiple components in our application, they will be able to access the global store that we have. So right now we just have header components. So let me wrap that with the store that we created. In order to wrap, we need one other component from the React Redux, and that component is provider. So we will say import we want to import provider from React Redux. That provider is the component which will wrap our complete application. And provider expects a parameter or property for store, and we are using the same name, so let me add that. We will have the closing tag of provider after the header, and any component that we add in our application, we will add that within provider. That way it will be able to access the global store that we will configure and modify in the upcoming videos. But with that, now you know how to configure the Redux store that we have here and how to add that onto our application. Make sure you always do that at the global level. That way all the child components here are able to access the global store. Now we want to work on our store that we created, but rather than calling this folder store, I will call that as Redux, and everything related to Redux will be in this folder. When I update that, the path here is updated, so that looks good. In the basic application, we will start by building a counter. So in our components, let me create a new file. I will call that counter.jsx. It will be a React component, RFCE. We will create a basic functional component. Let me close that and everything else other than index.js and store.js. Let me zoom in a little bit here and hide everything else. Perfect. Now the store that we have, in that store we will be having multiple slices. So inside the Redux folder, I will create a new folder for slice, and I will create a new file. Name that as counterslice.js. Now slice is a term that comes by basically slicing or splitting our Redux store. Because if you think about that in an application, there will be multiple different components which are not related. Like you might have a shopping cart, you might have order, you might have products. All of them are not related, so it does not make sense to have the complete store in one place. So rather than that, we will divide store into separate pieces, which we will call as a slice in Redux. Inside our current application, the first component that we are working on is counter. So let me create a slice for that and call that as counter slice. Now we need to think about what will a slice actually contain. Well, if you remember in store, we had something called as reducer. Slice will be a collection of reducer and action for a particular component or a subpart of the application. Now what are reducers and action? Those are great questions. But before I answer them, I think it is one of those things that if you start coding first and then you understand it, it will make much more sense. So we need to create slice. For that we will have to import create slice from the Redux.js toolkit. Then this slice is for counter. So let me create a constant here, and we will have something like initial state. In there it will be an object. Let me add a count of 0 in that. So we have initial state. This is like initial state for our store, and right now we have count is 0. Now we are not working on store right now, we are working on a slice. So what you have defined here is initial state for this particular slice only. For multiple other slices that we will create, they will have their own initial state. This is an object, so you can add more than one properties if you want here. But right now we will keep things super simple. After that we will export constant, name that as counter slice is equal to, and we have to create slice, so invoke that method. Inside there we will have to provide multiple options. First thing that we have to give is a unique name to our slice. Let me call that as counter. After that we have to define what will be initial state for this particular slice. So initial state, we already have defined that. Let me use that. After that, we have to define something called as reducers. Now, one thing you should notice here, when we were working on store, it was a reducer. And when we are working on slice here, it is reducers. So what will reducers have? They will basically have all the actions that we want in our application. Like we want the increment and decrement actions on our counter. So reducers will have all of those actions related to that particular slice. So here, let me create a method with the name of increment, and in the parameters, we will get the state here and we can modify. Now, what is the state? And that is very, very critical to understand. The state is basically the state of your slice and not the Redux store. When you work in a slice, the state is basically the initial state that you have right here inside that slice only. So here we can say state.count, and let me increment that. Now, one thing that you will enjoy when you are working with slice is that Redux toolkit allows us to write mutable logic in reducer. So you do not have to worry about actually spreading the operators and creating a new object and passing that. Redux toolkit takes care of everything. So we can directly modify the state and it will be reflected, which was not the case when we work using the use state and other hooks that we have. So we have added increment action here. Let me add one more, call that decrement, and there we will reducing the count. We need to add a comma. That looks good. So we are exporting the counter slice here, and we have configured reducers, initial state, and we have given it a meaningful name here. Now, how do we see that everything that we have done so far is actually working? If I go to console log, we have to define a reducer in our store. We have created our first slice, and inside there we have reducer as well. What we can do is we can export the reducer that we have inside the counter slice, and we can also export the individual actions that we have inside reducer. So right here, what we can do is add an export statement, and we want to export the increment and decrement action, and that will be inside counter slice dot actions. That is done by default. We have to add a const here, and what I mean by default is when you have counter slice, inside there we have something called as reducer that will export the reducer, and we have counter slice dot action, and those are the actions that we write inside the reducers. So in order to export the actions, you can say counter slice dot actions, and we are spreading that here. Let me also export the reducer itself. So export const, let me call that counter reducer is equal to counter slice dot reducer. Make sure this is reducer and not reducers here, because these are the predefined values to access the reducer or action. Perfect. So we are exporting them here. In the store, we need to import them. Now here we do not have to import action. We only care about the reducer. So I can say import counter reducer, and where we have reducer, we will define our first reducer. We will be adding our first reducer. Let me call that counter, and we have the counter reducer. With that, we have configured our first reducer in our Redux store. To see that it actually works, we can do a console.log here, and we can log the complete store. Save that, and let me go back. Application is still running here, and perfect. If you refresh here, you can see we have our current store right here. So with that, we have configured our store. We have added a slice here. Inside there, we have reducer. We have added some action. But how does everything come together? Let me show you that in the next video. If you examine in the logs, we have the store. Inside there we have a method getState. Let me go back and actually call that. So on store here we will say .getState and see what is the state of our store. We expand that and we have counter. Inside there we have count. Now that makes sense. But what if rather than count here you wanted to call the variable as counter? Then it will get confusing, and when you will be accessing that in the React component you will have to say counter.counter. That does not look that good. But the question is, where is this counter coming from? That is actually coming from the name that we have given in our store. So what I prefer is, rather than calling counter, I like to call that counter store. So in the counter store, we have a variable of count with the value of 0. That hierarchy looks much better. Now let me go back to the application, and in counter slice, we have increment and decrement actions. How can we invoke them? Well, one way of invoking them is right here. We have the store. We can dispatch that action and call that. To dispatch that, what we can do is we have store.dispatch. There we can define something called as type. That type expects a route to the action method. Now what exactly will be the route? That route will be name of the slice that we have created, which is counter, followed by the action method. Here we do not care about the reducer name that we have given. The actual routing works based on the name of the slice. So it will be counter. Let me copy and paste that here. And the action is increment / add that route. If you had some payload, you can also pass that right here with payload, like if you had to increment it by certain value. But we are incrementing it by 1. So let me add that, and then let me log again the store.getState. Now with that, if I go back here, we have 2 logs here. First one, the count is 0, but in the second one you can see count is updated to 1. So that basically proves that our state has been toggled with the use of store.dispatch. And there it is using the route based on the slice name and the action method name. Now that is one way to invoke action method. But thankfully with Redux Toolkit, we have much better alternatives. So let me remove that. But I just wanted to show you the current state and also how we can invoke some of the actions that we have created right here. In the last video, you saw we were able to toggle the state, but we have the counter component. Now how can we access the state that we have configured in our store, and we want to set the initial state as well? Let me set that to be 10 here. And how do we actually display that in some of our React component? React Redux Toolkit has provided hooks for that. So we have import and something called as use selector from React Redux. With the help of use selector, we can get the current state. So in the function here, we can say const count is equal to use selector, and inside there we have the state. We do not want to retrieve the complete state. We only want to retrieve the counter. So we can say state.counter. Inside there we have the count property. Now if you remember, we did not have counter. We modified that to be counter store. I will add that, and right here let me display the count. I will save that. And let me go back. I do not think I added that in index here. I will add counter. And we see an error here. Let me see what's going on. We have a spelling mistake here. It is counter store. If I refresh here, perfect. The error goes away. We have 10 here, but that is not visible. So let me go to index here. And I can add a div Give it a class of text white, and perfect. You can see we are able to access the initial state and value of our counter that we added. Now, of course, if you make a spelling mistake like we saw, then things will not work. So make sure that if something does not work, always check the spellings, because it is very easy to mistype something when you are working with React. So with that, we have seen how we can use the useSelector hook in React Redux to access values of our state. Now that we are displaying the counter here, let me add a little more style to our component, and we will be adding main div here. Inside that div, we are adding a div, and we will display our counter. Perfect, that looks good. After that div, let me add a div, give it a class name of row, and in there we will be adding 2 layers of div. First will be column MD6, and there we want to add 2 buttons. Let me add a button, give it a class name of btn primary. We will call that as add button. Copy that, paste it one more time for remove. Let me go back to see how things are coming along. Perfect. Let me make it btn danger and add a space here. Great. So we have add and remove button to toggle our counter value. Now how can we invoke the action methods that we have in our slice? We saw previously from the store how to invoke that, but that involved adding a manual path. We do not want that. The Redux toolkit has provided wrapper that makes it super simple. If we go back to the counter slice here, we are exporting the increment and decrement actions from counter slice. We can import them in our counter component. So we want to import increment and decrement from, we will have to go one level up. We have Redux, inside there, slice, and counter slice. Now when we have to invoke or dispatch the action, React Redux has also provided a hook, which is useDispatch. Using that hook, we will have to create a constant here. We will name it as dispatch, and on button click we can use that to invoke the action method inside our slice. So here on click, we will be adding an arrow function, and we will be calling dispatch. In the parameter here, you can see it expects the action. That action we have already imported, that is increment, and we will also have to invoke that. Let me copy the onClick for add, paste it for remove, and there we will call decrement. We will save that, and let's go back. Perfect. You can see when I add, the number is incrementing. When I remove, it does not decrement. We might have some spelling mistake here. So let me go back and decrement. Whoops, here we have count 1 by mistake, and this will be minus equal to 1. Perfect. You can see with that we can easily dispatch the action methods from our React component. With that, I want you guys to pause the video and analyze on what we just did, because this is the core foundation of working with the Redux toolkit. First, we have created reducers. Inside there we have action method. We export the reducers and action method, and in our store we configure the main reducer. Then where we have to consume, if we want to retrieve state, we can use the useSelector there, and when we want to call the action method, we import those action method and call dispatch. That is also inside the useDispatch hook provided by React Redux. So pause the video. I would highly suggest remove everything that we have added here and code it once again to get yourself more familiar with the syntax and everything that we have done in the past few videos. Now it's time for a small assignment. In the counter here, where we have the row, let me copy the div right here, paste it one more time. Perfect. Let me go back, check the UI. Looks good. I want to add a heading. So right here after border, I will add an h4 multiplier counter, and the first one that we had was a basic counter. Go back. Perfect, that looks good. I had to add it inside the border here. And great. Now let me scroll down here, and after the heading, let me add a div, give it a class name of row. Inside there, I will add a div, give it a class name of column 4, padding 1. Copy this column 4, paste it 2 more times. The first button here, let me cut it and paste it in the second one, and the third one right here. Perfect. We go back here, and I will be adding the bootstrap classes of form control in both the buttons. Great. Now for the first one, I want to add an input field here. So we will add input, type is equal to text here. Placeholder will be multiplier, and bootstrap classes will be form control. We go back, and that looks good. Let me add some dots here. Perfect. So with that, what is your assignment? Well, the assignment is that first you have to control this input field to a controlled component, so you have to add local state in your counter component. For that, you will be using the use state, and you will initialize its value by 10. After that, when you hit the add button, it should increment the counter that we have in our Redux store by the multiplier that we have here. So if it is 10 and you press add, it will be 24 and so on. That is the assignment that you have to practice. Now we have not seen how to pass payload data when it comes to adding the action method. So let me show that in one of the example. That way you will get more familiar in practicing the assignment. So first we need to add one more action here. Let me call that decrement multiplier. Now right now we only have state, but along with state we also get something called as action. And inside that action you can see we have two things. We have a type and we have a payload. That is what we saw when we were dispatching in our store using the default dispatch. We do not care about the type, but we do care about the payload. So when you basically invoke this particular decrement multiplier in the brackets or in the parameter, right here you can pass the payload, and that will be accessible using action.payload in the decrement multiplier. So I think I have given you enough clues on how to complete this assignment. But make sure to practice that before you move forward with the solution in the next video. I hope you were able to complete the assignment. First thing, we need to make this input as a controlled component. So we go to our counter component and we will have to import the use state. And next, where we have the use dispatch, we need to create the state. So we will call that as multiplier, and the method to set that state will be set multiplier. Initial value, we will set that to be 10. Then we need to make this a controlled component. So input here, we will set the value will be multiplier, and on change we have to bind that. So E goes to set multiplier, and the value is e.target.value. Perfect. With that, let me go back here, and now you can see the default value if we refresh that is being set. So we have a controlled component here. Next, we need to create the action method in counter slice. We will be receiving the payload here. So what we can do is minus equal to We want to subtract that by action.payload. Simple as that. I will copy this, paste it one more time for the increment multiplier, and this will be plus equal to. Next, we need to export them. So here we have increment multiplier and decrement multiplier. In our counter, we will have to import them. That looks good. Let me scroll down. And where we have increment, we will be calling increment multiplier. We will pass multiplier there. Similarly, we will have decrement multiplier. Payload, we will pass multiplier. That's all that we have to do. If we go back and if we add, you can see it is functional. If we remove, that is also working. But something else that you will notice is if you change that and add, it is appending that as a string. To fix that in a simple way, what we can do is in counter slice where we have plus equal to, we can convert that to be a number, and that will fix it. Let me show that. Perfect. So with that, our increment and decrement multiplier are working as expected. In our application, we have counter slice. Let's say we have some other component, we will display that right here, but let's assume we have some other component like travel destination, and we want to display all of them right here as well. Rather than adding more things in the initial state here, let's add a new slice. So new file, I will name that destination slice. Whoops, forgot the extension, .js, and that looks good. In order to create a slice, we need to import the create slice from React.js toolkit, and then we need initial state. For that, we will create a constant initial state is equal to, and we can make it a function if we want, but we basically want to return an array of destinations. So that will be an object. Let me enclose that, and perfect. Now we have an initial state in which we are returning an object which is destinations, and there we have name, days, and fact. Now we need to create a slice. So right here I will say export const destination slice is equal to create slice, and inside there we have to give it a name. Let me call that destination. Next we have the initial state, which will be initial state itself. Save that, and then we need reducers. Now right now we don't have any reducer, we do not have any click functionalities or any actions right now, so we can keep that as empty. In the store here I will be adding destination store, and that will be destination reducer. We have to export that. So export const destination reducer is equal to destination slice dot reducer. Save that, go back, and we need to import destination reducer here. Perfect, that looks good. Right here, if I do console.log store.getState, let me see what we have on the screen. Go back and press F12 there, and perfect. Now we have the destination store and we have the destination here. So now we can create a React component where we can access the store and display all the destination. Let me do that in the next video. In our store, we have a list of all the destination. Let me add a component for that. I will call that destination list.jsx. Make sure the spelling is correct here and create the component. Then we have to import the use selector because we want to select something from the state. If I go back, in state we have destination store and there we have destinations. So I will say const destination list is equal to use selector, and there we'll say state goes to, we want to retrieve the destination store. Make sure there is no spelling mistake, else it will not work. And we have the destinations. Once we have that, we will loop through the destination and display all the destination. So in the return here, I will say destination list dot map, and there we will get the individual destination, add a comma, get the index there, and we will cut the div, paste it right here. We will remove that div, create a new div here, give it few bootstrap classes and style, and also give that a key because we are in .map, and we can just use the index there. Inside the main div, I will add another div, give it some bootstrap classes for designing, and we want to display destination.name. Save that, and we have to add that in index. After counter, let me add the destination list here. And if we go back, we don't see anything there, so we need to debug on what is going on. Right here, I can do console.log, and let me log the destination list that we retrieve to make sure that we are getting anything. Yes, we are. Let me go back. We have the return statement here. Whoops, we forgot the return here. Where we have the div, we need that. And perfect. We have all the destination right here. After that, what I want is right here. I want to add some button. So we have the first div here. Let me add another div, give it a class name of column4, column md2, bootstrap classes, and add a button, give it a class of btn, btn success, and form control with some margin here, and we will display details. Perfect, that looks good. Now if you want, you can also display some heading on the top here, so let me do that. If you want, you can create a parent destination component, but I'm just gonna do that directly right here. Within the div here, I will add an h4 and give it a class name of text success and text center. Move our destination list in there, and perfect. That looks much better. Let me add padding bottom here, and perfect. Now within our destination, what I want to do is when I click on details here, I want to display a list of all the details that we have right here. So Hong Kong, 7 days we need to travel that, and we have an interesting fact. I want to display and toggle that in a view right here. Let me do that in the next video. Now we need an action, like on button click, something should happen. So basically on button click, we might have to store someplace on which destination is being selected, and then we have to display the details. To do that, what we can do is inside our store, or rather slice here, where we have initial state, it contains only destination. I can also add one more thing here, which can be destination selected, and keep that as null. And then whenever a destination is selected, we will populate that complete object in this destination selected property. So we need to add a reducer for that as well. In our reducer, we will create an action, and let me call that destination clicked, there, state and action. Now this time we will require action because we will be getting the selected destination in payload. And all we have to do is state.destinationSelected is equal to action.payload. So now our responsibility is when we dispatch the destination clicked action, we have to pass the destination object as a payload That's how we will be populating the state that we have right here. Now that we have an action here, we will have to export that. So we will export the destination clicked from destination slice.actions. So with that, we have the destination list here, and we have the details button here. We will be adding on click. There we will have the arrow function. Now we need to call the dispatch. We will have to invoke the new action that we added, and for that we will need the use dispatch in React Redux. After the use selector here, we will create a constant for dispatch, and on click here we will use dispatch. What is the action name? We have to import that as well. So import destination clicked, and we will be calling that destination clicked. Now if I just save this, it will not work, because in destination clicked, if we notice there, we need a payload. So we have to pass the destination that was selected, and that we have in destination itself, because we are mapping through that. So on dispatch, we will be calling the destination clicked, and we will be passing destination. Now let me show you something interesting. Let me go to destination slice, and right here let me do console.log, and let me log the action that we are getting right here. We go back here, and if I press the details, you notice action has two things. It has a type, and there you will notice the exact route that we discussed in the previous videos. And next we have payload. That payload has the complete destination that was expected. So what that will do is it will toggle the state based on what we have defined right here. So once this destination selected is populated, we can of course display all the fact of that destination. Let me create a new component for that and display that in the next video. We need to create a new component where we will be displaying the destination fact. So let me create that. Destination fact.jsx, not face, it will be fact here, and rfce. On top of that, we need the use selector because we need to retrieve state. So I can just go to the other component, copy the statement, paste it here. And this time, using the use selector, we will create a constant selected destination. We want to get state.destination store.destination selected. Where we have the return here, we can add an if condition. If destination selected is equal to undefined. In that case, we will return back a div where we will display selected destination. In the else part here, we will display the destination fact. So cut the return statement, paste it here. And in the main div, we will be adding some bootstrap classes for text center, border, padding 3, and margin 3. Inside there, we will display an h4. Give it some bootstrap classes again for text success for the green color. And we want to display the destination selected .name. And after that, let me quickly display the days recommended and fun fact. We save that and let's go back. Let me close it there and hit the details. Nothing is happening right now, and of course I forgot to add the new component in index. Right here, we need destination fact. Save that again. And we have issue with destination selected. Did I have a spelling mistake there? This is the constant selected destination. So, perfect. Let me go back. We have selected destination. And great. When we click on any destination, you can see that is being toggled. So perfect. With that, I hope you have more experience on passing the payload This time we passed a complex object in the payload of action methods. Now that we have some experience with Redux in our application, let me add one button on top here and create a new component for that. So inside our components, I will create a new file. Let me call that reset_app.jsx. It will be a very basic component. Let me do RFCE shortcut for that. And we have the main div here. Let me add some classes. So class name of text center. Rather than reset app, I just want to display a button right here. Give it a class of btn warning. And I will call that reset app. Save that here, go to index and display that after header. We have the reset app. Let me see how it looks. Perfect. We have the reset app button. Now what I want to do is, let's say we are toggling the counter here and we are also toggling the destination. When I hit the reset app, it should default or rather reset our counter, and also the selected destination should be reset and it should look like the component just loaded. So how can we implement that logic? Well, we have to create two actions in the individual slice to reset their state. And let me do that first. We will be working with both the slice. Let me close all, open the counter slice and destination slice. Inside the destination slice, I will be adding an action and I will call that reset destination. There, I will just get the state. I do not need any payload because I just have to reset the selected destination. So state.destination selected is equal to null. I forgot the colon here. Let me add that. And perfect. That looks good. Let me go to the counter slice here and I will add reset counter. We only need the state here. No payload is required. State.count is equal to 0. Well, our initial state is 10, so let me set that to be 10 here. Finally, from the reset app, we need to dispatch. So let me add the use dispatch, and we forgot to export. So reset counter, let me export that. And we have the reset destination. Let me export that action as well. In the reset app, we will have to import both of them. So here, let me first import the reset counter, and we have import reset destination. After that, we will create a constant dispatch, and on the button here, we will add on click. I can dispatch one action here. So dispatch, and let me reset the destination first. Perfect. With that, let me go back to the project, select a destination, add counter, and then let me select the reset app here. And actually, nothing happens. Something is not right in the code. We go back here, destination slice. Whoops, this will be destination selected and not destination clicked. Once you fix that, if I go back and refresh here, add counter, and perfect, reset app is working. It is resetting the destination, but not the counter. One way to reset both is what we can do. Inside our reset app, let me create one more function. So here we will say constant reset counter and destination. Inside there we can dispatch reset destination and reset counter, and on the on click we can just invoke reset counter and destination. Save that and we can refresh. Let's try that. Perfect. This time it is resetting both the counter as well as destination. But what we are doing here is we are dispatching two different actions. What if we want to dispatch only one action and that should reset destination and counter. How can we accomplish that? Now, in order to understand that, we will be diving into a little bit advanced concept, but I think it is very helpful to understand how exactly everything works together. So let me do that in the next video. Now let me explain what exactly we want to do. We will only be dispatching the reset destination. We will remove everything that we have with the reset counter. So remove that from the counter slice as well. We will remove the reset counter, and let me comment the action as well. Perfect. If I save that and if I go back, now what will happen is if we have destination and counter, reset app will only reset the destination. Now what we want to do is when the destination action method is invoked, we want to tell our counter slice that hey, you should also listen to that particular action, and when that action is invoked, I want you to reset the counter. So basically we will be adding an action in our counter slice that will listen to an action in our destination slice. Now what action in destination slice should we listen to? Let me show that as well. We go to destination slice. We want to listen to reset destination. So what we can do here is let me add action here. We will not be using that, but let me console.log action. I will remove this console log here, save that, go back, press F12 here, and let me click on details. When we click there, now if we select reset app, it will log the action type. So this particular action is what we want to listen to. We can copy this, and then we want to tell our counter slice that hey, you should listen to an action that is triggered for this route, and if you find that action, then we want to reset the count. What happens by default is when this particular action is invoked, it will pass that to all the reducer here, and the destination reducer will be like, yes, I have an action method for that route, so it will invoke that. The counter store or counter reducer here will be like, I don't have a matching action for that, so I will ignore that request. But if we have something in the counter slice here that says that nope, I have a listener for that route as well, then that will also be executed. In order to add a custom route, we cannot do that in reducers. We have something called as extra reducers right here. And with extra reducers, we get a builder object right here by default. Using that builder object, we can add a case to listen to a custom route. So we can say builder.addCase, and using that we have to define what is the custom route that we want to listen for an action. So that is destination, reset destination that I copied from here. The next parameter here is the action itself. So in action, we have state, action, and then the arrow function. We can copy and paste it right here. Everything stays the same. But what do we want to do when reset destination is invoked? We want to reset the state.count to be 10. So let me do that. Perfect. With that change, let me try that. We remove few things. Click on details here, reset app, and great. Now you can see it was able to successfully reset the counter. So that way you can see how our counter slice is basically listening to a custom action which is not within the same name, which is counter. So if you have to listen to some other action methods of different slices, you can do that by adding extra reducers. Now when we are adding case here, we have magic string. I do not like magic strings at all, and they should be avoided as much as possible. So is there a way to avoid the magic string that we have in the route right here? Let me go to the destination slice, and we have the destination slice dot actions. Let me do a console.log there and log the destination slice dot actions. Inside there we have reset destination. Convert that to a string and see what we have. If I save that and go back, press F12 here, great. You can see we have the exact route, and that is defined if we try to log the action, the exact action, and convert that to a string. So what we can do is in the counter here, we can import reset destination, and where we have the case, if I go back where we logged it, we have reset destination dot toString. So right here we can say reset destination dot toString, and let's see what happens. Let me remove the console.log, refresh here, add, reset, perfect. Now that way you can see we are avoiding the hard-coded magic strings. Right now what we are doing is we have an action inside the destination slice, and that we are invoking in the counter slice. When we go to reset app, right here we see that we are resetting the destination, but in actual reality it is resetting the destination as well as the counter. So if someone else is coming on the team, this might seem confusing on what exactly is going on. Is there a better way of doing the same things? Of course there is. What we can do is we can create a completely different action, and then both the components can invoke that particular action. Let me show you what I mean by that. In the Redux folder here, let me create a new folder with the name of action. And inside there, I will create actions.js. Now here, what we can do, we can import something called as create action from the React.js toolkit. Using that, we can define a custom action. How do we do that? Pretty simple. We'll say export constant. Let me call that reset Reduxopedia. And on there, we will be creating the create action. There we only have to give it a type. If you notice, when we were working with the reducers, the action had type and payload. So here we only want the type. Let me give it something like Reduxopedia / reset. That's all we have to do to create an action. Next, what we have to do is the slice that we have. We want to tell both counter slice and destination slice that you should listen to this action, and if that happens, I want you guys to do something. So first we will have to import that. I will say import reset Reduxopedia, and where we have the extra reducer, this time the case will be reset Reduxopedia. We only have state, we do not use action, but if you want, you can also define custom action, or rather payload, with the create action. We don't care about that, but we want to set the state to be 10. That looks good for the extra reducer. Let me copy that, go back to the destination slice, and we will have to add the extra reducer right there. Inside the destination slice, we have to change the destination selected and set that to be null. Perfect. So now we have created a custom action, and this action has to be dispatched. We will go to the reset app here, and we have to import reset Reduxopedia. Where we are dispatching, we will dispatch the reset Reduxopedia. We will save that, go back here. I have an error in the destination slice. Let me take a look at that. Reset Reduxopedia is not defined. We have to import that. And perfect. Let me toggle the state. And great. Now we are able to reset both the counter and destination, but we have created a custom action. So that brings us to a very important learning task. When we are working in a slice and in the reducers, we define something, it automatically adds the route for that, and it also exposes the reducer. But if we want to add custom actions like we added here, then we can tell individual slice that, hey, I am also interested in learning or rather listening to this custom action, and when I find that action, I will perform some task on the state of my slice. Because I have said many times and I will say it once again, when you are working inside a slice, you can only toggle the state of that slice and not the state of any other slice. So when some action has to toggle state of multiple slice, this is how you will accomplish that. So pause the video, analyze on what we have done, and make sure you understand the basic foundation that we have learned in this section. Now I just want to point out there is one other workaround that some people like and some don't, but I want to show you what it is. When you are looking at counter slice here, you can see we are exporting here, destination slice, we have few exports right here. When we are working with the component, if we scroll up, you can see we are importing from counter slice. Now many people like that they always import from the main store or rather have an index file in there. We have the store.js, that is the root file. So what we can do is the import statements that we have right here. We can import them and then we can export. So let me copy them, go back to our store here, and we will be adding the import statement. This time we will be going inside the slice folder, counter slice. Let me open counter slice. That looks good. Let me open destination slice. We have destination click and reset destination. Let me import that. And then let me export all of this right here. So we can say export, paste them, and the destination ones as well. Perfect. Now let me close everything here, close all, go to the counter. When we are importing, we will only import from store.js. So inside Redux, we have store, save that. Let me go to the other component. Right here will be also store, looks good, and perfect. With that, if I go back, the application will still be running the same. We press F12, we don't have any errors here. Let me add, reset, that is functional. But what this basically does is now wherever we have to import anything, we know that inside store, we can fetch that. But again, this is one of the topics that you can follow on what you prefer and what is the flow that is being used in your company. But with that, I hope you have a good understanding of Redux that we covered in this section. We want to create a new project in order to understand RTK Toolkit and Redux in much more detail. We will go to File, Open Folder. I will navigate to a folder here, select that, and we will press Ctrl+sign. We will be using npx create React app. Project name will be Travelopedia. While it is being created, let me switch back to the browser here. We will be using Bootstrap 5. You can use the npm if you want, or what you can do is we can go to Quick Start. We have the CDN link. Let me copy the CSS first. And perfect. Once this is done, in public, we have index.html. Let me add a link tag there. With href, I will paste the CSS here, and rel will be style sheet. After that, we want a script tag, src. Let me copy that CDN again. Paste it here. and that looks good. We will also use the bootstrap icons. So let me click there, and I believe the usage is at the very end. We have those CDN here. Copy that and go back, paste it right here. Perfect. After that, we need to clean up all the files that got added here. We will not be using all of them. So let me clean things up real quick. Delete all the files that are not being used in index.html in the body here. Let me give it a style for background color of black color. Perfect. Logo, I will move that in src. I will create an images folder and move it there. Rename that to be react.png. Final things in the cleanup, we do not need any other files other than index.js. So I will remove everything, and we have index here. Let me display hello, not any component. Remove that. And in index.html, we do not need the manifest here. Let me remove that. Perfect. We'll press Ctrl Dot. Let me start the application here. And we need to navigate one folder inside and then do npm start. And perfect, we see the hello here, but text is not visible. I can also add here text color as white. And it will not be text color, it will be color. That looks good. Now, like always, I want a header here, so let me add that before we wrap up the video. We will go back, and in the src, I will create a folder of layout, add a new file, header.jsx. We will use the snippet rfce to create a functional component. We have to import react.png. I will call that as logo here. And rather than displaying div here with header, I will add div, give it some bootstrap classes, display an image here, and on the right side with span, we will have React course Travelopedia. I will save that. Let me go to index here rather than hello. Now we have the header component. We will add that, and perfect. We have a nice header right here. With that, we have removed the files that we no longer require, and we have cleaned up the default Create React app. Let me continue from the next video. Now we want to build an application where we will have multiple destinations that we want to travel. Inside our src folder, let me create a new folder with the name of components, and inside there, I will create 3 components. First one will be add destination.jsx. As the name suggests, that will basically have text box and button where you can add a destination. Next component will be destination index.jsx, and that will basically be the index file for destination. Finally, we will display all the destination in a list, and that will be inside destination list.jsx. So first, let me work with the most complex one, which is add destination. To get started, I will type rfce, and where we have the component, let me create multiple divs here. I will have one div. In there, I have the form tag, and I have the parent div with the class of row. Inside that div, we will create 3 more div. If I save that, it will automatically format everything. We have column 5, 5, and 2. Before we start with anything else, let me display h4, enter a new destination. Then for the column 5, we will have an input field, which will be of type text, class name, form control, and placeholder will be enter city. Next one will be another input field, but that will be to enter country. So the city you want to travel and the country you want to travel. Finally, for the last div here, we will have a button which will be add button. Save all of that and we have the basic design for add destination. The parent component for destination is destination index. Let me create that RFCE, and where we have to return, let me create a div with a class name of text white 50. Inside that div, we will add an h1, which will be Travelopedia list, and there we want to add the component add destination. Import statement got added automatically. That looks good. We will go to index here. After header, I will have destination index. Display that and let me see the UI. Perfect. That looks good. Now rather than Travelopedia list, let me just rename that to be travel list. And perfect. Now we have two input box here. When we hit add button, we want to store the values that were entered here. Let me continue with that from the next video. Now typically when we work with Redux, we initialize our state. Here we will have a list of destination and that might have few properties like city, country, number of days needed for traveling, etc. If you are working with Redux, what you can do so far is you can set the initial state and you can have the initial state in a variable. But what if the initial state is not a constant? What if you have to retrieve that from a database or an API endpoint? In that case, you will have to make an async call to retrieve that data. And at that point, with Redux, you have to use some other libraries. Now you can be creative, and what you can do is you can have an Axios call and use effect to populate the Redux state. But that is a lot of workaround that you have to do to configure and maintain that in multiple places if your application grows. And for that, as an alternative, there are many things that are available. Most common ones are Redux Thunk, which are used to make asynchronous calls in the Redux state. But recently Redux Toolkit has been introduced, and with that we have something called as RTK query. If you search for that in Redux Toolkit, we have the RTK query. Rather than going through documentation, everything will make more sense if we get practical. So in this example, what we will do is the initial state of our project, we will store that in a local JSON server. If you search for JSON server, we have the npm here, and that is what we will be used to get up and running real quick. If you scroll down here, we have the npm install. Let me copy that, go back to the application here, and let me open new PowerShell window here. We will have to cd to Travelopedia, and I will paste the npm install for the JSON server. Perfect, that is done here. And now how do we use that? Doing that is super simple. You can directly use that in here, but I like to create a new folder for that. So we can create a data folder. Inside there we will create a file. Let me call that traveldb.json. And there basically in a JSON format we will store anything we want. So we want a destination table, and that will be an array. In both the entries we have ID, city, country, and days needed. That looks good for the initial state. Let me save that. And with that change, our JSON server has been configured to be used in the application. But we need to actually run a command to make it online. If I go back here, you can see to start a JSON server, we have JSON server, watch, and db.json. Copy that and we will run that if you run that on PowerShell, it will not work. So make sure you run it on Git Bash here. We will open that and let me navigate to Travelopedia. Paste the command. Now here you notice db.json. Our file is traveldb.json and that is inside the data folder. So data/traveldb.json. Now if you want to run that on some other port, you can define that by using port. Let me run that on 5001. We press enter here and perfect. You can see in the resources, it is automatically detecting destination. If you control and click there, great, you can see our destinations are being retrieved here. So our server is basically up and running on port 5001. So that looks good for configuring our JSON server. Now what do we want to do here is we want initial state of our Redux to be populated using the JSON server that we created. And for that we will be using RTK toolkit. To understand that in action, let me show you how to create reducer in the next video. Now in order to add Redux toolkit, we will have to do that using the PowerShell here. So let me transition to CD Travelopedia, npm I. We want to install the Redux toolkit. So for that, we will say @React.js/toolkit and then make sure you install the same version that I'm using, which is 1.9.1. Now, if there are breaking changes down the road, I will make sure to update you on that, but make sure to use the version that I'm using. That way you will not face any other issues. Along with that, we will also require the React Redux library, and that I will use the package 8.0.5, which is the latest one right now. We will install both of them to our project. And perfect. With that, the library has been installed. Now we need to call the API that is running with our JSON server right here to get the initial state of destination. How can we do that? Inside the src folder, I will create a new folder for API, a new file, call that destination API.jsx. Now we need to make a GET request to fetch all of the destination. For that we will be using create API and fetch base query, which are provided in the React.js toolkit. Using them, we will say export constant. I will call that destination API is equal to, we have a create API method. In that method, we will be creating multiple endpoints. So when we create API, first we have to give that a reducer path. We will give that a name of API, and then we have to give base query. Base query basically means that right now you can see we have all the requests at localhost 5001. Now typically when you are working with API like a backend API for your front-end application, all the calls go to the same server. So base URL in this case will be localhost 5001. And right there, we will be using the fetch base query that we imported at the top here. And there we have to provide the base URL. So in the parameters here, we will say base URL and paste the HTTP localhost 5001. With that, we have defined the base query for all the endpoints that we will add in this API file. So think about that. We are creating an API file, and if we have multiple endpoints like destination, something else like country, city, all of that will be added right here as different endpoints on the same API. So how do we add endpoints now? For that, we have to configure endpoints here. And when we are working with the Redux toolkit, we have a builder object that is provided right here. Using that builder object, we can build the query that we want to execute. Query basically means a GET request. So inside endpoints, we can create multiple different endpoints for our API. Now again, I just mentioned one thing here. Query is used for GET request, and we will have something like mutation, which will be used for post, put, delete. So whenever you update anything, you will be using something called as mutation. When you are fetching something, you will use a query. If this seems too much, don't worry. As we start practicing this, everything will make much more sense. First, we have to create an endpoint to get all the destination. So that is the name we will use here. Get all destination. And that I already said we will be using builder. And on there you can see we have two things. We have mutation and we have a query. If you use query here, you can see query. We can have some parameters and we have to give it a URL. Right now we don't have any parameters. We are fetching all the destination. So builder.query. Inside there also we have a query parameter, and there we will have an arrow function where what destination or what endpoint we want to invoke after the base URL. That is purely destination. So copy that and paste it here, and that is all that we have to do to define our first endpoint. Let me save that. And then the beauty about the RDK toolkit is that the endpoints here, they are automatically exported as action methods like in Redux. But for that, they will get a unique name. Let me show that. Here we will have export constant, and the unique name that our query will get here is use will be added in front. Then we will have the name that we are using here, which is get all destination. We will make it the correct case here. And after that, this is a query and not a mutation. So if it is query, it will automatically append query at the end and is equal to, this will be extracted from the destination API. Now in the good old days when we were not using Redux toolkit, what we had to do is we had to manually create action method, export them, but the Redux toolkit is taking care of all the complexity. So we can directly export the action method like it exists by default. All we had to do is create an endpoint, and based on that an action method was automatically created by adding a use in front of the name, and if it is a query, we will append query, else we will append mutation. Right now we will only worry about queries, so let me configure and save that. So great, our API is up and running, and we can invoke the action method here to retrieve the destination. Before I end the video, let me walk you through again on what we did here. We used the create API, and there we are passing few things in the configuration object. Now this configuration object will only grow over time, because think about this. Right now we have one endpoint. When we add more endpoints here, it will only grow larger and larger. But we have the create API, and we are passing the configuration object for our API. Now I hope you already know what slice is. Basically, when you create the API, it automatically creates a slice behind the scene. We will not be interacting with that, but that is done automatically. So for that slice, we have given a path here, which is API. Inside there, we will have all the other details that are needed for this particular API. So that will create a slice inside our Redux store. So reducer path is basically a key that will be used to create a slice at that particular key location. So we can be explicit about that and call that API destination, for example. After that, we are defining the base query here, and there we are using the fetch base query. Now this fetch based query is a predefined version of the regular fetch function that we have for making the request. And inside there we will define the base URL of our API, which is localhost 5001. After that we have a function endpoints, and it will have a parameter of builder here. In that function we will be having multiple endpoints that we want to trigger or multiple actions that we want to take. And in there we have added our first endpoint with the name of getAllDestination. There we will be using builder.query, and we have other configurations for this query. The first one is if we want to append any route after that. We want to add destination after the base URL. So that is what we have defined right here. Now let's say if you were getting destination based on ID, you might pass that as a parameter right here. So when you invoke that, you can pass that parameter, and that way you can pass that when the query is being invoked. But we are keeping things super simple. Last thing is the endpoint that we added here. Action methods are created automatically for them. And to call them, we have to add use keyword before the endpoint name. And if it is a query, we will have to add the query keyword. That will be the exact name. Now I hope that gives you a brief overview of what we are doing here. But in the next video, let's see how we can actually call this action method and invoke our query to fetch our destination. Now, if you remember when you are working with Redux, what you have to do is you have to add a provider. That way that provider will be configured for your application. If you are working with RTK Toolkit, you can still use the provider with Redux and configure the queries with Redux. But for example, if you are not using Redux and you want to use only query, that can also be done. For that, we will have to import something called as API provider. We will import that from Redux Toolkit, and after that we also have to import the destination API. Once we have that on the complete application, we will have to provide the API provider, and there we will have to give the API name. That is destination API, and we will enclose that within our complete application. That way in our application we will be able to use the API that we created. Next thing that we have to do is configure destination list component. We will say RFCE, and there we basically want to invoke the action method use getAllDestinationQuery. So let me import that at the top here. I will say import use getAllDestinationQuery. And once we import that, how can we actually call that to get list of all the destination? In order to call that, what we have to do is we will have a constant, and it will extract the data. Now this data object is pre-configured name that will be returned from the use getAllDestinationQuery. So invoking that is super simple. So the other thing that is also provided along with data are is loading, is success, is error, and if it errored out, what is the error message? That way, while it is loading, you can display a loading message, and once it is done, then you can display all the destination here. So to see that in action, let me create a let, call that as content, and we can say if is loading is true. In that case, we will populate content with loading ... Then we will have the else if condition, and we can check if is success is true. That means the data was retrieved successfully. So in that case, let me console.log the data that is being retrieved here, and I will change the content here to be success for now. Where we have the return statement here in a div, we will pass the content. That way we will have the destination list. So lastly, in the destination index, after add destination, we will display destination list. Let me save that. Go back to the browser here, and we have success. If I refresh here, you can see for a fraction of a second it is flickering by displaying the loading, and then it gets the data back. If I press F12 here, you can see in the log it is already console logging the data, which is destination from our JSON server. So that is great news. That basically proves that our API is being invoked and it is retrieving all of the records. So we can quickly display all the records right here. So let me remove the success, and rather we will loop on data by using data.map, and for each destination we can display the destination.city, destination.country, and days needed. Those are all the properties that we have in TravelDB. So let me remove the console log that we added and save that. Go back to the browser, and perfect. You can see we have New York and Chicago. On top of that, what we can also do is we have is success. We can add one more else if there is any error, then we want to display the error message. With that, we can see how to efficiently use everything that is returned back when you are using query. So that's great news. We are able to fetch all the records using our JSON server. Now, before we continue, let me add local state inside the add destination. I will go back here. We have the add destination right here. Let me import use state first, and then we will create a local state for new city, new country, method name, set new city, and set new country. Where we have the form, I will also add an on submit there. Let me create that handle submit, and we will say e.prevent default. We do not want that to submit. Inside there, we will have to add the destination, and after we add a new destination to our database, we can set the new city and new country to be empty. After that, we will make the input components here as controlled component. We have new city, paste it there. Next one is new country. So the method will be set new country. Perfect. That looks good. If I save that, now the component that we have here are controlled component, and we have their values inside our local state. Now we actually have to add a destination, but in our destination slice, we only know right now how to add a query to retrieve records. What if we want to add a new record, update a record, or delete a record? Let me add those functionality in the next video. We have added query inside our destination API, but when we have to update any of the data, we have to add something called as mutation. For that, something stays the same, like we have to give that a meaningful name. Let me call that add destination. And then, just like builder.query, we have builder.mutation, and we have to configure all the objects there. First, we have to define the query, and that will be arrow function. Let me create that. Now, when we are adding a destination, in the parameter here, we will obviously want the destination that we have to add. So I will call that as destination. And what do we want to do when we receive that in the parameter? We have to define the base URL, and that will be destination itself. The URL will be destination, and after that we have to define what is the method. The method that we want to use when we are adding is post, and inside body we will be passing destination that we receive in parameter right here. That is all that we have to do to create a mutation. So mutation is nothing fancy, we still have to pass the query, but we will be configuring the method which is post, and we can pass the body when we are posting something. So perfect, that looks good for add destination. Let me paste it 2 more times. We have to create update destination. At that point, we will be using put request, and when we are updating, we pass destination ID in the URL. So we will be using the $sign here, and we can say $. The destination ID will be inside destination.id. Put body destination looks good. Lastly, we need the delete destination. The HTTP method will be delete here. And we again need the ID. We can use the same destination, but rather than extracting the complete destination object, let's say we only require the ID here. So we can extract ID, and then let me pass that here. Finally, in the body, we will only pass the ID that needs to be deleted. Now the CRUD operation that we have defined here, they will work on JSON server. But if you had a different server like a .NET API, these things are parameter here, or the body might be different based on how the API is implemented. But this gives you a basic idea of how to create the mutation for all the CRUD functionality and pass the body based on how you want to configure things. Now one thing you should remember is when we add endpoints, we will have to export them. And we have to add the use keyword, the endpoint name, and we have to add mutation. Because that is a mutation, we will correct the case here. That looks good. Let me also add the other 2 mutation, and perfect. That looks good for our destination API. In the next video, let's consume the mutation that we added. We have added mutation inside our destination API. How can we call the mutation that we have added? Calling mutation is slightly different than what we did when calling a query. To add a destination, we have the add destination component, and we have handle submit. On line 11, we want to call the add destination mutation. So first we will have to import that. Let me say import use add destination mutation, and then if we go to destination list, you see we had some constant, we were extracting some data out of that, and we were calling the use get all destination query. When it comes to mutation, you do not call it directly right here. So first we have to extract some things from our mutation. So right here, after we set state, we will say const, and we will have add destination, comma, results. And this we will call on our hook use add destination mutation. Now when we take a look at the add destination, it expects a destination object in the parameter which we are not passing right here. So basically this hook returns a result and something called as add destination. This add destination is a trigger to our mutation. Wherever you have to invoke the action method for our mutation, we will do that using this add destination that is returned from the hook. You can call this anything you want, like you can call that add destination mutation or whatever name you would like to give that. But when we have to invoke it here on line 14, we will say add destination mutation, and there when we are calling the function, we have to pass the destination object. So right here we will have to provide all the properties that is needed for the destination object right here. So what are all those properties? Well, we can go to traveldb.json, copy one of the object and paste it right here, and we will have to format that a little bit. We do not need the double quotes, let me remove them, and perfect, that looks good. Now rather than hard coding the city, we already have that in new city, so we can use new city and we also have new country. For the days needed, let me get a random number between 1 and 10, math.random, multiply that by 10, and I will add 1. That way I will not get 0. Now for ID, you can retrieve the destination and get the maximum ID, add 1 and do all the complications you want, but I'm going to keep things super simple. We are going to say math.random, multiply that by 100. That should give us a random ID that will work for now. So with that, we are calling our mutation here and we are passing the destination object. But you can see when we work with mutation, things are a little different as compared to working with query, where we will get multiple things here. But when we work with mutation, we get a hook for our function, or rather a trigger point for our mutation. And the results, if you care about what is being returned, then that will be stored right there. I will remove that since we are not using that right now. Let me go back to the application here, open the network tab so we can examine the request here, and let me type test and count. We will hit the add button and perfect. You can see we have the request right here. If you examine the fetch request in the payload, it had all the data. It also had the days needed as well as the ID field. We will go back to our code and examine the travel DB, and perfect, the new entry has been added successfully. Now the mutation has been called successfully, but one thing if you notice here is that new entry is not added right here in the list that we have. If you refresh the page, you can see it comes right away. But if you add something here and press add, it is not visible. You have to refresh the page and then it comes back. So what exactly is going on here? Let me show you that in the next video and also the solution on how to fix that. Now when we are working with RTK query, there are two things that you should always remember. One, there will be queries that will be used when we have to extract or fetch some data, like there is an instance where you want to get one record or get multiple records. Then we have something called as mutation that will be used to update data. By update data, it will be creating a record, updating a record, or deleting a record. We will explore both of them in the upcoming videos, but I wanted to give you a rough idea on when you will use queries versus mutation. Right now what is happening is when we add a new destination, it does not reflect on our UI right away, even though database is updated. And there are two ways to fix that. One is what we can do is the data that we are populating while we are adding a destination, we can add that to our existing Redux store. But if you think about that, right now it is still manageable. In a big scale application, that does not make sense that whenever you add something, it gets added in the database and then you manually add that to the list or collection of objects that you have. The ideal approach would be to refetch everything from the database when you create, edit, or delete any of the existing destination in this example. So basically we have to refetch the destination when we are adding a new destination. But before I do that, I want to walk you through one critical aspect when it comes to Redux Toolkit, especially the query inside Redux Toolkit. Right now in destination list, you can see we are calling the useGetAllDestination query. If I copy and paste that 2 more times, that basically means that I'm calling the useGetAllDestination query 3 times. So ideally it should go to database 3 times to fetch all of the destination. But you will notice things does not work that way with Redux query. Let me switch back here. Press F12, I will open the network tab, and when we refresh here, you can notice that destination get request is only called 1 time. So what exactly is happening here? we were invoking that 3 times, but it only got invoked, or rather passed, 1 time to the database. Well, what happens is Redux query is very smart. It will say that, hey, you are using the same query to populate or rather get some data, and nothing will be updated. So rather than making same request multiple times, it only goes to database the first time, and then for the later request, it will return back the same data that was retrieved from the first request. Now that is a great feature if you are working with Rapid API or some other third-party API where you basically have to pay for number of requests that you make to that API endpoint. If data is the same, you do not want to make that same request every time. And this feature is one of the main highlight of RTK query. You can see on the official documentation it says RTK query is powerful data fetching and caching tool. And right here in the bold it says eliminating the need to handwrite data fetching and caching logic yourself. So that is one of the main features that comes built in with RTK query. But that being said, we have added a new destination. We need to fetch new record because we know that the existing or old records have been updated. How can we force RTK query to get new record when we know that the data has been updated? For that we have something called as tags with RTK query. Let me walk you through them in the next video. But before, I want to show you one more thing here. Let's say you are fetching some data here and in the parameters you are passing something like ID of the destination. Now if that ID was updated, like here it was 1, and the next request that you are making is for ID 2, it will go to the database because RTK query will know that this is not fetching the same data because parameters are different. So this will work as expected and it will go to the database. But if the parameters are same, or if there are no parameters and you try to call that multiple times, RTK query will be smart to figure out that that is the same call and it will avoid those duplicate calls. So perfect. With that brief overview, let me walk you through on how we can use tags with RTK query to refetch the data once it is updated. With RTK query, we can define specific rules with tags. So basically we can set a rule that, hey, whenever we add a new destination, I want you to automatically fetch the useGetAllDestination query. If we go to the API, that basically means that whenever this mutation is invoked, I want you to re-invoke the getAllDestination and getAllTheDestination once again because the data is no longer valid. And that rule can be set with the use of tags. So in our example here, when we are getting all the destination, we can provide this a particular tag like you are tagging this query. So we will say provide tags here, and the tag that we want to give this query is, let's say, destinations. Simple as that. So basically we have tagged the query for getting all destination as destinations. Then what we have to do is when we are calling the addDestination mutation, we can say that, hey, this destination tag is no longer valid because addDestination is basically modifying the destinations in database. So inside the mutation here, we have something called as invalidate tags. And here we have to define which tag does it invalidate. So that is destinations. Let me copy and paste to avoid spelling mistake. So what will happen this time is when it gets the destination, it tags that with the keyword of destination. And when addDestination is invoked, it will say that if there is anything tagged with the name destinations, then that is no longer valid. So Redux Toolkit will find that getAllDestination had the tag of destination and that is no longer valid. So it will go to the database and execute this once again to fetch the new data. Pretty smart, right? But there is one more thing that we have to do with the create API. Here we have to define what are all the tag types that are supported by the create API. So right now we just have destinations. We can copy and paste that, but here you can have multiple tags when you are working with create API. Because let's say you have multiple endpoints. You have one table for destination, that could be another table for city or so on. Then you can add multiple tags. Now tags is an advanced topic and I can go on and on about it, but I wanted to give you a brief idea about this. Another thing that could be added with tags is you can add dynamic ID. Like let's say you had something, let me just copy and paste that for an example. And here you were retrieving an ID. Then when you are tagging here, we can have an arrow function and we can break things down. So here, rather than string, we can return a complex object as a tag as well. Like right here, let's say we want to tag that with something called as a type of destination. And we also want to provide an ID to this particular tag, which will be the ID that we receive in parameter. So now our tag has a unique ID as well, because if we are using destinations as a string, it will be same tag for all the requests. But if you are fetching something based on ID and you want that, then you can pass that as well. And here I just made a mistake. I realized this will not be query. We want to modify that with the tags, so we will add that when we are providing tag. In query here, let me copy and paste that for an example. We will have ID, and here you might have something like a dynamic ID, which you can pass to the API like this. So here we are providing a tag, and after that when you are working with mutation, you can basically invalidate the tag and return an object there as well. So you can get pretty fancy with how you provide tags. It can be objects or it can be as simple as string. I will keep things simple for now, but I wanted to show you that that is also an option, because when your application grows, you have complex scenarios. RTK Toolkit has given all the workarounds for them. But now that we have our destination, let's see if that actually works. That's all that we had to do. We only provided tags and we invalidated them when we were working with mutation. Now this we can do that in all the mutation, because we are basically updating destination if we are deleting, updating, or creating a record. So all of them will invalidate the destination tag that we have, and it will force the RTK query to refetch the data automatically. We do not have to add any other line or call to invoke this query. RTK Toolkit does that automatically. Let's go back and see that in action. So right here, let me enter Bruggen and test country, press the add button, and great. You can see it automatically fetches the data, and now the list reflects the correct items from our database. So again, when you are working with RTK query, tags play a very critical role. It's time for a small assignment. What I want you guys to do is add a delete button right next to where we have city and days needed. I also designed it a little bit, but what I want you to do is just add a simple delete button and then make sure that that is functional. So if you can add anything here and press the delete button, it should be removed from the database. Once you make the button functional, you can see in the next video on how I have modified the design, but that is not that important. Main concept is I want you guys to implement the delete button and make it fully functional. So good luck with that small assignment, and I will see you guys in the next video. I hope you were able to complete the assignment. First thing that we have to do is in destination list, we have to import the use delete destination mutation. We need a function from that mutation, so I will create a constant here and call that delete destination. After that, where we have the individual div in data.map, let me add a button right there for delete. Let me go back and we have the delete button. Not fancy, but we have it for now. We will fix the designing in just a second, but let me make this functional. On click here, we basically want to invoke delete destination, and there we have to pass the ID. If you examine the API here, when we delete, we need to pass the ID as an object. So right here, in the object, we need to pass ID, and that is inside destination.id. With that, let me go back, refresh here, and try to delete. Perfect. You can see delete was successful. So with that, we are able to delete the destinations. Before I wrap up the video, let me design this real quick. I will change that to be a div, and I will give that some bootstrap classes and styling. Change this to be div. Inside the main div of row, I will be adding column. So let me change this to be column 3 and offset 3. We have destination, country, and days. That looks good. Let me cut this button, and I will create a div, give it a class name of column 2. Paste button in there. We do not need this div. I'll create one more div, give that a class name of column 1 and text warning. Inside there, I will display the number of days that are needed for traveling. And let me see how that looks. Perfect. That looks so much better than what we had. If we try to add something and remove, everything is working as expected. When working with query, there are some other features that are available to us as well. Like right here, you can see in query we have directly given a route, but in the other places we were using that as an object and we were passing multiple entities there. You can do the same things when you are working with a query. So let me just copy this and paste it right here. We do not have any parameters, but we do have a URL that is destination. The method in our case is a get method, so you can explicitly specify that if you want. When you are working with get, you do not have a body, but you can of course have some parameters. So we have a params object, and there you can pass all the parameters, which will be the query parameters for that URL. So these are the options that are available if you want, but they are not required. On top of that, if I go back, right now you can see the data that is being retrieved is not sorted. What if you want to sort that based on the ID or any other criteria? Well, RTK query provides a function for that, and we can use that to transform the response. After the query, you can provide something called as transform response, and here we are sorting that based on the ID. So if I save that, the maximum ID will be at the top. So we have Brooklyn, Chicago, and New York. We go back, we can see Brooklyn has 59, then Chicago is 2, and New York is 1. So you can get pretty fancy when you are working with the response, because you will get the complete response object here, and then rather than using sort, you can use any other function, or you can create your own function right here to work with the response. So I wanted to give you a few more parameters that you can work with using the RTK query. Now if we examine our destination index, or rather destination list here, we have quite a few things that are going on right here. So rather than clustering everything, what if we can just have the individual destination in a separate component? So in component, I will create destination.jsx, and let me say RFCE. We will go back, delete destination, we will move that in there. Let me cut it, paste it here. We need the import statement, cut that, and we will go back. I will cut the complete div that we have here, and we will paste it right here. Then we go back to destination list, and where we have the return statement, we need the destination component, and we will pass destination as a prop here. Destination. Perfect. I need to use the key, so let me copy that key name with the map here, and that looks good. We will go back to the individual destination, and in the props here, we will be getting destination. Name is the same, so we will not have to update anything else. Let me go back and make sure the app is functional. Delete is also functional. Great. So with that, we have quickly separated out the individual destination to its own component. It's time for you to practice one more assignment. This time I want you guys to work on the edit functionality, but it will be a little tricky than working with delete. Well, the RTK query part is pretty simple, but this will give you a good experience on working with your React skills. What I want to do here is when we click the edit button, it will change the list here to input boxes, populate them with the information, and the buttons here will be updated to cancel, update, and delete. If you cancel, nothing happens. But if you update something here and hit the update button, you can see the records will be updated. So pause the video, try to analyze on how you will work on this functionality, and make sure to get this done before you see the solution in the next video. So good luck with the assignment, and I hope you are able to complete this assignment. Now we want to work on the update functionality. Before we work on the mutation, let me first add the edit button, and on click of that edit, we need the input boxes. We will also have to keep a track on when that edit button is clicked, because once that edit button is clicked, that basically means we are in process of updating, and we need to change this particular labels here to text boxes. So if I go back in the destination, we will actually add 3 state. I will add is updating flag, set that to be false, new city, new country, because we will have to update them in text boxes. Do not forget to add the use state in the import statement, and let me close everything other than this file. Then let me add the edit button right here. We will go back where we have the button. I will change that. We have the edit button, and let me modify that. Make this column 3, and let me remove the form control here. Perfect. That looks good. Now when we click the edit button, at that point we want to set the is updating to be true, and we can modify this edit button to be a cancel button. So we want that dynamic behavior. So basically on click of the edit button, we need to toggle the is updating. And that will be done by using set is updating. So on click of the edit button, I will correct the case here. And on edit, we will say set is updating to be not of what is updating is. Then rather than displaying edit here, when is updating is clicked, we will display it as cancel, else we will display edit. We save that, and let me try that. Perfect. That looks good. So basically we have the flag now, and the button of edit changes to cancel when is updating is true. After that, when we are updating, we want an update button as well. So that will be a conditional render based on is updating. If that is true, then we want to add a button here, else we want to display an empty string. So here we want to display the button. Let me add that, and I will save that. If we go back here, when we click edit here, we have the update button, we cancel, and we come back. Where we have the BT and danger, let me add some margin here. Perfect. That looks good. Next thing is when we click edit, we need input boxes. Let's go back, and we have the column where we are displaying things. right here. Rather than column 3, I will make that a column 4, and we need some designing here. The offset will be 2 now, and let me add a class of row inside there. I will create a div with the class name of row. I'm just using the Emmet shortcuts here, and a div with a class name of column 6, and let me also add padding 1. So in the first column 6 here, I will have city, and in the next one, I will have country. Now again, this will be conditional based on the updating flag. So let me add the conditional render based on the is updating. If that is true, else what we want. If it is updating, we want the input field here. So we will add the input, type is equal to text here. Next, I want to add a placeholder, name it city, and I will use class name of form control. We want to make this a controlled component as well, so we will set the default value that we will get from destination.city. We are getting that as prop here, and on change, we want to set the state set new city. So on change, we will set that, and perfect. That looks good. Let me close the input tag, and in the else part here, if it is not updating, we will add a span, and there we will display destination.city. I will copy what we added in the div here, paste it in the other div. That will be for country. So set new country, default value will be destination.country, placeholder will be country as well. Great. We no longer require this destination.country. I will remove that. Let me go back and see what happens. Great. This looks much better. But this is Chicago, Chicago. I have a mistake there. This will be country, and perfect. So now we can see the input fields correctly, and the buttons are also being toggled. Last thing that we have to do is when we click update, whatever value we update, we have to call our mutation. So let me go back here, and where we have the update button, right here, let me add an onClick event, and we will invoke a method with the name of handle update. Let me create that right here. We will create a constant handle update. It will be an arrow function. And there, let me create two variables, city and country. Both of them, I will set them to be empty. After that, we will say if new city is empty, then we do not want to overwrite, and we will say city is equal to destination.city. In the else part, if the new city is populated, then we will say city is equal to new city that the user populated. We will do the same things with new country as well. That way, if someone empties the city and press update, we want to use the old city that was there. Finally, we will have to call the update mutation. So we will say use update destination mutation, and here we have to create a constant for the function update destination. If everything is good here, we will call update destination and pass the destination that needs to be updated. We can examine that when we have the put request. It expects a destination object right here. So I will pass everything here. ID is equal to destination.id. City will be city. We will have country. And we will have days needed. This we will not update. You can add the logic if you want, but I will just keep them the same. After we update the destination, we have to empty out the text boxes for new city and new country, and we will have to set the is updating to be false. And this will be set is updating. Perfect. And let me try that out. We will update that, and perfect. You can see it is updating as expected. Great. So with that, our update functionality is working. Let me revert it back to what it was. And let me add a new record here. Update that as well. And it's functional. So perfect. With that, all the CRUD operation on our destination are working as expected. Right now in our application, we are using the API provider, which is the RTK toolkit. But what if you also want to use the provider and you want to Redux with Redux toolkit? That is a very common scenario. How do you handle that? Configuring the application to do that is difficult with the documentation, so let me walk you through on what exactly you have to do. When we configured the project and added packages, we already added the React Redux package, so we do not have to do that anymore. But we will have to import provider from React Redux. Now we no longer will have to use the API provider. We will be configuring our API inside the Redux store. So rather than API provider here, we will modify that to be provider. Now that is one piece of the configuration, but we need to create Redux store in our application. So inside the SRC, let me create a folder for Redux, and inside there I will create store.js. First thing, we will have to import two things. We need the configure store from the React.js toolkit, and we need the destination API because, like I said before, we will be configuring our API inside the Redux store. We will say export constant variable name. Let me call that as store, and we have the configure store method inside there. And right here, we have to add the destination API as a reducer. Now you remember we gave a reducer path to our API, so let me copy that and go to our store where we have to configure the reducer. We can say that if API destination is to be looked up, we have that inside the destination API.reducer. I have already mentioned that before. When we work with the RTK query, reducers are created automatically behind the scene. So slice that we create in Redux is automatically created when you are using the create API with RTK toolkit. So we can directly say destination API.reducer will be the reducer for this route. So that you need to remember. Now if you change the path here or the key name for our reducer, that will not work because it will try to look for the exact same path. If it is found, then only it will extract that. So it has to be exactly API destination. Now I hate magic strings. So one way to get around with that is we can say destination API dot we have reducer path in there because that is exactly what we configured. So we can use the reducer path and that will fetch that and assign it right here. Along with reducer inside the store, we have to configure something called as middleware. Now this is just one of those things that we have to do when we configure that with Redux. So with middlewares, we get something called as get default middleware. You can call that anything you want. And there we will invoke the get default middleware. On there we have the concat method where we have to provide the middleware for our destination API. That is already created. We just have to add this one small configuration piece right here. And with that configured, now the API that we created is configured with the Redux store. So basically it is super simple. Inside store, we have to add a reducer, and then in middleware, we have to configure the API middleware. With that configured in our index, we do not have the API provider, but if you go back and refresh the application, we have some errors here. Let me see. It is in the provider. Let me go back here. And we have the, whoops, it will not be API. With provider, we have store. And there we need the store that we created inside Redux store. We no longer want the destination API right here. Let me refresh. And we have cannot read properties of reducer path. That should not happen. Let me go back here. We have the reducer. I believe something is wrong. Let's see. In the destination API, we have destination API, reducer path. Whoops, this is all capital case for the API. And if I go to store, I'm using camel casing. So let me change this to be destination API. And perfect. Now it is recognizing. Save that. And let me refresh here. Destination API is not defined in destination API here also. We will change that. And perfect. Let me try to add a city here and country 1. That works. Edit that. And delete. Perfect. So all the CRUD operations are working. And now we have seen how to successfully integrate RTK query with Redux store. Right now in our application, we are going to the JSON server as the API endpoint. And because of that, if I go back to the code real quick, you will see that in destination API, we have this particular base URL. But what if your application is working on multiple base URL? I will show you how to get that done real quick. It is super simple. So what we will do is in the getRandomData API, we will be getting city and country here. Let's add a random city and country and display that at the end. So we will go with the get started here and we have the URL right here. But first, let me go back to the code and configure the code needed for adding another API endpoint in our project. To get started, we can copy the destination API, paste it one more time here, and I will name that random destination API. Remove the copy here. Perfect. Copy that name, paste it here. And we will not have any mutation, so I can remove all of them. Do not need the transform here or tags. Keeping things super simple. I will go back and copy the base URL. Add it right here. I will change the reducer path to API random destination. We do not need any tag types. Let me remove that. Builder.query. We have the get random destination. And there the URL. If I go back here, we have the addresses and that will have city and country. So we can use that endpoint. Whoops, I'll have to copy that and paste it right here. We do not need the /. We can remove the params here and that looks good. When we are exporting, we will export the get random destination query and perfect. That looks good. Everything here looks good. Now we have to add this random destination API to our store. We will have to import that. So import random destination API and we have to add the reducer path. Let me do that. Perfect. That looks good. Finally, we also have to configure the middleware. So I will copy the .contact and we will add one more, which is random destination API middleware. That's all that we had to do. So we first create another API and we configure that in our store. Simple as that. Now in the next video, let's call this random API and display that on the page. Now I want to create a new component to call the query that we added in random destination API. Let me close everything else here. And inside the component, I will create a new file, which will be random destination.jsx. We will import the getRandomDestination query, and I will create the functional component rfce. After that, let me open destination list here, and let me copy what we have right here. Paste it inside the random. Save that. We will update this to be use getRandomDestination query. With content here, we will have to extract something else. So right now, let me add a div here and display data here. That is fine for now. And we will do console.log the data. Let's examine what data is retrieved here. We will go back to our index and we will be adding random destination. Let me go back and press F12. We have the object. Perfect. There we have the city and country. So now we can add that right here. The main div, let me give it some bootstrap classes of text center, border, padding 3. Inside there, I will create an h4. Give it some bootstrap classes for text success. And I will display random travel suggestion. And that will be inside data. We have city, comma, we have data.country. Simple as that. Let's go back and see if that comes up. And perfect. Now every time when you refresh, it will generate a new suggestion. So with that, we have seen critical points in this section. We have seen how to configure RTK query, how to use tags, what is query, mutation, and how to have multiple API endpoints in our application and configure Redux store with the RTK query. First of all, you should congratulate yourself on completing the course, and now you should be familiar with all the fundamentals with React. Now whatever you have learned, you can take a step further by implementing a .NET API and then consuming that in a real-world project where we will have shopping cart, we will have items here, we have sorting, and we can place order, manage all of the orders there with some of the pagination. And in the shopping cart, when we place order, we have payment gateway along with authentication and authorization. In order to build the real-world application, you can go to .NET Mastery, and there you can find the course in which I will explain all the fundamentals that we did, but after that I have additional 12 hours of content where we will be building the real-world application. So I hope to see you guys in that video, but before you forget, make sure to subscribe to the channel and like the video, leave a comment on what you enjoyed in the course. I will see you guys in some other video.